Hi, good morning.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, good morning.
We'll get started, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. We will get started. Happy Holi to everybody. We did not have a choice to change, in spite of today being Holi, because we had committed to this event and it is all planned. So, still, thank you all for joining us. Today, we are starting with a panel discussion. The format of the panel discussion would be that I'll make a presentation in the beginning to apprise the panel and the audience on what is the larger objective of this discussion. We have a very eminent panel. It will be chaired by Ambassador Anum Budgal sir, who has been involved in blue economy for a very long time. He has been an ambassador of India to Mauritius. Couldn't have been a better place for him to understand the entire importance of blue economy, and he's been very closely associated with a lot of activities related to the blue economy. He's now part of the blue economy task force of FICCI also, and he's been part of multiple very apex level committees suggesting the government on various issues. Then we have Apurva Palka ma'am, Vice Chancellor of the Maharashtra Skill University, be joining us online. Vedmani Tiwari sir was supposed to join, but yesterday evening I got a email from him that he has to meet the minister in the morning. So he had excused himself, but probably we'll get him in the course of this event. We have Anamika Barua, Professor Anamika Barua from IIT Guwahati. She has been involved in various activities globally and very closely working on the Brahmaputra on various aspects. She's been part of the National Water Committee also, Water Policy Committee also. And then we have Shri Praful Talera. Prafulji has been part of the industry for a very long time, but he is also part of the governing body for the Sector Skill Council on Capital Goods and Strategic Manufacturing. So he understands the skilling ecosystem very well. And MRC has an MOU with the Sector Skill Council on Capital Goods and Strategic Manufacturing. And we are very blessed to have him because he's also our advisor at MRC on the blue economy. So we'll get started. I'll start with my presentation. As you are aware, the main focus of this workshop is to evolve an institutionalized skilling ecosystem for supporting the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. So we are at MRC, we have established a skilling center in Pune in collaboration with the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence. And the focus here is the skilling for the underwater studies. And the larger objective is to achieve the digital ocean framework, which will allow a transparency in the underwater domain and thus better governance. So I'll just talk about the SAGAR vision a little bit. As you are aware, it is the security and growth. So we'll have to have an inclusive and a comprehensive approach. The typical maritime domain awareness framework has remained largely security driven, but it has not been able to include important activities which can contribute to the better utilization of the exclusive economic zone. As you are aware, 20 lakh square kilometer of EZ exists and it is likely to get enhanced. But there is a lot of potential for us to really harness this opportunity that is available. We have an aspiration, as per the SAGAR vision, we have an aspiration to be a regional leader. But I think capacity building and skilling could be the most critical diplomatic tool to present ourselves as a leader in the region. And of course, the Indian Ocean region has something very, very unique, the tropical conditions, and our earlier efforts of importing know-how and technology from the West has really not taken us very far. The government, to support the SAGAR vision, has initiated multiple mega initiatives. I'll be talking about it subsequently. And they all need a very comprehensive acoustic capacity and capability building. Now, to talk about the mega initiatives will require massive scale of skilling are the Sagar Mala project, which is a port-led growth. So there are so many ports being developed, they are being modernized, but the management of ports has been a very serious concern because of the siltation in the tropical conditions. The inland water transport is another very, very big initiative. 20,000 kilometers of waterways are being planned, but we have a serious issue of navigability of these waterways. Again, here, underwater domain awareness becomes a very, very critical requirement. Gati Shakti is another very, very important initiative by the Prime Minister. But again, there is for the ensuring the last mile connectivity, multimodal connectivity, there is a lot of work to be done, and this will require tremendous amount of skilling. Lot more people need to be involved, and they need to be adequately trained and skilled to be a part of this. Swachh Bharat, there are slogans like Swachh Sagar and various other things, but I think water quality management is a very, very important component, and there's a lot more to be done there. Again, underwater domain awareness can be a big enabler there. Digital India initiative, so we need to, of course, take it underwater, both for the marine and as well as the freshwater systems. Once these kind of data frameworks, structures are built, which will probably take a lot of effort, but it will definitely bring a lot of enhancement in the governance mechanism. And Deep Ocean Mission is another very big initiative by the government. There's a lot of allocation, but then it also requires skilling of a very different scale. Now, what are the challenges, I mean, for taking this initiative forward? As I said, tropical waters, a lot of understanding is required for the tropical waters. Then only we'll be able to, otherwise, in many cases, we have seen that we build massive framework, but we are not able to really appreciate what is the uniqueness of the tropical waters, and we've not been able to get the success that we desire. Lack of specific, site-specific local inputs. Our own understanding of our waters, the ecosystem that exists, is a very, very serious problem, and a lot of work is required. Then only we'll be able to drive this in a more. So a lot of young people need to be made part of it. We have a huge EZ, we have a huge freshwater system. So, but the problem here is the fragmented approach. Different ministries, different stakeholders are driving their own and it becomes quite inefficient in many ways. So how do we encourage pooling of resources and synergizing of effort is something we need to look at very, very seriously. Now, some of the opportunities that exist are freshwater management, in which we talk about resource management and quality management. Today, what we are seeing are two ministries looking at the aspects. One is Jal Shakti, looking at the water resource, and Environment Ministry looking at the pollution aspect or the quality aspect. But I think we have to find a framework where we can work on this together. Sediment transport is something we really need to understand. Otherwise, now dredging has become the de facto method for desiltation, but it is making many of our projects unviable. Sediment classification, I would like to give you 3 examples of this. One is understanding the benthic ecosystem is an important area, then only we can talk about sustainability. The second is the large amount of pollutants that are trapped in the sediments. So how do we build systems where we can really identify what is it, and in some cases we may find value in it and may be able to utilize this in a much better way. And also the sediment bearing pressure, because if you have to deploy something in the water bodies, sediment bearing pressure will become a very important something. Like we are doing a lot of constructions underwater. So if we do not understand the sediment bearing pressure, we will not be able to drive these massive, even bridges that are being built. We have very little understanding of the sediment bearing pressure. Now, talking about the Brahmaputra river and the river basin, I think there is a huge amount of opportunity that is waiting to be explored and exploited, but there are challenges also. So I think it is not only that it's a transboundary river, but I think it's a river with a huge amount of potential which can contribute significantly to our economic growth and prosperity. Similarly, the Indus River also, these become very sensitive, but at the same time, if they are harnessed efficiently, or we can really derive a lot of benefit out of it. And community support. Many times we are not able to get the community on board. So there could be issues in terms of alienating the coastal or the riverine communities. Then, of course, sustainable blue economy, our enthusiasm for growth needs to also be supported with a sustainable framework. Waterfront management is another big area that needs to be looked at. Strategic security has to also be part of this larger initiative. Sustainable development goals have to be kept in mind. We are a signatory to various protocols. And of course, marine planning becomes an important tool. But how do we translate this to the huge spectrum of applications and challenges that exist? So this will require a lot of work, a lot of understanding, and of course, the tropical littoral mapping. Understanding the whole tropical characteristics, we need to do a lot of work. So I think a lot of initiatives are required, and a lot more young people will be required to involve in this. So this is the larger UDF framework that we have evolved. If you look at it, the 4 phases represent the 4 stakeholders that we talked about, and each of the smaller cubes within the larger cube talk about the various projects or various skilling requirements that we need to look at. I mean, either we take it from a mega initiative perspective or we take it from a stakeholder perspective. There's a lot of work to be done, but I think this is also a huge opportunity where once we are able to take care of our own requirements, this can also be used as a diplomatic tool to reach out to our neighbors and other nations in the region, and that will truly establish our leadership role. So to come to the institutionalization mechanism, this is my proposal, and we have some very learned panel members, and they would like to comment on how to derive the whole institutionalized mechanism. Sector scale council, we have proposed for setting up a sector scale council on underwater domain awareness, because it cuts across various, there are 35 sector scale councils that exist, but we would still propose a focused sector scale council to take this forward. And I think that will allow a lot of pooling of resources and synergizing of effort. A whole of nation approach, we have submitted a detailed report to Niti Aayog, how this whole of nature approach should be taken up. So we have identified certain specific areas which need focus, but at the same time, I have left it to a debate called diversity versus consolidation, because consolidation sometimes fails to recognize the uniqueness of various applications or requirements. Like there are issues of the inland water transport or the freshwater systems, like I mentioned about Brahmaputra or Indus, they will have some very unique requirement and they will have to be given the kind of importance that it deserves. But at the same time, when you allocate resources, if we are able to consolidate, there are merits in that. So I will leave it to the panel members to even look at this. Then the center of excellence, where all the 5 verticals of research, academia, innovation, skilling, and policy should come together to provide a more realistic user academia industry partnership is something very, very important. And then how to evolve the governance mechanism. I mean, the digital framework has its own challenges also, and sometimes it is politically resisted because there are concerns of data security and various other aspects. So I will request the panel members to highlight their views on this as well. And then alignment with the global order. MSP is a tool that is being used by a lot of global bodies now, and we have a senior diplomat who will be chairing the session. So how our initiatives have to align with the global framework or the global view is something we need to look at. We cannot be in isolation. And my proposal for a way ahead is outreach, where we talk about these mega initiatives and stakeholders, as I said, what are their skilling requirements, how we can try and build a framework which takes care of the entire diversity and the consolidation that is required. We have to engage, a lot of young people need to be brought on board. Many people are not even aware. And as I am told, this is the first such initiative underwater, in spite of having 75% of the earth underwater, but this term has not been heard of many times. So I think a lot of engagement is required and outreach is required. And once we are able to identify some of the key gaps, then we need to look at certain sustainable projects and how to build this together, both in terms of policy and technology interventions. And as I talked about alignment with local, national, regional, and global, and then once we are more clear on what we want to do, then we can have the SOPs and the various structured approach. And vocal for local, because we cannot undermine the traditional knowledge and the traditional practices. So how do we put all these things together? So I will now request Ambassador Mudgal sir to kindly take over and give his initial comments, and then we will take the speakers one by one.
Thank you, Arnab. I'm very happy to be part of this panel discussion on the kind of skills the future development would require. So if you look at yesterday, we mentioned about where we are heading in terms of sustainability and what kind of risks we are facing, in fact. You see, you can go back to the post-industrial revolution developments, and there was a time when growth, which yesterday I emphasized in my presentation, where the primary goal was growth. Yes. Since these were the initial stages of growth, its impact on the environment was obviously limited. And as a result, we were not able to see what we were stepping into, right? So the idea of whole industrial approach to life was how to force multiply human capabilities, because as human beings we could only do that much, right? So since we could do only that much, we could only damage that much. Yes. So through this force multiplication, what one human being used to do, that one human being was able to do 100 times, then 1,000 times, then 1,000,000 times. So can you imagine when you are able to perform so many times your capability, your footprint on the environment will also multiply. Yes. So this went on. This went on for a very long period. And then we started realizing what we were getting into, which means the environment, which was basically, if I use the term initially, we thought this was a hindrance to our progress, right? You had the rivers you had to cross, you had the mountains you had to cross, you had the mines you had to dig. So you thought environment was a hindrance. Your large trees to cut, the forest to clear. So as a result, we went into industrial mechanization to help overcome that hurdle, which we thought was a hurdle, right? But then we became so powerful against nature. In the process, we started destroying the nature. Yes. And yesterday we discussed the problems we have caused by over exploitation, pollution, all kinds of natural resource degradation, biodiversity degradation. You look at any aspect of nature, we have damaged it. We have damaged the water, air, biodiversity, forest, soil cover, even the oceans, in fact, which were somehow out of mind, out of sight, but still we cause a massive damage to the oceans. Now we have started calling the consequences of our action now have become an existential threat to us. That is what, in fact, the UN Secretary General has been saying at different COP meetings, that we are heading into an existential threat. Global warming. Now, global warming is one expression of the anger of the nature. This is one expression. But the nature is angry in many ways. Yes. Now, what do we do? As I mentioned yesterday, if I go and talk to anyone and tell them, all right, stop growing, I'm sure they will not agree with me. Yes. They will say this is nonsense. We have to grow because we want to have resources for good life. Yes. All right. If we cannot stop growing, makes sense. But then can we find a way for better quality growth? Rather than working against the nature, can we work with the nature? Yes. So there, in fact, again, the primary goal is, can we reduce the environmental footprint of our economic growth? And how do we do it? By reducing the resource intensity of growth. Can we really decouple the resource requirement and growth? Right? People have been talking about decoupling carbon emission, decoupling material utilization, decoupling a lot of things. Can we decouple? Right? I think yes, we can. The technology which came to our help in fighting against nature, now the technology can come to help us for working with the nature. Yes. So I am very confident that while we can continue growing, but we can minimize our damage footprint against environment. A lot has to be done, but there is at least a hope now. How do you do it? In a simple terms, for example, I look at two aspects. Now, if you have to kind of reduce the impact of your activities on nature, there is one concept which is being discussed for quite some time now, in fact. We call it the circular economy. Yes. There was, in fact, a pioneer of this concept called Gunther Pauli. Right? Gunther Pauli, in fact, argued, he said, can we learn from nature? Right? Learn what? He said in nature, if you leave the nature to nature, there is no waste. Nature does not produce waste. That's the beauty of natural phenomena. It's the largest circular economy model, which does not produce waste. Waste of one becomes the raw material for the next stage. So it goes in cycles. Can we do that? Right? I think, yes, we can do it. Now, the technology can help us embedding circulation on our inputs. Right? This is one way of doing it. The other, can we reduce the requirement of material in our production? Already done a lot in that, and we can definitely do more. For example, yesterday, I think it was Mr. Bhargav who mentioned about computer, and they went to Moscow. When I was a student, a normal computer will be as big as this room. Yes. So I'm sure the youngsters must be wondering what I'm talking about. Yes. So in Delhi University, our computer center was on several floors, in fact. Yes. And its capacity was what, about 280? Something like that. Its processing capacity was almost zero compared to today's thing. Now, this is at least a 1,000,000 times larger computer than the computer I'm talking about. Right? A computer which was as big as this room, this tiny thing in my pocket is 1,000,000 times more efficient and greater speed of processing and data storage and management and analysis. That means, yes, we can reduce the requirement of material for producing maybe more efficient output. Now, these bulbs up there, if we were in this room, say 50 years ago, these bulbs would be 500 watt, each one of them. And today they must be about 24 watt, if I'm not wrong. Right? So can you imagine 524? And we can further cut down on this. Not only at this point, the amount of power we were wasting in the system, from production, transmission, the end point. There was a time when I was young, we used to say we waste almost 40% of our installed capacity. Not that we have done better on that. We are still wasting a lot. We are wasting energy, we are wasting food, we are wasting water, we are wasting, you name it, the whole ecosystem on the earth. We have, I normally say, I may be entirely wrong, we have a 1/3 rule, which is whatever we produce, 1/3 of that we waste. Right? In the whole supply chain and value chain, 1/3 of the product is wasted. You do nothing, please stop that wastage, you will get 30% extra capacity. Right? Can we do that? Yes. And then, of course, the third element of this is, in spite of doing circular, in spite of cutting down the resource intensity, still you will need something which you may not have. Yes. Which means the new materials, they are not there. Right? If we have to head into future of technology, we will need things which are not there. Now, how do we get them? Which means we need extras, either new materials or some extra material. Yes. And that is where, in fact, the blue economy is what people are looking at, which means where you need extra or new, that is where the oceans can give you enhanced capacity and added capacity. Yes. And that is where my fear. Yes. Which means something which we could not damage because we did not have the interest or capacity to damage. Now we have both interest and capacity. You damage something when you have interest in it. If you are not interested, you will not damage because you're not interested. Yes. So interest in something is the beginning of the possibility of damage. Yes. Now, should we say don't have interest? I'm sure I cannot say that. Right. But now I will say, all right, if you have interest in something, can you ensure that you don't damage it? Right? Fulfill your need of interest, but don't damage it. How do we do it? Now, that is where the technology and skills. Yes. I can talk about the horizontal technology and skills issue, but today we will limit to, say, oceans, right? Now, oceans as such is a very new domain, right? Where our understanding is just about next to nil. Yes, only about 5% of the oceans have been explored. And the technological parameters which regulate the ocean behavior are extremely complex. So these, as yesterday I was mentioning, it's a very, very complicated system. In fact, you have the chemistry of it, you have the physics of it, you have the biology of it, you have the, name it, even astronomy of this, right? Now, on Earth, where we can see and touch the parameters, we have not been able to manage them well. We see it, we touch it, we feel it, but still we have messed up the whole thing. Now here there you don't see, you don't touch, you don't feel. Right? We don't live in the ocean, and as a result, we don't understand the ocean. Right? And unfortunately, the fishes are not talking to us because we have a different language. Right? They talk in a very different behavior, which we don't understand. Yes? Now, a completely unknown entity, how do we deal with this in a sustainable manner is a huge challenge. Maybe next talk, when we talk about blue economy, we'll go into sectors. But can you imagine, because you are technical people, in fact, please understand, we have been loosely talking about what is called knowledge economy. Right? We have been loosely saying, oh, we are a knowledge economy. India is a knowledge economy. But when you talk about the oceans, the kind of knowledge oceans will require is unbelievable, in fact. My confidence comes from because today our capacity for data collection, analysis, and its understanding has been magnified by millions of times. Yes. And as a result, which was almost impossible, what was almost impossible a few years ago, has suddenly given us a sense of hope. Yes, it can be done. Yes, it has become possible probably, right? But for that to happen, we need to start thinking of the complexity. We need to start understanding the complexity. We need to start giving what is called systemic solutions to that complexity. This is going to be very, very data intensive process, right? There will be multiple points of data collection. There will be quantitative data problems, then their analysis, and then putting them into a system which neither we can see, nor we can touch, nor we can feel. Can you imagine this, right? So how do we deal with this? That is where are the skills. Without skills, you will not be able to collect the data. Without skills, you won't be able to analyze the data. Without skills, you will not be able to convert that analysis into a systemic solution to the problem. And you need skills, right? And these skills will be a complicated web of vertical and horizontal integration. Oceans like weather, they know borders. Yes. So they flow freely all over, in fact. So as a result, there will be an international aspect to this collaboration. Right? Everybody has to come on board. And if we don't do it, believe me, somebody will do it. Right? And then, as we have done in the past, we would be following somebody's idea and not leading that process with our own ideas. Now, that is where we are at a critical point now. I'm sure you all heard about a recently concluded BBNJ, the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Now, there, if you look at I'll talk in the next conversation. When you look at the components, the international community is going to put in place the regulations which then everybody will have to conform to. You see, we have to understand sustainability, if we don't do it properly, will become a barrier to trade. Already countries are talking about carbon tax. Now, if you are carbon inefficient, you will become economically inefficient, in fact. And then you will become prosperity inefficient. Then you will become earth inefficient. And what is that good life we are seeking? It will not come. We have to be ahead of the curve. In first, second, third industrial revolutions, we were at the back end of the story. But now we have the capacity to be at the front end of the story. Yes? Can we put our act together and be there in the front? We have to understand this point. Utilizing a technology at large scale does not mean creating a technology at large scale. Have the option. Somebody will create the technology, use it. You are 1.4 billion people, so as a result, there will be 1.4 billion users. It will look very big. But mind you, it will not be your technology. It won't have your ideas in that. And that is where, in fact, we need a 360-degree understanding of the technology and the skills that are required to manage this transition. This transition is going to be very, very complicated. We are taking it lightly, let me tell you. I have dealt with blue economy and ocean and its complexity for now almost 15 years. it's going to be very, very complicated. Yes, let's be better. Let's better be prepared rather than regret in future that we lost. Somebody was using that bus. We missed the bus or the metro, whatever you call it. This time, let's not miss it. Thanks. I'll stop here. Yes.
We'll request Dr. Apurva Palka ma'am to kindly make her comments. You may come here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. Unfortunately, I cannot join in person, so I decided to join through the mode of internet to reach out to all of you sitting there in Pune. Thank you, Arnab, for taking this initiative. And this is indeed a great initiative that is really required by the country. And I think Mr. Mutkal has put in perspective the whole framework of this whole new area that we're speaking of. Now, as the Vice Chancellor of the first state skills university in the state of Maharashtra, I think I will put in perspective the issues and challenges for the skilling ecosystem, and that is what is the theme that you have given for the discussion today. Uh, so, to me, any newer area where we need to focus on developing the skilled human capital, it is essential, especially when we're talking about oceans, where the knowledge and information is limited to few experts. So it may be very essential and important for propagation of this domain knowledge to people at large. Without that, it may be very, very difficult for people to get excited to choose skilling in this particular space as their own professions for their livelihood, for their employability, or even for short term entrepreneurship initiatives that may emerge out of it. And if I have to put in perspective the discussions that I heard today in the morning, and also small discussion that I had with Arnab and uh, Praful Jitalera, who came to my office on this particular subject. Um, I sincerely feel that this space is there is a lot of synergy with other skilling initiatives as well. One, which we talk at the bottom of the pyramid initiative or the skilling space, which is the blue collar skilling, as we may call in this space. The second I would call is the general skilling, and the third, which is very important, is the aspirational skilling. I feel this domain needs to clearly define these three areas before speaking to the ultimate stakeholders. It may be essential for people to understand what is there in it for them in all these three domains. And this is how, as the State Skills University, we are also focusing on all the domains in which we are working. I did hear Arnab speak about the fact that we need to have a sector skill council for these space as well. I'll beg to differ on that because it may be essential as a skills university. We strongly believe in the fact that if there is an academia, if there is a university which has been set up, and it's not a phenomena just in the state of Maharashtra, but multiple states have their own state universities, and each state university has a domain and the schools and in each of the schools they have the flexibility of offering the courses and programs which may lead to certification, diplomas, degrees, master's programs, and a lot of research that can happen. I feel that it is very essential and important to understand the whole innovative ecosystem of this domain. It may be important and essential for all of us to clearly define those 500 to 1,000 problems that this domain today is facing. And if we have the wherewithal, and I'm sure with MRC's help and support, it is quite easy, and they've already done that work of identification of the problem statements that need to be solved in this particular domain. And it may be essential to make the connection of these problem statements to the solvers of the problem statements through development of what we call as the innovation hubs. That's a concept on which the Maharashtra State Skills University is working for any given domain. We are very keen to understand what are those 500 to 1,000 top problem statements that come at the top of the mind in this particular space, which needs solution. There may be problem statements which may be tactical in nature, and there may be some problem statements which may be strategic in nature. So wherever there are strategic interventions required is where a long-term research could happen with the help of a university like Maharashtra State Skills University. And the tactical solutions could be provided by small innovators who may tend to create some of the entrepreneurial ventures out of it. Now, I strongly believe that when we are speaking about the innovative space, what is the third important component that comes out of it? The third important component which comes out of the innovative landscape is the creation of the wherewithal of understanding how to solve a problem using interfaces like the technology, the machinery, and maybe some kind of the services. And this is what will lead to the creation of the skill ecosystem in the domain. And when we speak of the skill ecosystem in the domain, for example, I was just thinking on what could be the kind of areas that we could bucket them into. So I feel that one could be the underwater security and database management, which could be one important significant area which would require the expertise of people both from the domain of the water space and the domain of data science. A combination of two working together may help support this whole ecosystem in terms of delivery through jobs that may get created in this particular space. The second area could that I strongly feel is that there is a lot of construction that is happening underwater. So this is where I feel that there could be some of the blue collar skills that maybe that are being imparted. We are not suggesting that the skills are not available, because if the skills were not available, we would not have so much of construction which is happening underwater would have ever happened. But what I'm trying to state here is that how do I ensure that I put it into a formal framework of skilling for these kind of the blue collar workers that exist around us. So probably this could be one important area. Then third could be, very very tactical kind of skilling areas like the divers, etc. Then you have the people with understanding of construction divers, etc. Then we could get into the areas like NDTs, non-destructive testing underwater. There could be many multiple areas. So I'm not getting into the domain. Domain experts will be able to guide us, but the only point that I'm trying to make here is that when you're talking of a skill ecosystem, when we are talking of setting up of maybe a sector skill council, it may be important. This is a huge domain. It's not as simple as it looks. It will need to have creation of specific buckets and specific levels of skilling which need to be delivered through the actual space. And this is the second point that I wanted to make here. that important second point is that this kind of skilling will require a strong interface with the partners who are working in the domain. It could be the government machinery, it could be the industry partners, and their engagement with the academia is a very significant part of the success of the skill ecosystem, which actually means that this kind of teaching and training requires the real understanding and doing. And this is where is the format in which some of the universities like us are working, where we feel that even if we're able to push almost 70% of the teaching through the doing space and 30% of it only through the knowledge base or the classroom teaching, would be something which would get accepted. Having said this, what is the last and very important point that I want to drive here? For any initiative to come by, it is important for the buying in of the stakeholders of what I speak, or what you speak, or what experts speak. And this is where the space requires a strong positioning statement in the market with the help and support of the industry partners, the academia, the government machinery and mechanism to state and support that this is what is the future or the futuristic skill domains that will help and support creation of large number of jobs, employment opportunities, and short-term assignment-based livelihood opportunities. So it may be very essential and important for all of us to have an understanding of all of it before we actually jump into it. I think I am not suggesting that we really need a very large policy framework for this. It is a very simple thing which can be done quickly by rolling out a model, and the success of this model will lead to the replication and policies will follow. We'll always have a sector skill council coming after you to say that why not we create this, you know. So I feel it may be important to even pilot a small model. I don't know whether you want to do it in Maharashtra. You could do it in Maharashtra, Haryana, Gujarat, Rajasthan, wherever there's a skills university. It is possible for you to reach out to any of this formal skill providing ecosystem players and try and deliver this to the market. And this, I will tell you, this will be a sure short success. And the kind of model that I suggested will cover the aspect of your research. It will cover the aspect of your innovation. It will cover the aspect of training, skilling them, providing the right kind of people, and engagement with the industry. So industry will also have people who are honored to do this work. A lot of times and in a lot of spaces where the work is only blue collar, there is no transitioning for these people to grow up in their own spaces. So they don't see a career progression. It is important to develop a career progression for even a blue collar worker to a normal skilling space to aspirational skilling. So I think that path needs to be clearly defined if you are writing a paper, or I don't know what would be the outcome of this. I think this is the way forward. And these were a few of my thoughts from the skilling ecosystem. Thank you so much.
In fact, I want to first thank Dr. Palekar for. I think you are absolutely right. While there will have to be a larger understanding of this new paradigm, At the same time, we have to handle the other end, which will then converge with the vision, with solutions coming up, which you call the bottom-up solution. Because this is, then we need to understand. We have traveled all over trying to see what kind of skills already are there. In fact, are we talking about ground zero? The answer is no. There are, in fact, a whole range of local solutions. But our skilling and knowledge ecosystem is not aware of those skills, right? As a result, we think we have to create a new skill now, where the skill is already there. So that is why, in fact, we are putting a lot of emphasis on creating a database of the skills which already exist. Create a platform of existing skills, and then try to see what is called the learning from best practices. Then see where are the gaps. If there are identified gaps, this is where the platform will have to fill those gaps. So I'm not really a kind of proponent of starting from ground zero, because then we run a greater risk, because we will then get divorced from the experience of hundreds of years.
Yes, I agree.
Yes. So, like, for example, I was saying, rather than working against the nature, can we work with the nature? And that statement also applies to skills.
Absolutely.
So, I think disruption has its value, but we should not disrupt everything.
Agreed. 100%.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll now call Professor Purva. Anamika. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Anamika Barua for her intervention.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ambassador Mudgal. The first thing is that I'm trying to understand what we are, what is the question. What I understood is the question is, we have everything, but how do we collate everything and make it accessible to those who are either making policies, those who are affected when the policies are not right, and also the academician. So I completely agree with you. Actually, being an academician, I think in many forums we go and we kind of talk about the same thing. And my question has been always this, that to what extent what we are talking about is actually included in policymaking. When the whole Ganges Treaty discussion started, in the last 30 years, so much research has gone on transboundary waters, so much research has gone on how India and Bangladesh should negotiate, both sides. I'm not sure whether these research is going to at all make any difference when negotiation really happens. And to me, that is the major concern. There is a big gap between the knowledge that's been created and the policy that are being made. How do we generate skill or create skills that this gap is bridged? So I want to keep my intervention very short and brief, because point wise. So first point I feel, and one, if you are talking about underwater domain as well, I think from day one, the attempt should be, you have to connect one who produces knowledge, generate knowledge, and one who implements. And when I'm saying implementing, it is not just the one who is the bureaucrat, it's also the one in the ground level who is implementing. They should be really capacitated, which I feel is not at the moment, as capacitated. As you talk about bureaucrats, for example, Ambassador Mudgal, I don't think we really need to capacitate them. I mean, bureaucrats actually they pass the most difficult exam, and so they understand everything around the world. But maybe what is needed is to understand what is their need, and as a researcher, we should also produce knowledge where there is a need. So that is my first intervention. Second intervention is, I still feel, unfortunately, in India, although we talk about silos in decision making, and to me this happens even in educational institution, we work in silos. we don't really collaborate and work, but it has changed a lot in the Western world. But in the Indian institutions, if somebody comes for a master's degree, something related to, and if he or she does not come from a particular domain or a discipline, particularly even for PhDs, forget masters, the first question that comes is, what is your background? And if one says, oh, I did my BSc in so and then I did a master's in geography, and now I want to work on climate change, then they said, but it's all mixed. What's your actual domain? And I think that's the problem. I mean, and if you are not able to respect interdisciplinarity while in the academic institutions, you cannot expect that person to join the government job and then all of a sudden become interdisciplinary. So I think interdisciplinarity hasn't come to India yet. Forget about transdisciplinarity. Even in institutions like ours, we are very, very domain focused. And I agree, one has to have very basic background of a particular domain to become interdisciplinary, but at higher studies, you need to have interdisciplinarity. For example, programs such as Swachh Bharat, it is not a technical program. It is more about behavioral change. It is about how you make people understand that you need a toilet and you can't defecate outside. Let me give you a very funny example. We were sitting with some Japanese in a restaurant, and at that time I was in Hyderabad, and there was one advertisement going on, and there one of the movie actresses, tries to propagate and say that why it is so important for you to have a toilet at home. And the Japanese was not able to understand, was asking me, what is this lady talking about? Then I explained to him that government is giving like 70% to build toilets, 30% only they have to spend. Then he's saying, why should government pay me to build my toilet? It is basic necessity. And he was shocked. So you can imagine how much difference exists in the way. So if you don't demand, you may go on supplying, but that can never be used. So first is you create the demand, and demand creation cannot happen by just building a toilet. How do you sensitize people? How do you tell people that why a toilet is important? And that demand has a lot of gender perspective, because more than men, it is women who needs. So I think these are some of the areas where a lot of discussion, skill building, and interdisciplinarity has to come in. I also feel, and excuse me, those who are listening to this online also, I feel we have technologies. We have IITs. I don't know, now we have N number of IITs coming up. I myself come from an IIT. And I think there is no dearth of technology, and we don't really keep on investing on technologies. What we need is to make sure that these technologies are not further increasing inequality. Let me tell you, it is actually increasing inequality now. Some has access to some technology, some doesn't have. Whether it's a farmer, whether it's, and we live in a world, we may say it is, digitally, even digital India, but it's a digital divide. During COVID, we saw it. Many students could not write exam, or they were sitting on a tower to write exam because there was no signal inside the house. So there are so many basic problems. And like yesterday I mentioned, heterogeneity, we may say we want one country, one world, one all that, but there is heterogeneity. That one is a very different concept. It does not kill the heterogeneity. We have to respect that heterogeneity, and then still you can say we are one. And I think that is something, if our policies can appreciate, I think we can definitely strengthen the institutions. But I am personally not in favor of having an additional institution, an additional database, an additional program, or a framework. It all exists. Let's sit down and do a good amount of understanding of what exists, identify the gaps, and then see where we should come in. That is what my feedback to your institution would be. So thank you.
Navika, exactly. We have to learn to, it's called, break down silos. Unfortunately, in the name of specialization, we create silos. Yes, understand? So, specialization is important, right? It is extremely important. And the platform which goes into specialization may not be the platform for crossbreeding, right? These are two different platforms. Because if we start mixing the platforms, then we lose both. We lose the specialization and we also lose the efficient crossbreeding, right? Because then your attentions are diverted. Yes. But at the same time, we have to realize that, there is horizontal silos and there are vertical silos. Yes. We must understand where the silo must break, which means the convergence of specialization into an interdisciplinary approach must happen. Otherwise, we would not be able to create what is called systemic solutions. Now you have to understand the problems are becoming interdisciplinary. How could the solutions be only specialized in silos? The solution also has to become interdisciplinary, right? And handling an interdisciplinary problem with an interdisciplinary solution requires massive amount of analysis, in fact. That is where data becomes important. If you don't have data, you can't really do a proper analysis and convert that into a systemic interdisciplinary solution. That is our problem, In fact, we have to understand, though the new education policy tries to break silos, but my understanding of their understanding is not very helpful, right? Because it is becoming, most of these changes are becoming fashionable things, right? It's not fashion. It's the commitment to that knowledge, not fashion. People are saying, oh, yes, I am now doing civil engineering on one hand, and then its application in medicine on the other. Fine, all right, do it. But not as a matter of fashion, for God's sake, right? You must see your strength and your interest in those subjects, and then you see, can you relate to them, right? The silos should not artificially come in the way of your extra specialization interest and capability, right? So I totally agree with you. In fact, I have been tired of telling people that a large number of solutions already exist. But people do not even know that those solutions exist. Yes. Especially in blue economy, Pandam, next session I will explain. A problem that we found in one state had a solution in another state, right? And they didn't know that there's a solution already there. So, no, because one thing is to protect your intellectual property, right? I can understand, right? Now, you start protecting everything, right? Say, I won't share my information because there's no incentive in sharing. Now, we have to create an ecosystem of incentives in sharing information and knowledge, right? Sitting on everything and to tala laga ke uspe 7 locks, it doesn't work that way, right? But then we don't have incentive to open those locks. So the institution must provide an incentive for sharing your information. Yes. और वो ecosystem हमें, we have to start from schools, in fact. Then colleges, then universities, and finally at the national level. So very good intervention. I think you brought in some very important points. And now it's full your term. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's always such a pleasure to meet Ambassador Mudgal. I learn so much. I mean, it's really very enlightening, sir, being with you always. Yeah, I've been on the Strategic Manufacturing Sector Skills Council, and it gave me a very different perspective of, because they were all the defense PSUs and the ordnance factories and all that, and now it has been merged with the capital goods sector. They've merged it together. So the whole idea of skilling, I mean, I've been with them for the last so many years now. So the factory of the world has been taken. That's what they say. China is already the factory to the world, and we don't intend to be in that space. Actually, India is positioning itself in a very different way. India wants to be the service provider to the world. And that's where we can leverage our manpower, our the demographic dividend we need, we hope to reap. That all can come, and because it's a very young population, we want to pitch it that way. So the now what manufacturing in India is today, actually, if you look at the Indian economy, services is the larger part of the economy, which is like in a very mature economy. But we are not a mature economy. We need to create jobs also. So manufacturing is to get almost about should get 25% of the GDP share, but it's at 18, 19. It's still short of that. We need to create manufacturing jobs. I'm not saying that we don't need, but yeah, India has a huge service economy, and that's a very good sign. I mean, so from the sector skill perspective, we can absorb very much, a lot of skills. So the opportunities here lie in, see, India being a subcontinent. Unfortunately, we have developed a continental culture. But we forget that we also have a huge ocean named after us. The Indian Ocean, the ocean is like the Navy keeps putting it, it's an ocean of opportunity. And it's not just for the Navy. If you join the Navy, it's an ocean of opportunity. It's an ocean of opportunity for us, all Indians. Because the whole Indian Ocean rim, there are 44 neighbors which India has across the Indian Ocean. 44 countries which are our neighbors. And there is, mind you, a huge Indian diaspora across there also. Ambassador Mudgal has spent a lot of time in Mauritius. See, we forget that, you know, Bhojpuri is a language, an official language. They don't call it Bhojpuri in Mauritius, but if I am right, they call it Creole or something. Bhojpuri, yes. Yeah. So there is a huge Indian diaspora. There are more than 3 million people of Indian origin in South Africa. See, when I went and climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, I was received by a Maasai guide at Nairobi airport, and he says, "Namaste, aap India se aaye." So I was surprised that he knew Hindi, but I thought maybe being a tourist guide, he has picked up a little bit of Hindi. But then when on the way to the hotel, he said, "Tame sev gatia khaso." No, Laddu. I said, Onesmo, his name was Onesmo. I said, Onesmo, where did you pick up this Gujarati? He says, the amount of Gujaratis in Kenya, Tanzania is amazing. The whole tourism industry is being controlled by them. So if you see the whole Indian Ocean rim, you know, in Sri Lanka, Tamil is a local language. It's an official language. It's an official language in Malaysia. It's an official language in Singapore. See, the third largest population in Australia is Indian. So if we just leverage, you know, there's a Malayali friend of mine who keeps saying that half of Kerala is in the Gulf, like they put it in the Gulf, and they don't give us citizenship rights. Otherwise, we would have a Malayali prime minister there. I mean, that's the amount of population which resides in the Gulf. And so, what I'm trying to bring to say is that, see, if we can leverage the Indian Ocean rim, India's location on the world map is, we are a really blessed country. India is the finest location one could have imagined or asked for from God, that to be located. We are a tropical paradise right there in the middle of the ocean there, with a huge rim there. You know, I'm a logistician. I can tell you it's cheaper to send a container from Chennai to Port Elizabeth, which is the tip of South Africa, than to move it from Chennai to Delhi. The cost, the freight is cheaper to send a container. It's cheaper to send a container from Mumbai to Singapore than to send it from Pune to Mumbai. Pune to Mumbai costs you more than Mumbai to Singapore. Can you believe this? Across the Indian subcontinent, into the Malacca Straits and into Singapore is cheaper than moving it from Pune to. So, see, over the last 75 years, the amount of Indian seafarers and mariners in the world shipping industry, we are among the top 3 manpower providers to the shipping industry of the world. The top 3, mind you. The Chinese, the Indians, and the the Filipinos. are the top 3 seafarers of the world. But these these companies are owned by Norwegians, Danes, Greeks, now the Chinese and the South Koreans. But we've yet to build a shipping industry. India needs to build a very strong industry, and that's where the skilling will come in again. We have 20,000 kilometers, like Commander mentioned in his presentation, opening up. 100 and odd rivers are being opened up for national waterways. They'll all need barges and transport cruise ships. All sorts of things will be coming up. So you need to maintain them. The dredging, the water drafts have to be maintained in the rivers. So that's a massive opportunity coming up. It's a big sunrise sector. And see, I want to give a totally different overarching thing. See, like Ambassador Mudgal said about the BBNJ, beyond biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. There is a concept called the global commons. The global commons are those domains, those areas over which no one has any national jurisdiction. No one has any sovereignty over them. And the Americans believe that if they can dominate the global commons, they can literally dominate the world for the next 200 years. If this is what they say, what are we doing? What are we doing? Again, here, if we miss out this bus or the metro, like Ambassador Mudgal put it, we'll have ourselves to blame. See, we missed out on the Industrial Revolution and we got colonized. That is the reason we got colonized. But I was very happy when the center at the MRC center at the Swiss Center for Excellence was inaugurated. I was very happy to listen to the Swiss ambassador who said he's very keen, very eager to partner India because in Industry 4.0, because Switzerland doesn't want to miss out this opportunity, and India is already on the cutting edge of digital technology. That's a fantastic statement coming from the Swiss ambassador. I was very happy listening to that, because if we again have to reap our dividend, our demographic dividend, we need to partner the Indian Ocean region. See, again, I would go further than that to say that, see, the British built the empire. There is a very famous historian and geographer, Thomas Sowell. He's an American, black American gentleman. I'm a big fan of his. And Thomas Sowell puts it very succinctly that, see, what the British Empire, what the Roman Empire did for England, unwittingly, the British Empire has done for India. What he means to say is that because the Romans ruled England, they got a sense of empire. And unwittingly, they have done the same thing for us. Thanks to them, we speak English, and they created the Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth has been built using the sea. Britannia ruled the waves, and India can definitely, there is a huge Indian diaspora in the Commonwealth again. I mean, we had the president of Guyana and Suriname in India for the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas recently, and they are both of Indian origins. They were both of Indian origins. So if we can leverage the Commonwealth, the Indian Ocean region, the BIMSTEC, all these multilaterals, India has got a huge opportunity in the skilling sector. I'm very happy to have been associated for the last 6 years with Commander Das. When I started, I didn't understand what he was talking, but it's been a great learning and very satisfying. In 6 years with baby steps, we've come a long way. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So before I venture into trying to conclude the session, let me see if there are any questions. Then we will try to conclude it. Any questions?
Thank you so much, all the speakers, for throwing enough light on something that I wouldn't have otherwise understood. I think I agree with Dr. Barua here, Professor Barua, and I would like to extend that thought and say that most of the things are about human behavior.
Yeah.
So when we are looking at interdisciplinary approach, or when we are looking at, starting something or resolving something, it starts and ends with human behavior. So the strategies, the thinking starts with the human thinking, and the implementation ends with human thinking, and the results of that um, behavior also are experienced at the receiving end. Whether it's good or bad, the result is us. So I think a lot of humanitarian perspective. I am a philosophy professor, so excuse me for not being very technically sound in the matters of underwater domain. But as I see it, from a humane perspective, I think to think of the after effects of it all, to think of not just um, economically driven agendas, and to make the best of what we have, to focus on this interconnectedness of us with the nature, to not have just the anthropocentric agenda, to have focus on uh, the man-nature attitude and approach, like Ambassador Mudgal has very rightly pointed out, and to optimize on the interdependence and interconnectedness, and then to perhaps, then there's so much to explore. And like Commander Das yesterday talked about, let us explore, extract, but not exploit. Let's expand the possibilities of things. And I wish the team MRC a lot of good luck to take this work ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other comment or question? All right, I think it's a old and a new area. In fact, it's very old, as always. Oh yes, absolutely.
Apurva ma'am, would you like to make your closing comments before we sum up?
No, I think I'm good to hear what's happening there. And I guess we need to find the right way forward. And as spoken by both the speakers, the other speakers, and the ambassador, I think there is a solid way forward for us in terms of, and there are different perspectives that have come by. So I'm very happy to hear the different perspectives that have come by, because I look at it more from a doing perspective, running a skills university right now in the operation stage. Uh, but I'm sure all these inputs are going to be um, great learning for your organization as well as some people like us to take things forward. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
We assure you that we will be working on a very detailed report on this workshop, and we are covering, you might have seen in the detailed program also, we are covering multiple aspects, but we will be doing a very detailed report.
Mhm.
And before it is released, it will be shared with all the resource persons who have been involved in this, and then we will go forward to release it and reach out to the government agencies and policymakers and stakeholders.
Sure.
Go
Thank
to Mudgal sir.
So let me thank all presenters. In fact, a lot of wisdom has come forward in this conversation. As I was saying, it's a very old field, and it's also a very new field. Old field because humans have been dealing with ideas and solutions and problems ever since, right? What happens is that the enabling environment for assessing problems and finding solutions keep changing, right? So we change it, and then we have to deal with that change. Yes. Now you see, since a lot of reference was made to industrial revolution, and now we are heading into, we call it Industry 4.0. In the earlier transitions, the emphasis of technology or on technology was on trying to take over from humans very standardized SOP driven functions, right? Which means patterns. If there's a pattern, if you can do, the machine can also do. So right from the beginning, if you see, if we were doing something in a particular pattern, the machines took over. Yes? It happened in industry 1, 2, and 3. So what's happening now? Now the machines are at the verge of taking over the thinking process, right? The machines stopped at replicating the patterns, but machines were not able to think, right? And now through the artificial intelligence applications, we are very close to the machine learning and thinking, right? And because the machines have multiple times the capacity of data management and analysis, their capacity to think and provide solutions very soon might exceed the the human capacity. Yes. In fact, I still remember when a computer defeated a chess player, there were shock waves all over the world. Can the machine defeat a chess player? Which means the machine had started thinking. Yes. And that is where we are heading now, right? Which means we have to be careful. The machines moved humans out of agriculture. They moved human out of manufacturing. And now we run the risk where they can move us out of services. Yes. And to stay relevant to the situation which will be created by Industry 4.0 applications, the kind of skill sets we will need are going to be very different. Now we have to decide whether we want to follow machines or we want to lead the machines. Yes, we are very close now. This is going to be a paradigm shift in machine-human interaction. Yes, I was shocked when I'm sure you have all heard about ChatGPT, which means it's not only understanding pattern anymore; it's understanding your thoughts. And after understanding your thoughts, now digs into a huge amount of data and comes out with a response. Right? It's like talking to your friends. You make an argument and they come back with a counter argument, and sometimes a better argument. And with the machines, most of the time it will be a better argument. Now, how do we remain relevant? This is where we are standing today, right? And for India, with its large population, growing population, this is going to be a very big challenge. Yes. So if we don't play our game well, yes, so we would be left behind. Yes. So that is where one of the responsibility lies. Can we do the skill mapping, skill forecasting, skill gaps, skill sources, and combine them into solving problems? Our problem in blue economy, for example, is that we have lot of knowledge in silos, but we do not convert that knowledge into a solution. People are not seeking knowledge, they are seeking solutions. We think we'll give the knowledge. They say, no, who is asking for knowledge? I have a problem, I want a solution. Yes, because the knowledge is available today. Online, you can dig into anything, you get knowledge. But the knowledge in itself is not a solution. Knowledge leads to a solution. But knowledge itself is not a solution. And we have to fine tune our art of converting knowledge into a solution. Yes, you can sit on tons of knowledge, but if there is no solution. We were sitting on knowledge when we were colonized, but we didn't have solutions. Right? We didn't have solutions. You mentioned about our location, geostrategic location. Dig into the Indian history. In fact, India was one of the most advanced navigational nation, in fact. What were those Kalingas doing and those Pallavas and Pandyas doing? They were seafarers, in fact. In those days, they used to, from Kalinga time, pre-Christ, they used to go up to Bali for trade and come back, and this was called Bali Yatra. Even today it is celebrated in Odisha, in fact. Yes. And our southern Raja Raja Cholas, in fact, when we went to, or we go to Indochina region, local people remember their relationship with the Rajendra Chola time, right? And it was an Indian trader who went to what is called this CLMV, Cambodia. Now, Cambodia, his ship gets into an accident, and as a result is kind of taken to the coast, and he's detained by the local royal kingdom, and then he's produced before the court, and in the process, the king's daughter falls in love with this trader. They marry, and this Indian trader becomes the ruler of that little piece. And the Japanese used to take Indians for their bureaucratic work, in fact, because we were seen as so good in bureaucracy, rules, regulation, all that stuff. Accounting. The Indians were doing accounting in Japan in those days. Right? So my issue is that, and then, for example, our somebody mentioned about the Silk Road and the Maritime Silk Road. India was exporting commodities to Europe pre-Christ, during the Roman period. And the Romans, in fact, learned the art of coming to India using the monsoon currents, right? Because they didn't know. And then it was an Indian seafarer who, again, into an accident, got caught by the Romans. He was produced into the Roman court. And he said, I'm an Indian. He says, how do you come from India? He said, I can take you there. And he brought them, and Portuguese, it was basically a Arab sailor who brought them to India. So India is a natural hub for internationalization, and is blessed with such tremendous diversity, which is the result of India being a hub, right? And when you deal with diversity, this is the starting point to be creative. Diversity is the mother of creativity, right? We have to learn or relearn or not de-learn the process of respecting and celebrating this diversity. Yes. So that is where we stand. That is where we stand. Yes. But this challenge is very big, in fact. This challenge is very big. You see, I think this is a long argument we have been making, that the question of sustainability has to be taken to the schools. The kids must grow up understanding the importance of living with the nature in a sustainable manner. You can't teach sustainability to old people like me, right? It has to grow with the child. Yes? So I totally agree, there has to be a small introduction to sustainable life right from the beginning, in fact. You know? In fact, I was reading the other day, in fact, underwater collection of the old artifacts is, if it is converted into a museum, it will be world's largest museum. The amount of old stuff which is lying on the floor of the ocean is amazing, in fact. It's part of that history, you know. So I agree with that. You know, I think time will come when we'll have, underwater museum displays of old artifacts. And that is called, that is marine archaeology, what is it called, marine archaeology, yes? Is part of, yes. Yes, yes. Maritime museum,
There is this question that can we introduce it? I'm assuming that it is probably transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary in the NCERT syllabus. So I just want to tell them that it's actually very clearly mentioned in the National Education Policy, the new NEP. And it has been also criticized that it has everything under the sun. But the good thing is that because it has everything under the sun, there's a lot of flexibility for the institutions to pick up. And if you really look at the NEP, it has given a lot of emphasis in social science and on humanities. That every thing that you talk about or every research that you do, it should have a strong humanities and social science component. That is really very well drafted. But now it's on the institutions, you know, to what extent they would like to actually take it ahead. But it does exist. That's what I just wanted to add.
Thank you so much. We come to an end of this panel discussion. We'll have a break for tea, and then we'll come back to listen to Ambassador Mudgal, sir.
India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank, because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization, where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation, and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening, and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use a word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronics student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing Political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desalination of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, through its science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics-based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center MRC Pune progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest emac. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations, on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the underwater domain awareness framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of efforts across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We are very fortunate to have Ashwin Bhai Shroff sir also has joined us from Bombay. He's come all the way, and sir will be also talking in the afternoon. And I have requested him to chair the session now. Ambassador Mudgal sir will be giving us a broad perspective on the blue economy, diplomacy, the SAGAR vision, what are the challenges and opportunities. He is a foremost expert on the subject. He is part of the Blue Economy Task Force. And I would also like, sir, as we normally do in MRC, we don't read a proper CV of a resource person. We request him to share a little bit about themselves, what they would like to tell the audience or what they would like the audience to know. So without taking much time, I'll request Mudgal sir to kindly take over.
Madam, your cell phone? Sure. So it's not going to be a PowerPoint presentation because it may surprise you, but I'm not a great fan of PPTs. Yes, I am a storyteller, so I tell stories. Yes. So let me see how I tell this story. Yeah, this is in a way continuation of what we have been discussing yesterday and today. But now maybe I will take you to what is called a more sectoral approach to the value of the oceans. So though I am basically a career diplomat, but I got associated with sustainability issues as part of my career because I had somewhat my own interest in sustainability. Yes. So yesterday I mentioned about El Nino, La Nina, right? Its impact on all over the world, in fact. And it really embedded me into kind of rethinking, can the development and environment walk together? Yes. Because we have to remember we are a product of that very nature. Yes. So we should not really land up confusing ourselves that nature is our creation. Nature is not our creation. We are nature's creation. Right. And nature has its own rules and regulations, how it will conduct that symphony. Yes. Because we are only one of the species, right? And there are several 100,000 of them. And for nature, there's no difference. Nature treats humans in the same manner as it will treat a virus or a bacteria. Nature doesn't have favorites, right? We think we are the favorites, right? But nature doesn't mind. They say you might consider whatever you are, but when I get angry, I treat every one of my creations in the same manner. right? And we are the youngest species also. Sometimes we think we are sitting on the top of the pyramid, but that doesn't mean that we are the oldest. We are the youngest species on the earth, right? We are the least experienced in dealing with nature. Can you imagine this? Human species is least experienced of dealing with nature. Yes. And we have to also understand, if you look at again how the species came, how the species went, more specialized a species, more vulnerable it becomes. Yes. The minute you think you are the master of the game, that's the problem. That is where you become more vulnerable, because then you're not able to deal with the variation, right? Success in nature is a function of your capacity to deal with variations and changes, right? So now we are becoming more specialized. We live in air-conditioned houses. We drive in cars. We are so dependent on technology that if nature just twists a little bit, we won't know what to do. I was telling the other day, if I was in a conference with about 200 people, I said if they stop GPS today, I'm sure half of us won't be able to go home. We won't know how to reach home. Can you imagine the dependence that we have created on other things, right? So I got involved with blue economy, uh, starting with Rio, and then of course we were associated, not me directly, but my ambassador, with the Kyoto process, global warming, and things like that. And then when I went to Mauritius, and we were preparing for Prime Minister's visit, and Delhi wanted to make a vision statement on Indian Ocean, right? And unfortunately, till then, or maybe around that time, when we talk about the vision for the ocean, we primarily talked about maritime security, right? Because we are already dealing with the so-called string of pearls and the security of the supply lines and all that stuff. So the initial response to this vision was maritime security, right? But then, the Mauritians had a very different view. So was the other countries of the region. They said, no, for us, ocean is a source of economic development. They call them not, as we call them, small island states. They say, no, we are big water states. We are big ocean states, in fact. So the ocean space is huge for them and the islands are small. So they said, no, this is our source of development, right? Which means what? Development means economy, in fact. They said, for us, ocean is economy, right? And maritime security is only an enabler. And then the essential underlying demand for this development is sustainability. So it's a tripod: economy, sustainability, and security. But security, out of these three pillars, or these three legs, is the enabler, in fact, right? Sustainability is an essential need. It's not an enabler per se. Economy is your objective, right? You want to develop economy. Sustainability is a mandatory requirement, and security as an enabler. And if we all behaved well, probably we won't even need security, right? The problem is that we don't all behave well. So therefore, the security is required. So to that extent, security is an enabler, right? And then the Prime Minister presented this vision called SAGAR, Security and Growth for All in the Region, which basically meant that Indian Ocean region, which has always been, I mentioned in the previous conversation, which is an ocean of connectivity. It connects people, in fact. You see, I'm sure those who have interest in ocean affairs and have studied something about Indian Ocean is a very special ocean, right? most oceans, they act as a barrier. They divide. For example, if you look at the Atlantic, it divides the American continent from European continent. Look at the Pacific, it divides, in fact, but the Indian Ocean unites. Indian Ocean is an entity which unites the countries along the coast. Why? Because I mentioned about, say, monsoon currents. Because before the advent of motorized shipping or forced those slaves rowing your ships, Indian Ocean monsoon currents allowed you to sail long distances without any external source of energy. It provided the energy for the ships to move around, and we have a long history where the trading ships were flying around the coastline from one country to the other, and as a result, we have 2000 years of at least known history of our maritime connectivity within the Indian Ocean region and beyond. Right, as I mentioned, on the west side, we had very established maritime connections with the Roman Empire through the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. And I'm sure you have heard we say India used to be a golden bird, soने की चिड़िया. And that was the reason for India being a soने की चिड़िया, because we would export silk and precious stones and elephant tusk and all that stuff. And the Europeans had nothing to give us. So what will they do? They'll give up theirs, they will pay us in gold. Right? So much so that there was a discussion in the Roman Senate that they were running a huge trade deficit with India. They said, if we do not correct this trade deficit, we'll go bankrupt, because all our gold will go to India, right? But then they said, but what do we export to them? These guys, we have nothing to give them. So my issue is that, this connectivity is old, very old. In fact, similarly, on the east side, you go from Indochina right up to Indonesia, Japan, even China, in fact. Yes. In fact, the India's link with China was through that route, in fact, because the Himalayas did not permit the land exchange with Chinese. It was formidable, very, very difficult passes. You couldn't really easily go. But there are old, literature which says we had the maritime trade with China, in fact, during old time. Then in the north, of course, the Silk Route. But that was again very, very difficult because of we had a very small passage there in the northwest frontier area. The passage was very, very limited and was not easy even to negotiate, in fact. Therefore, we had, in fact, some settlements northwest India which were then connecting through the land Silk Route from northern area. So with that history, and then of course, we had the colonial period. Now, colonial period, we were first made sea blind because they took over the maritime domain completely from the Indian hands. They said, this we will keep. So as a result, the Indian expertise and experience of seafaring was completely shut. So we became sea blind, and we remained sea blind for so long. It was all controlled by European powers, the Brits and the Portuguese and the French. And sometimes we have the Arabs and others coming in a limited manner. And then after independence, we were also made land blind. Because with China, where we, through Tibet, now on this side between China and India, we had Tibet, which became part of China, and as a result, the border shifted. And then on the other side, we had Pakistan. Connection with Afghanistan and beyond was disconnected. So we were also held, in a way, land blind, right? But thank God, India was a large subcontinent, so this blindness did not completely did not hold us back. We still could progress, and because of our internal kind of self-reliance from those times, we were able to work. So I'll come back. I was just responding to your comment on India's position in terms of a pivot position in terms of connectivity to the world. I come back to Mauritius, and then when I spoke to those people, they said our priority is economics. C means for us, C means development, it means economic. Now we had to then front load economics and bring security to the end as a enabler. So SAGAR, security and growth for all in the region. So this meant that there will be cooperation driven collaboration, right? And we had a long history again there because of a diaspora. In fact, Praful mentioned about huge diaspora. You can travel along the coastline, and every country you stop, they have significant presence of Indian diaspora. And this is not new, in fact. You see, it's an old association with the Gulf. You can go back to even again pre-Christ era. We had the links through crossing Arabian Sea and having links with them through the sea route, and then of course we had the land connectivity through the Persian Gulf and beyond. Come down, we had old Arab connection. Come down, the east coast of Africa, very large number of Indian traders are settled there because they would go there and first they will trade, then they will set up local units of manufacturing. Most of the textiles and other manufacturing units in most of these countries are run by Indians, in fact, and mostly from Kutch region and Surat, that part. Come to the other side, again a very old association with Southeast Asia, in fact, right? So now the issue is, if blue economy is SAGAR, right? If blue economy is SAGAR, do we really understand it? अब कह तो दिया हमने, right? Now, where are the capacities for converting this idea into an actionable program on the ground, right? So this became more complicated now. Yes. And that is where, when I come back to Delhi, then of course, questions are raised, what happened to SAGAR? Yes. And back-end awareness was very, very thin. Right? It was done in a top-down view because people thought we'll do maritime security, but we thought, no, it's economy. So I was called into different platforms to kind of answer this question, why SAGAR? Yes. And then how do we do it? Right? So we set up a task force for blue economy about some 5 years ago, and I became the starting member. I was vice chair of the FICCI task force on blue economy. Then Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council set up a steering committee on blue economy. So I was the starting member of that too. So these are two different streams of dealing with blue economy. The Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council basically for developing a framework, national framework for blue economy, which means what policy shall we follow for promoting the vision of SAGAR. And FICCI was how to integrate the whole concept with business. So these were two streams. Right? And this is what was first, because there was nobody knew what this blue economy is all about. So all right, let's create a knowledge paper. This is the product, Blue Economy Vision 2025. It says knowledge paper, right? Harnessing business potential for Indian Inc. and international partners. Now, this document, which is not very fat document, it must be about 70, 80 pages. but it really explains to an ordinary reader what exactly is blue economy, right? It's the introduction to SAGAR to the Indian audience. And this was circulated, got a lot of appreciation, but still, it was not sinking into the minds of business and the technology generators or practitioners. So it was just kind of the starting of this game, right? Then we went into the second phase. Can you put the next one? Hmm? Because first the industry thought sustainability is seen as a barrier, is seen as a regulation, seen as controls. Yeah. Because they thought, oh my God, now another set of regulations and controls will come. And we'll say, okay, now we'll give you license for doing this and that. So as a result, they were not very happy. They were scared. They said, no, no, hum aapse nahi milna chahte. Right? So then, we have to really make an argument that sustainability is nothing new, in fact. It's as old as the human species, or even earlier. They were more sustainable than us, right? So it's just a very old phenomena. What we are trying to tell you is that because the global community is now getting woken up to the risk of lack of sustainability, if we do not understand the game, then we may land up paying a price for that. Like I mentioned, already people talking about carbon tax. If you're not prepared mentally, when we were negotiating the Uruguay round, the WTO, again we thought, no, you are mistreating us and all that stuff. We didn't take part in the negotiations. We mostly stayed out of the Uruguay round trade negotiations. As a result, the Marrakesh agreement, which finally came up, we had to sign because it was a single undertaking. Either you take it or you leave it. Or you couldn't afford to stay out of a global system for trading. You had to sign it. Now you signed up to a document which was not fully contributed by us. Yes, and as a result, a lot of provisions which where our opinion was not even taken into account. So we became the losing end of the story. And after Marrakesh, we started kind of again going back कि साहब ये तो ठीक नहीं है, वो भी ठीक नहीं है, ये तो हमारे खिलाफ जाएगा, ये तो developing country के खिलाफ जाएगा, all that stuff. And we tried to make some amends to those regulations outside the regulation, but we created some which is called guardrails that we shouldn't really fall off the road. But that is not the best thing to do. You should be there right from the beginning, in fact, right? And now this was happening, and again, we thought, no, why should we listen to this kind of conversation? So we had to push that it means basically good business. Sustainability is good business, and not for the international community, even for within India, sustainability makes sense, right? For example, when you are in Delhi and for 3 months your air is terribly polluted and you breathe it, you fall ill, right? Now, in Delhi during winter 4 months, you can't even walk on the road. It's so dirty. The air is so dirty. The water is so dirty, right? So, isn't it in our own interest? Now, can we do things without polluting? Can we? Should we not examine it? And our environment laws are very old. They are not new, right? So, we thought let's highlight these issues that it is not against you. It is in your interest. Let's start working. And then we created this new document, basically the sectoral, where we examined the sectors of blue economy and showcased what was the potential of those sectors if we do them in a sustainable manner. And then we also identified best practices in those sectors from where you can learn. If you are doing something differently and somebody else is doing something differently, that method is better. Why don't you use the same method? Why should you be behind? So blue economy, for example, there are various definitions of blue economy. I would not indulge in that thing, but I largely treat blue economy any economic activity with or within waters. Now, those waters may be ocean, rivers, lakes, whatever. Whatever you do with and within. Yes. So there are conventional sectors of blue economy which we know for generations, and there are new sectors of blue economy which are now emerging with the technology developing. Now, when it comes to conventional, when we look at the total of blue economy, there are several estimates, but one simple estimate, which is by WWF, it says the global size of blue economy is something about $24 trillion. Now, I think this is an underestimation, because if you do not know, how would you estimate? Now, this is one economy which we do not fully understand. So how can we put a $24 trillion mark on that? So in my view, it's much larger. It's an underestimation, but still $24 trillion is a big number. Yes. Then, for example, there are OECD estimates which says that by 2035, if I recall correctly, both in terms of value addition and in terms of employment generation, the ocean-driven sectors will be far ahead of their counterpart land-driven sectors, which means the ocean sectors will create more jobs than land, will create more GDP than land. Yes. So now this is something which we have to really pay attention to. If and with our own EEZ, such a large EEZ, such a large coastline, we have to be alert to that. And then yesterday we talked about the intangible benefits in terms of climate stabilization, in terms of oxygen cycle, in terms of carbon cycle, in terms of carbon sink. And then when we come to the conventional sectors, for example, say fisheries now. Is it new? No, it's as old as the human species, in fact, or even earlier, right? So fishes were there and they were acting as food, and especially for contributing to protein requirement. About 20% of the global protein consumption comes through fisheries, and there are two broad fishery sources. One is called the wild fish, and the other is in aquaculture. Right now, India is the second largest producer of fish world over. Right now, in fact, in the next about 8 years or so, there is going to be a deficit of about 30 to 35 million metric tons of demand. Somebody has to create this capacity for meeting that global demand. China is kind of withdrawing from additional capacity in fisheries, right? Now, if they withdraw, which is they are the largest producer of fisheries, then who will do it? Now, the question is, can we do it? Yes. If it's a additional market which can become available to our 30 million metric tons, and a large part of the fisheries supplies, they come from aquaculture, not from the wild. Wild is a relatively small contribution. Now, we have a long experience of aquaculture, in fact. Why can't we then plug that gap? But then the issue is that there are issues with aquaculture, right? Now, can we deal with those issues? Like, for example, in aquaculture, there is a massive issue relating to feed. Now, feed can become pollutant itself. Now, what feed now? Can we work on feed so that the feed doesn't become pollutant? There could be a species pollution, in fact, which is called species contamination, which means if you bring in a foreign a species in a particular area, and if it really is released into the waters there, it can contaminate the biodiversity there. This could then the disease, in fact, they also fall sick like humans. And then we use antibiotics to cure them like we do the humans, right? Now antibiotics get into fish, then fish is eaten, antibiotic goes into human beings. Now, how to deal with that? Now, can we use biological method in disease control, right? So there are challenges in fisheries where the solutions will have to be found by the research establishments, S&T, science and technology. Please, can we find those solutions? No, which means the industry and the academia, they have to come together in finding these solutions. And we can take advantage of the additional capacity. But if we don't find solutions, then we won't be able to do it, right? And there are some best practices within the country. Like, for example, if you go to Gujarat, they have now the multi-tier cages for aquaculture, right? But if you go to Kerala, they don't have it. And they do not even know that they have it. Now, why can't we learn from each other, right? I went to Andhra. In Andhra, for example, they are cultivating shrimp with paddy, in fact. Now, in paddy, you need to flood the field for a certain period of time, and that period of time is sufficient to at least have one cycle of shrimps. Now, you produce shrimps. Now, shrimps waste is the fertilizer for your paddy, right? So, my thing is that this is for the research scholars to find those answers so that we are able to take advantage of the excess space which will become available in the fisheries market. And we have the experience, we can do it. Just to give you an indication as to sectoral approach, right? Then, for example, next traditional sector, what is next traditional sector? Say, I will say tourism, coastal tourism, right? Now, you will be surprised. Tourism world over contributes about 11% of global GDP and about 11% of global jobs. This is probably the best sector for job creation. Yes, best sector for job creation, and is least polluting if you manage it well. It's a quality sector, in fact. Yes. So India, for example, if I recall correctly, I think pre-COVID we were getting about 18 million tourists, and this number may swell to double, in fact, very soon, right? Now the issue is that, do we have, are we prepared to handle the extra capacity, extra burden, or extra demand for tourism? If you ask me seriously, not really, not fully prepared for dealing with, because what's happening is that the traditional tourist destinations, say in Europe and Caribbean and other places, they are already suffering from what is called over tourism, right? They are now putting a restriction on tourism. They say we don't need tourism now because we have reached a peak, and now more tourism will damage our heritage and history. So this is called over tourism. So they are trying to stop. Now, if they don't do it, where will they go? Right? So tourist numbers are going to be 2 billion very soon. Where will they go? Can we capture some of them in India? What are our problems? Our problems are really multiple problems in creating a good tourism ecosystem. Accommodation, India, good quality hotels are so expensive, they are unaffordable, in fact, right? And those you can afford, you can't live there. So it's either it's a livable or it's affordable, right? So can't we do it? In fact, all over Europe, there are tiny hotels. Even home-based accommodation is absolutely professional. Yes, you can get into a home. They'll say room available. When you go there, you get the same quality of service as you get in a good hotel. But in our case, you go to a hotel, you can't get treatment as you will probably even get in a lowest category hotel. So we need to improve it. Then connectivity. Connectivity is still a terrible thing in India. In fact, you know, if you want to travel by train from, say, Delhi to Bombay, you need to book your train at least a month in advance. Otherwise, you don't get confirmed seat, right? Then, of course, the trains are very slow. You take flight, the last mile connectivity may not be there. So we need to really, and then security. See, because if you are looking at value tourism seeks guarantees of security, right? because they want to cycle, say, for example, from Pune to say next village. Now, young women cycling in India, open. Now you can imagine what I'm talking about. Yes. So there have been cases where they were mistreated, they were attacked, right? So we need to create that secure environment, and then finally, in fact, hygiene, which is very seriously missing in our mindset. We don't know what is the difference between cleanliness and hygiene. If something looks clean, we think it's hygienic also. These are we have to merge these two concepts. It should not only look clean, but it should also be hygienic. Right? Hygiene. And then, of course, what last was in my head. The environmental benefit of tourism. Today, you will be surprised. People are willing to pay higher price if the tourism is sustainable. Yes, if they know that you are not hurting the environment, these young tourists are willing to pay extra money in that. If you give them guarantee that you're not polluting the water, you're not polluting air, you are carbon neutral, they may look very fashionable terms. So that is how people behave. So they say if I have an option of going to a place which is carbon neutral and other one is not carbon neutral, I will go to a place which is carbon neutral. Because to me, it doesn't cost much. So if I help the environment by doing so, why not? And the younger generations are now growing up with this inbuilt demand. They do not want to see themselves as responsible for damaging the environment. They say, okay, kar rahe ho to main nahi hu bhai. I am not doing it. Right? So we have to respond to that requirement, which means the sustainability in tourism. And then, for example, what other energy is another sector, which is conventional sector. Hydrocarbons, we have the renewables now coming. There are many other sources which we tap into. A lot of work has to be done there because we were thinking now petrol will go out of fashion, but now I'm told it's not going to go out of fashion very soon. It'll still take some time. But the fact remains, one day it will go out of fashion, right? Even the Gulf countries, which are petrol producing countries, even they are preparing for a time when there will be no petrol, right? So it has to go. One day will come and we'll have no more petrol, right? So which means we need other sources of energy. A lot of emphasis on renewable energies, and India can we spare so much of land for renewable installations other than Rajasthan part, those arid parts where nothing grows? Where will we get space for that? Most of the space for renewable will come from offshore, right? For two reasons: A, you have that space available to you. B, especially in wind energy, the offshore turbine, wind turbine efficiency and production is much higher than onshore, right? So we'll have to work on that capacity. Then in the conventional sectors, what else? Do I miss anything? It's food, energy, tourism, shipping, right? Now shipping and ports is a huge sector, in fact. One of the best known conventional sectors of blue economy. There, as you heard, we are talking about port-led growth system, SAGAR Mala. Now you see this sector is going to go through what should we say, a massive change in terms of its management, both in terms of shipping and ports, right? Now, you may not have seen ports in other countries, but I happen to have seen those ports, right? Compared to the best ports in the world, our ports are in terrible condition. Yes. The efficiency of port, which means the ship turnaround time, the container clearing time, the access to the port. For example, we say the ship turnaround time. Have a look at that. In most of our ports, it would be several times the global average of turnaround. And more time a ship spends in the harbor, more pollution it causes. Yes. So in ports, we need to build massive efficiencies, both for the ports and for the ships. Now, ships, we are already talking about, for example, digital shipping, right? Which means the connectivity of ships. The ships will talk to each other. They will not be flying in isolation. So the whole supply chain, the vessels are connected, digitally connected. They are also connected with the port. They are also connected with the satellite system. And as a result, you have what is called the MDA monitoring. Now, this is going to require a huge digital intervention. You mentioned about digital oceans. You know what happens? How it works? Just a kind of a bird's eye view. How will it change the whole shipping scenario? Now, say for example, a container is being loaded, say in Shanghai, right? And a ship is being loaded there. Now, they have their manifest, what it contains, the bill of lading details and all that stuff, which is called the packing list or list. Now, though that data is examined the way different countries have put their rules in place, and then this information, of course, is shared with the ship and is also shared, say, if it has to come to Mumbai with Mumbai. Now, as soon as the container is loaded, we in Mumbai get to know that this ship is bringing this container and this container contains this product, right? And simultaneously, this information is also shared on a common platform with all the relevant stakeholders, be it customs, drugs, security, so on and so forth, right? And phytosanitary regulators and all that. Please examine what it contains, right? 90% of the cases, these containers will contain nothing which will require monitoring, right? Which means if there are 100 containers, 90 containers will have no reason to wait. As soon as they're offloaded from the vessel, they can be loaded onto the truck and the truck goes out. At most, you will have 10 out of 100 containers, which might have some requirement of monitoring. All right, hold those 10 containers, tell the agency you are already aware on such and such the date the container is coming. If you want to see, come and see it. You have 24 hours or 12 hours or whatever. They examine those 10 containers and within few hours, those containers also leave. Right? But if you don't have that system, the containers wait in the harbor, they wait, then they wait on the landing terminal for days together. So you detain a container, it's an efficiency, it costs you money, right? So that change, one is the digitization of your ports and shipping. The other is the greening of your ports and shipping, right? Now, greening means already there are ports, IMO, you are dealing with them. Now, IMO from time to time will issue regulations on the quality of fuel a ship can use or how to discharge their waste water and things like that. If you don't comply with that, your ship will not be allowed entry into a port. And now they are more and more, ports are going to enforce your emission standards. If your ship does not meet a certain particular emission standard, what are those gaps that we have to comply with the expected standards? And the technology people must provide those solutions in time. We can't wait. We will not be the last people to handle this issue. We should be prepared right now. We are already late, in fact, let me tell you. Because already, in fact, you have, in Scandinavian region, you mentioned about Nordic countries. Now, they already have started what is called green ships. There are battery run ships, and now they're talking about green hydrogen run ships. Now, if tomorrow you have hydrogen run ships, how do you compete with them? Because they will be zero emission, right? Whatever fuel you use, you will still be higher than them. And if they put a carbon tax on you, you're finished. So, this is going to require a lot of preparation for conforming to the emerging global standards. Yes. So mostly these are the conventional. If I missed anything, Arnam, just remind me. And now come to the new sectors. Yes. Now, new sectors are equally challenging, right? One of them I will mention, for example, say uh, biodiversity. Yes. Yesterday I mentioned about BBNJ, right? Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. This agreement or treaty has already been agreed in the United Nations, which means now it is going to be there. We will not be able to delay, or anybody, we won't be able to delay it any further. Now, what is a BBNJ saying? Now, BBNJ is talking about marine genetic resources, right? Now, you must be wondering what are marine genetic resources. 94-95% of the species on Earth live in water, not on land. Very few species live on land. Yes, most of them are in the water. Now, if they are in water, which means majority of the biodiversity is in waters, and they are in oceans. Now, because the oceans like land, but much more than land, the oceans provide a huge diversity in terms of the environment in which those organisms live. Some places, the pressure, some places, the temperature, some places, the salt, some places, something else, darkness, light. Now, you see, all organisms, they respond in their own manner to these pressures, right? If there's no oxygen, then what will the organism do? It has to respond, right? If there's too much of acidification, it has to respond. If the temperature is very high, it has to respond. So what they do, they develop those adaptations, right? And some of these adaptations come in form of biochemicals in those organisms, right? Now, these biochemicals are going to be the medicines of future. Yes, they are going to be medicines of future for cancer, for extreme pain, for tumors, and so on and so forth. The whole range. You read these documents, you will get everything, right? Now, which means what? If we do not study those organisms, then somebody will do it. They will patent those products, and we will be left high and dry. Though BBNA and J says that the marine genetic resources will be treated as a common heritage of mankind, which means even if you are the first one to discover those details, the benefits will be shared. Now, how will the benefits be shared? They'll say, all right, I'll give you one time $1, but this thing will remain forever. So we are running a risk of all these, in spite of all these safeguards under BBNJ, we run the risk of being left behind, right? Now, we say we are the pharmacy of the world. If we are pharmacy of the world, then we must work on these things now, so that we are able to share that intellectual property and intellectual property right. Now, big international companies, they are doing what is called genetic mapping of these organisms, the DNA mapping of these organisms. Because those who understand biology, they will know it, but those who do not, I'll just say in a very, very basic language. Now, whatever biochemicals we are looking for, they are generated by genes. They are, they are, they are kind of codified in DNA of the organism. And that gene then results in that biochemical which we need, right? Now, if you need industrial level production of that biochemical, you're not going to go after those organisms because they are only that much. You will take out the gene, transfer that gene to say a bacterium or say if, what is that used for dough making in yeast. You will put that in yeast or something else, and then generate that biochemical in large scale. Yes. And what shall we do then? The game will be lost. Yes. So my issue is that we have to sensitize our minds that the game has already started. Right? The opponent team is almost next to your goal. And if we are not prepared, then we'll lose that goal. Yes? Then BBNJ says there will be an area-based management tool. What is area-based management tools? Because we have already committed to 30% of the land and water to be declared as bioreserves, protected areas. Now, you need the regulatory framework for managing these areas. Now, if you don't understand the whole thing, how do you be an equal partner in that? Yeah, which means the location may not be to your advantage, the reasoning may not be to your advantage, the management rules may not be to your advantage, your capacity to monitor that may not be to your advantage. What will you do then? We should start preparing for this now. Right? Again, a lot of knowledge. Then there is other important element, which is called environment impact assessment. Now, whatever you do in the high seas, they will demand environment impact assessment. Now, do we have the capacity to carry out environment impact assessment? The answer is no. Now, if you do not have the capacity, how would you take part in the SOPs which will be generated? Right? If the SOPs are generated, you won't be able to monitor them. Yes? So, my issue is that already these somewhat barriers are going to come in place. And a country of India's size and importance cannot afford to stay out. We must be in the front line of these negotiations. But we need technical knowledge. Yes? For example, if as a diplomat I shout at the highest of my voice, they will still say, all right, sir, bring the technical knowledge on the table. Then how do I do it? I don't have. Then they say, oh, you don't have, I have it. This is what we were telling yesterday, no? First they come and tell you what you have a problem, which you don't even know that you have a problem. They give you the reason that you have a problem. Finally, you have to accept, yes, I have a problem. Then you say, what do I do? I have a solution now. Then they give you a solution. So here also, every stage you have to be prepared. Do you understand your problems or not? And if you understand the problem, do you have the capacity of providing a solution or not? Yes? Then only you can deal with the world on equal terms. Otherwise, no. Because nobody is going to wait for us. Chalo, aap catch up kar lena, agle 20 saal hum intezar karte. Right? Nobody will wait. So this was about biotechnology called marine biotechnology. Yes. The other area which in fact bothers me a lot is the seabed mining, in fact. Now, seabed mining is such a complex area. In fact, it bothers my mind. I really get worried. If that begins at large scale, I don't know what will happen. Yes. Now, if you have to argue for safeguards, you must have the knowledge. We are amongst probably we are the only developing country which is a kind of a pioneer partner to seabed mining arrangement. We have a plot to explore, but what have we done? Yes. So my issue is that we need to be very clear in understanding these things and develop those capacities, at least to demonstrate to the world what we say and what we mean. That area to me is a worrisome area. There are many areas. I would not bother you with those sectors. So I think blue economy opens a lot of opportunities. But those opportunities will be available to those who also demonstrate the technical capability of taking advantage of that. Yes. Otherwise, it will become a barrier. And now you see with the technology applications, as we were discussing in the earlier session, we have reached a stage where the technology now is challenging your mind, not your muscles. You see, the earlier generation, the technology was challenging our muscles, in fact. They're challenging our mind. And fortunately, we are much better prepared in terms of mind than we were prepared for the muscle. On the muscle part, we have lost out. But on mind, we can definitely protect ourselves. But are we doing it? You know, to have a good mind alone doesn't help. Right? Can this good mind be converted into a good argument? That good argument into a good solution? If we don't do that, then people will say, sorry, आपने तो कहा था solution लाओगे, लाए तो हो नहीं. So we'll give you a solution now. Yes. And this gap is going to be massive. You see, earlier gap, fine, 10-15 साल में आपका technology आ जाएगी, आप उसको इस्तेमाल कर लीजिए. Right? But this gap, which is driven by Industry 4.2, this gap is going to challenge your intellectual capacity. We won't be able to do reverse engineering in this, which we could do in manufacturing and in chemistry and in pharmaceuticals and all kinds of things. In this sector, reverse engineering is not going to be possible. Right? Those who have the intellectual property right, they would sit on it and we won't be able to go back in this system. इस सिस्टम को रिवर्स इंजीनियर करना मुश्किल है. Because it's a self-learning system now. You see? It's self-learning. Now, can you imagine the machine is learning from the conversation? Right? It's not coming out with a standardized response. It's examining your argument and is coming with a response. So it's not helping in finding solutions, it's giving you solution now. This is amazing, right? We are still not there. So we have to be really careful in this. Let's front load our preparation and not be left behind. Yes. And it's on you young people, in fact. We have done whatever we have done, right? You can blame us or appreciate us, whatever, but we have lived our life, right? You people. All right. I stop here. If there are any questions, I will surely. I didn't go into the law of the sea and all that stuff. Those are very, very technical things, and you might really get very bored, right?
Sir, I wanted you to elaborate on the small island initiative where India is also playing a very major role, and I think the global community is quite, yes.
7 of them. One last one. एक और है. No, this is this is again it's a sectoral but international. National contributors explaining different sectors and where they are. Right, this is information sharing platform, and then developing those partnerships where you can. These are 4 reports, and now we are working on the next phase as task force 3.0. Now this is also fashionable these days. 1.0, 1.0, 2.0. Now this is task force 3.0, right? So I still don't know what it really means, but for me the substance means now we really want to bring the knowledge generators together on the same platform, right? We want, for example, when we discuss this fisheries issue, we'll bring those people who are doing new things together and the old things together. Learn from each other now. See for yourself what's happening. No more reading a book and then trying to understand. You see for yourself how these things are done. So that's the next phase. Yes. So first stage we'll do within India. Like I said, Gujarat experiment was not known to Andhra, and Andhra chip breaking was not known to Goa. So we want them to know each other, how people are doing those same things, but in a better way. Right? So that's the next phase. Now, yes, coming to the international, this subject being very complicated and knowledge-driven, tech-driven sector, most of the countries in the Indian Ocean region, they do not have technical capacity to do it. Yes, very few. If you look at the Indian Ocean Rim Association, maybe they are counted, few you can count on your fingertips who have some capacity of bringing technical solutions to the issues. As a result, they are seeking collaborations with large partners so that they get that necessary help for plugging those technology gaps. And there India has a lot of scope, in fact, right? Not only small island states, not only, say, for example, Mauritius, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, or Maldives. No, even the large countries. Even the large countries, they lack technical expertise because they will have to transform their existing blue economy infrastructure to make them future fit. Now, for example, if there's a port in a particular country, now the port has to be upgraded to future fit sustainability standards, then they don't have the capacity to do it. So they will be coming to other countries where they look to India to provide the technical expertise, right? But our problem is that we are not developing our capacities, in fact, because we want profit yesterday. Now that mindset has to change, right? So this is an investment into future, in fact, right? But if you want the money now, then somebody else will do it. Then the Chinese are more than willing to do for everyone. And then we'll say, oh, they were China, they care liya. You know? Yes.
Seabed mining. That's a very interesting subject, and I think India has a lot of potential. The oceans have a lot of potential. Any thoughts? One of the institutions of the CSIR that I'm connected with is IMMT,
Yes.
Institute for Minerals and Metals Technology.
Yes.
I think the first time I came across this concept was when I visited them, met them. So any
No, in
thoughts
fact,
on that?
in seabed mine, it's as a concept, it's nothing new, in fact. We have been talking about seabed mining when I was going to school. Yes. So it's as old as that, where in fact people have been talking that especially in the new materials, right? In the new materials, people have been talking about rare earth elements because they are availability on the land is limited, and wherever it is there, it is rather kind of monopolized by few powers. So we have been talking about going to seabed for extraction of those rare minerals, right? But since the technology extraction exploration is easy, because exploration you just bring maybe 5 kilos and then you send it for chemical analysis and all that stuff. But if you have to do commercial extraction, now commercial extraction, A, the technology is very, very complicated. B, it can really cause massive damage. So unless we are sure that that extraction is not causing damage to the surrounding environment, we have a problem. Now, so much so that, in fact, I was reading, maybe, I read so many things and sometimes they stay and sometimes they wash away. In fact, some of the car companies are taking a position that they will not buy nickel which will be sourced from the ocean bed. They say because we can't tomorrow tell our children and grandchildren that we were responsible for messing up the whole thing. They say we'll find some other answers. So I think, there is awareness even in the industry that this is a very, very risky thing. Because we have to understand the other resources are floating in the water. You go and capture them. But this is really deep there where we have no idea what kind of organisms live there. We have no idea of the ecosystems there. The very specialized ecosystems, we may end up really disturbing the whole life there on the ocean floor. And then, as I said, extraction, it's not oil, it's not liquid. Because liquid extraction is easier, in fact. Because liquid you pump, but how would you pump stones from there? It's very difficult. How would you take it out? So my worry is this, that unless we are sure that we can do it without damaging the environment, I think humanity as a whole must really take responsibility of not messing up with the ocean bed.
If I can add to this, in fact, the Secretary General of International Seabed Authority was in India in the month of February. And it's quite unique and remarkable that he spent 17 days in India. When head of a UN organization spending 17 days in India is something not normal. I was also invited to interact with him in Gujarat and in Ahmedabad, in fact. And also, a few days back, I was in Chennai for the Deep Ocean Mission. There was a workshop held by FICCI in collaboration with NIOT Chennai. NIOT Chennai in India is leading the exploration of the deep sea, and the deep sea mission that India is leading is being driven by the Ministry of Earth Sciences. And in fact, under your leadership, we were in Ahmedabad on 17th, 18th of January for the seaweed workshop. And I drew a parallel to this. Seaweed has now become a more of an industry-led initiative. And in the case of deep sea mining, it was a government-led because India has been a pioneer investor in the Deep Ocean Mission. Way back in '87, India has invested, and we have been part of finding out where this mineral is. So now the government has taken a stand that we've done the exploration. Now industry should come in, but we did not have one single significant industry representative in that hall in Chennai. Now, there are various reasons, and I was, as part of the Blue Economy Task Force, I was asked to summarize at the end of the day. And what I drew parallel to the seaweed initiative also. And as we were discussing in Ahmedabad, the whole problem of Biodiversity Act. So here also, sir, now the exploration has been done or it is ongoing. And as sir said, there are significant concern because it is hard material. So the available technology says that it has to be crushed because it's almost 5,000, 6,000 meters below the surface of the water. It has to be crushed and a slurry has to be made and that will be pumped up. But in this whole process, we are not sure what would be the extent of environmental damage. And even the International Seabed Authority or the global community today is not sure whether exploitation rights will be still given or not. Exactly. That is still not there. So how can an investor or an industry put in money into a sector which is still not sure. So that is the status as of now. In fact, they are working on it, and there is always, the Nauru Island has deployed, there's a very small island, probably the smallest island in the world. They have invested in allowing, because now if it has to go to the next level, somebody has to put money to even build those capabilities for industrial scale exploitation. So some Canadian companies have invested. Take a very, very bold decision, or we can even, even I think at FICCI, we were not so confident that we could tell the industry, please jump in and start working.
No, in fact, I was supposed to go, and since I was not available, so then we forced you to represent the task force there. You see, in fact, as I said, uh, because of this problem, why are we talking about hydrogen? Hydrogen can overcome your battery problem, in fact. And my own hunch is that the big, large automobile companies probably will take a stand that they do not want to become part of this massive operation which can damage the ocean environment. Now, BMW has already taken that decision. I was reading, I think you can just check if I am right in my memory or not. They have officially taken a stand that they will not take this lithium if it is sourced from the ocean bed. Now, once they do it, others will have to show to the world that they are also equally environment lovers. And I think I will be very happy if they take that stand, because hydrogen approach to EV, in my view, is more sustainable than the lithium battery. You see, batteries are not really solution. They pollute, right? Battery pollutes. अभी हमारे पास पता नहीं है ना हमें, once the batteries run off their shelf life, we'll know how much they will pollute. Yes.
Two things, sir. Actually, hydrogen is more for bigger vehicles where the power requirement is higher, but for the smaller vehicles, it will be still be. The EV will be still a sustainable thing. Yes. Yes.
So there was this gentleman at the Madras, at the Chennai conference from L&T who said, just to add, he says, even if you call all the people from industry, they won't be able to convince the higher ups in the companies, because what will we babus within the companies go and tell the bosses? You need the entrepreneurs to come in. This is what he said there in the conference. Because these are opportunities only which an entrepreneur can recognize, not we workers in the companies, not the staff.
The 21st century solution to mobility will have to be without adding material to run that mobility. Yes. So I personally am not happy with this whole thing that you replace batteries. You get batteries to replace petroleum. Earlier petroleum was polluting, now batteries will pollute. उसमें भी तो chemicals है, उसमें आपका plastic है. Just see the amount of plastic you will use there, the amount of acids you will use there, the amount of metal you will use there, and finally they will all go to the environment. What will you do?
May not be the best solution, but at least in the foreseeable future, if the whole world is going electric vehicle way, these will be the workhorses, and you have to deal with that. We have done some interesting work, and it is, yeah, not from the ocean, but at least if whatever has been there. I think Peru is a producer, Argentina is a producer. Sorry, that I don't know whether that's more a politically good statement or a. But anyway, good to know that it can be.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Hello. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, sir. First of all, it was a fantastic session. Yeah. Some questions or some things, thoughts coming in my mind when we talk about sustainability. Basically, we are going with three pillars of sustainability, which we believe: economic, social, and environment. Here we have mostly talked about this economic and environment, and some social aspects are we have not gone into the detail because we are exclusively talking about blue economy in your presentation. Now, the things which came in my mind when Sir also said after your speech, when Sir said raise point whether they are not ready to invest because they are not sure about their rights or whether they'll get full right of extraction or something like that. Now, the question comes when there is a blend of this technology or the sustain in the blend of sustainability in the economy and this technology will have a viability. Do we is it really viable? So my question is when environment we're talking about environment economy to make it more sustainable, we also need to think whether it is viable, and if it is not viable or it is viable at some up to the some certain percentage, as we are doing in a big PPP projects, private partnership, viability gap funding and all, we are making viable, trying to make it viable for with some help or some mechanism. So, are there presently thoughts are given on such kind of things, viability gap, or a study has been done, assessment has done on the basis of and technical expert maybe and field expert, the viability of particular project or particular things underwater having some in the blue economy? The question.
You see, in the conventional sectors,
Thank you.
they have been in operation for long, in fact. So now even those sectors which are in existence for long, still there are capacity gaps. Now, for example, I spoke about fisheries. Now, if you have to expand capacity in fisheries, there are technology gaps now. You see, because how do you expand that capacity? If you go the old way, then we run the risk of polluting, right? So for an existing sector or a new sector, the viability gap, because when you say viability, I don't only mean economic viability, because economic viability has to be considered taking into account the environmental viability, social viability, and all that stuff. So to make it socially and environmentally more viable, probably you will add 1% cost to the economic viability. I think people tomorrow, they must realize that sustainability will also have a certain cost. Now the question is whether we pay $1 now or we pay $10 10 years later. We have to decide, right? So I think if you ask me, I'll say I'll pay $1 now, not to mess up the environment. If it costs me $1 extra, I will pay, right? And if there is still a gap, then that is where the governments come into play. Now, aren't we feeding people at home now? 80 crore people, we say that. That is your viability gap. We can't allow those people to die because they cannot afford to buy. So that is the social cost of economic viability gap, right? The same thing will happen to environment. You get my point? आप बैठे रहिए, कोई बात नहीं.
Yeah. Seabed mining, I think that, let's say we can call it an exotic technology where there are a lot of gaps.
I agree with
But
you entirely.
But I would say that much before that, let's say we have an old public sector company called Indian Rare Earths,
Yes.
whose interest has been only atomic minerals, only for the uranium plants, nuclear plants. Everything else is kachra for them. I had met the CMD almost 15 years back, and he said, whatever you want, the residue is available. Similarly, both in Orissa and in Kerala, there is a lot of resources available for the rare earths which are available. And recently, I was very happy to hear that even the coal mining ash or coal mining residue, they are also quite rich in rare earths.
Yeah.
So many minerals, now the new word that has been used is the critical materials or critical minerals. They are all available within India, and they are not to be mined from the sea.
I agree.
So that is one part that I think we should explore that. I've been participating in some of the seminars and all that, and I think we can do that. That is one. The other part that you were talking was something which is very dear to my heart. That you want to only look at economy, and forget ecology, sustainability, and all that, and we leave something for the new generation. वो तो नहीं चलेगा.
नहीं चलेगा.
So recently, I've been doing some interesting, trying to calculate, put some equation. That let's say we are talking about two things. One is the climate change is here because of too much carbon dioxide in the air, in the oceans, which needs to be removed. But at the same time, while we keep on removing, to keep on also adding, वो भी नहीं चलेगा. So you have to also stop reducing the CO2 generation. So how do you do that? I would say we don't have to go anywhere far. Visit our own house and look at the lighting, including this hall, and any office, any shop. It really pains my heart when you go to a small shop, maybe 5 feet by 10 feet shop, they will have 10 lights.
Yes.
Do you really need that? I think decarbonization, CO2 generation reduction can be achieved very quickly, and which is where this viability gap funding that you talked about. If I'm a utility company, I am selling 100 units of power today. Tomorrow I am told that no, you shall only sell 70 units. I will say, मेरा तो घाटा हो जाएगा, तो क्या करूं मैं? That is where the kind of subsidy or the viability gap funding can come. And the consumer will anyway benefit if he uses 30% less. So his bill will go down. So I think we have to create a kind of chain in which the stakeholders have to be identified and who needs to be helped and who needs to be encouraged. I think it can be, in my view, within the next 7 years, by 2030, 40% reduction in CO2 generation can be easily achieved, which is mainly coming from the fossil fuels like coal, which we are burning too much. We don't need all the energy. But वो बगल वाले ने किया तो मुझे भी करना चाहिए. I think that is the kind of wrong fashion, lifestyle, whatever you say.
No, I agree. In fact, we were discussing yesterday, the capacity efficiency, capacity, greater production through capacity expansion or through efficiency gains. Now, today, in fact, technology must aim at efficiency gains and not at capacity expansion gains. Makes no sense. For example, you mentioned about light. I was just telling them before you probably came in, this bulb 20 years ago would have been 50 watt, for 500 watt. And today it's only about 25 watts. So there is a saving on account of efficiency, in fact. And we can do that. I'll tell one story which I told the other day. It makes sense how, how carefully we need to tread. There's a story very famous in Latin America. And they used to say there was a ghost city, ghost fishing town. You have heard that story? I think I must tell the new. I said, what is a ghost fishing town? Yes. So I went there. I said, tell me the story of the ghost fishing town. They said, sir, this town used to be a very prosperous fishing town. I said, then what happened? Now there was an island. Now this island used to receive migratory birds, millions of them. Yes. Now these migratory birds, their droppings will fall on the island and will also fall into the ocean water. As a result, the ocean water was very rich in minerals and other things, which brought a lot of planktons. A lot of planktons brought a lot of fish. Right? The birds came for fish, and they were the whole chain. And they had a specific requirement of the net size, that you will not catch fish smaller than this, so that the breeding goes on. Somebody, economic viability, right? He thought, why can't I fish the smaller size fish? It will give me more money. So they reduced the size of the net, right? And they took out smaller fish. Now, when they took out smaller fish, the birds stopped coming because the fish was not there. When the birds stopped coming, the droppings were not there. Now, droppings were not there. The sea water was not rich. The planktons were not there. So they had an industry which was fish, birds, they were tourism, right? And bird droppings, fertilizer. So they were running three industries there: fertilizer, droppings, birds, to tourism, and fisheries. And by making this single small mistake, they lost all three. Birds stopped coming, no tourism. Birds stopped coming, no fertilizer. And birds stopped coming, no fish. So, environment human relationship is a very, very tricky relationship, in fact. Now, we have no other place to go, right? Elon Musk says he will go to another planet, but we can't go. Yes.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Rishikesh Val. So, sir, like from today's paper only, I read that there was about 1 lakh more nestings of olive red. Is it? I was sick, that's why maybe. So giving reference to today's paper, sir, there was an article about olive redley turtles nesting on Rishikulya, and it stated that there was increase about 1.5 lakh more. And now getting back to the point, sir, we are talking about mega initiatives like SAGAR project and the building of ports across our, what we can say, coastline. So, sir, but the another problem which comes with the port is like there is sedimentation problem, and there is a phenomenon of dying beaches, which we can witness in Pondicherry. So, sir, in this case, of course, the ports is our need as a developing nation. So, how can we address this issue where ecology and economy will go hand in hand, and how can we tackle this problem?
So the ports cannot be built without environment impact assessment. Sit down. So I'm sure wherever these ports are built, a comprehensive environment impact assessment shall be carried out, right? And if there is a risk of this nature, then that site will not be allowed. And now there also, in fact, as we mentioned, efficiency gains. Now, if our turnaround period in India, most of the ports, average turnaround period is about 20 days, something like that. 20 days, for God's sake, we can cut it down to 3 days. Now, instead of one ship turning around in 21 days, you can reduce it to 3 days. Don't get 7 times more efficiency. Why should you build another port only because you can't reduce the turnaround period, which is easy to do. See, our problem is that आप कान को ऐसे पकड़ने के लिए ऐसे पकड़ रहे हो, तो आपको हाथ लंबा चाहिए, ये छोटे हाथ से पकड़ लोगे, है ना? Why do you want a longer hand to catch this? You know, we have to really concentrate. Please, those who are involved in technology, technology must concentrate on efficiency gains, because you have done it in the past. You have the experience in hand. You get my point? Hmm. Not only that, in fact, shrimp culture beyond a point will restore those soils, in fact, because the organic content of the soil has been lost completely because of over irrigation. So it may balance, the soil may improve, in fact, after this. Yeah, because the dead organic material will go mix with the soil, will balance out the salinity in due course.
Thank you so much, sir. Ashwin, sir, ask concluding comments on the.
Come on one side so everybody can hear. I must at the outset thank Mudgal Saab for the wonderful, versatile, very, very enriching talk that he gave. I think the number of subjects that he knows is really limitless. And the breadth of that and the depth of that. And since we are talking of oceans, the depth cannot be forgotten. Very, very enriching, very, very educative talk. And I'm sure could all participate. Whenever I felt like saying something, I just raised my hand and I was permitted to. I think it's very, very good. It'll be unwise to try and sum up what he said. Otherwise, it will be taking a lot of time, and we don't have to do that. But very, very good, and I'm sure we can look forward to further interactions with you, and both your local and global experience, the policy making up to the, let's say, literally the seabed. So, so up and down. As you rightly said, many times you unnecessarily go this way, whereas we can go this way. So I think these are the kind of simple but very effective tools that he has given to us, and we all need to learn. I think human race is intelligent, but sometimes it is over intelligent or it is very stupid. So we need to become really intelligent in the true sense. Thank you.
So we'll break for lunch and then we come back. We have a very interesting lecture by Dr. Deepak from the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management. And they are doing some remarkable work. They come under the Ministry of Environment. And then we will hear from Ashwin Bhai and his team. Please join us for lunch.
India. is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation, and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunities that are come.
are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit could consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role in the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center MRC Pune progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest emac. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UDA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are like looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the underwater domain awareness framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desalination of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision through its science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunity that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain?
21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. Key role: real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and alternate energy.
Deepak sir, welcome. Deepak sir, can you hear me? Dr. Deepak, can you hear me? Huh. Okay. इसको बोल दो, we'll start with another presentation. Dr. Deepak can हो गया? तो ऐसा करो ना, उनका थोड़ा बात कर लेते हैं. We have a presentation by देवलीना, उसको पहले कर लेते हैं. उनका शिफ्ट कर दो 4 o'clock के लिए. हाँ, ओके. उनको कन्वे कर दो. Okay, welcome back everybody. We have a slight change in the program. Dr. Deepak from the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management was supposed to give a lecture at 2 o'clock, but there's a slight audio issue or connectivity issue from his side. So we'll postpone that to 4 o'clock. And now I would request Ashwin sir to give a brief opening, and then Devlina ma'am will make the presentation online. Devlina, you're there?
Yes, Catherine.
Deepak ji, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Open. Can you hear me? Any voice?
Yes, I can hear you. ये भी on उसमें है क्या?
Okay, fine. Okay, because I can see Arnab right now moving about in the thing.
Yes.
But I'm not sure whether he's able to hear me. I'm not able to hear him either.
I can hear you.
Please.
I can hear you.
I have another meeting at 4. That's why I didn't have my lunch. I just came for this.
Okay. So, okay, we'll have yours now. So, can you hear me now? वहां से बोलो, आप वहां से बोलो.
Hello, sir. Hello. Am I audible?
नहीं, काम करो. Tell Mehul we'll do it at 3 o'clock for him. We'll start with Ashwin bhai, and we'll 3 o'clock, not 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock he said he has a meeting. Huh? Convey kar do. We'll start with the next presentation, and I'll request Ashwin Shroff sir to kindly give his opening remarks. Ashwin sir is the chairman of the Excel Industries, a very well-known corporate entity. And Ashwin sir himself has been involved in some remarkable contribution to the India's industrial growth. I'll request Ashwin sir to speak a little bit about Excel Industries journey and his own journey, and then give his opening remarks on the seaweed cultivation.
Dr. Das, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and my colleagues and our group for sharing our thoughts on seaweed related activities as part of the underwater domain awareness, use of oceans, whichever way you want to look at it. So thank you very much for inviting us. Just a brief background to our company and the philosophy that we follow. We are one of the earliest chemical companies of India, born before the independence. So we were born in 1941 in Mumbai. At that time, there were hardly any chemical companies. So we were one of the few that were there. So we are an 80-year-old company. My family, my elders, and even their elders, they drew a lot of inspiration from both our ancient wisdom, also ancient personalities, whether Swami Vivekananda, Mahatma Gandhi, our scriptures, the Gita, etc. And we have always believed that yes, business is fine. It has to be economically viable, but more than just making money, business also has to have a purpose, which is a purpose larger than just making money and giving the best returns to the shareholders, investors, etc. So giving back to the society, being in tune with the nature has always been part of our approach to life. Just to give two examples, Gandhiji had given the concept of what is known as trusteeship, that all the assets, all the money, all the things that you are sitting on is not your own. The society contributes quite a lot to creation of those assets, creation of that wealth. So you owe it back to the society to give back. So what is known today as CSR, corporate social responsibility, our family, our company, our group has been following for last more than 50 years. Giving back comes very naturally to us. Also give back what? So as a technology based company, we believe that there are good technical solutions available in many areas. Chemistry and chemical technology has been our forte and our core expertise. So of course we have used chemistry, but if you look at chemistry, it is also one of the technologies or one of the technical disciplines. So use of technology in general for doing good for the society, for helping to find solutions, to create opportunities out of whatever is available, including what we call waste. All this has been very much part of our philosophy. So just to give a few examples of how we have worked. The company was born as a specialty chemical company. The first product was made out of a metallic waste, zinc chloride. Then in 1955, 56, 57, when India was discovering that food-wise, we were extremely short. We were politically independent, but we did not have food of our own. We were dependent on charity food coming from USA. So India decided to go for what is known as green revolution. That is, we must be food self-sufficient. So use water, use fertilizer, use pesticide, use whatever, and good varieties of seeds, but make India the first Indian company to start making chemical pesticides. At that time, pesticides were very much respected. Today, the word pesticide does not always generate a good feeling. I know that. And we also traveled that journey for more than 50 years. And we are now not in pesticides so much, but we continue to be a chemical company. That was one example of how we contributed to the green revolution. Similarly, as the world is discovering many nature derived problem or how we are damaging nature, so we need to be responsible towards nature, towards environment. So our company was the first company in India to start converting the what we generate as the solid waste in the cities and convert the organic part of that into compost. What is compost? It's a natural fertilizer. It's a organic manure, which when you put back into the soil, you put back carbon into the soil, and any good soil has to have a certain amount of carbon. It must have right type of beneficial microbes. So when you give compost back to the soil becomes healthy physically, chemically, biologically. And in the bargain, you also solve the problem of the dirty cities. So like that, you can combine the technology for solving a problem, one of the city, one of the agriculture. Similarly, our group company also works on converting sewage water into good quality water, including potable water. So this can also be done. So there are many things that the society's problems are, and we need to look at them and see if we can contribute in some manner to solving the problem. Now coming to this particular session and what is it going to focus on, I would say one of the problems that has occurred in the last 15-20 years and which is now becoming more and more acute is the problem of climate change. And once you have climate change, then you have n number of problems flowing out of that. Either shortage of water or too much water coming in just 1 or 2 days time. So flooding, disasters, cyclones, tsunamis, all that occurs because of a lot of destruction takes place, a lot of uncertainty comes. So climate change, it has been like a slow poison. We know that it is there, it is not good, but okay, वो और किसका प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे पैर के नीचे नहीं है, इसके लिए ठीक है, but now it is coming under our own feet. तो अभी ऐसा नहीं है कि वो और कहीं है. All of us owe a responsibility for being a creator of the climate change and also the solution provider. So all of us have to become responsible people who, as we were discussing on the lunch table, by all means have a comfortable life. By all means use what you need, buy what you need, but don't overbuy. Not because somebody tells you buy one get one free, or that I will आपके पास पैसा नहीं है तो चिंता मत करो, मैं आपको EMI दे दूंगा, इक्वेटेड मंथली इंस्टॉलमेंट वगैरह बैंक वाले बोलेंगे. डोंट फॉल फॉर दैट. जस्ट बी आस्क योरसेल्फ मुझे क्या चाहिए, मेरी ज़रूरत क्या है. हमारे लंच टेबल के ऊपर बहुत अच्छा एक कंपटीशन हो रहा था अभी. मुडगल साहब ने कहा कि मैं ये जो जैकेट पहना हूँ ना, वो कभी लिया था, 20 साल पुराना है. तो हमारे टेबल पे एक लेडी बैठी थी, उन्होंने बोला देखो ये मैं तो 5 साल के पहले नए कपड़े नहीं खरीदती हूँ. तो मैं तो जीत गया. मैंने बोला ये मैं जो ट्राउज़र पहना हूँ ना, वो मैंने 1987 में लिया था अमेरिका में, अभी भी चल रहा है. अभी 87 से अभी कितने साल हुए आप लोग गिन लीजिए. तो इस तरह से जो ज़रूरत है ज़रूर लीजिए, लेकिन ज़रूरत नहीं है, किसी ने कहा कि आप ये खरीदो तो मैं आपको कुछ दूँगा, इसके लिए मत खरीदो. खुद ज़िम्मेवार बनो. तो ये चीज़ है. तो अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात करें तो क्लाइमेट चेंज क्यों हुआ है? तो हमारी जो है कि इर्रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंजम्पशन की पैटर्न, प्रोडक्शन, कंजम्पशन, बाइंग, वेदर वी नीड इट और नॉट. तो जिसको इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन बोलते हैं, तो पहला रिवॉल्यूशन, दूसरा, तीसरा, चौथा, तो हम इतना एनर्जी यूज़ करते हैं, इतनी चीज़ें खामखा बनाते हैं और उसको खामखा लेते हैं, यूज़ नहीं करते हैं, फिर भी लेते हैं वगैरह. और गाड़ी और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, लाइटिंग, एसी वगैरह. तो पूरी दुनिया को अपनी लाइफ़स्टाइल चेंज करने की ज़रूरत है. लेकिन समझो सब लोग बहुत अच्छे हो गए, कल से बिल्कुल जनरेट करना बंद कर दें, खामखा यूज़ करना, तो CO2 जनरेशन बंद हो जाएगा. लेकिन जितना वातावरण के अंदर ऑलरेडी गया है, जितना ओशन के अंदर ऑलरेडी गया है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, जिसके वजह से जितना डैमेज हो रहा है उसको निकालना भी पड़ेगा। तो एक ये बात हो गई, नहीं तो इसके वजह से जो डैमेज होता है वो तो होते रहेगा। दूसरा, एक बाजू से आप निकालो कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ करके, लेकिन साथ-साथ में दूसरी ओर आप और जनरेट करते जाओ और बेचते जाओ, तो ये तो हिसाब अच्छा नहीं होगा। So we have to also learn how to reduce the consumption, I mean generation of CO2 and sending it in the air. तो दोनों को करने की ज़रूरत है। तो जो पहली बात है कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो ऑलरेडी है, जो वातावरण में है, जो दरिया में है, उसको निकालने की ज़रूरत है। तो अभी जैसे सुबह के सेशन में जो बात हो रही थी, तो उसकी थोड़ी मैं आगे बात करूं कि पूरी दुनिया में जितना पृथ्वी के ऊपर जितना लैंड मास है वो 25% है, और बाकी 75%, 75% ऑफ द अर्थ सरफेस इज कवर्ड बाय ओशंस। ओशंस का हम लोगों ने बहुत कम यूज़ किया है, तो हार्डली शिपिंग के लिए या तो अपने फिशिंग के लिए वगैरह यूज़ करते हैं, लेकिन उसका जितना उपयोग हो सकता है वो करने की ज़रूरत है। और दूसरी बाजू देखें तो दुनिया का पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रहा है, अब सबको मिनिमम भी खाना खाए तो भी खाने के लिए जो हमको खाना लगेगा, हमारे जो एनिमल्स है उनको खिलाने के लिए जो घास लगेगा, जो हमको फर्टिलाइज़र लगेगा, जो तो लैंड के ऊपर इतना नहीं पैदा हो सकता है, क्योंकि लैंड मास इज़ नॉट गोइंग टू इंक्रीज़। और ओशियंस जो है वो अनयूटिलाइज्ड रिसोर्स है, तो ओशियन को यूज़ करके कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को कैसे खींचना, और ओशियन को लेके ऐसा एक जिसको ब्लू इकोनॉमी, जिसका मुडगल साहब ने जो बहुत अच्छी तरह से बताया, और वो दो मेन जो कमिटीज़ है, एक तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की जो कमिटी उनकी ब्लू इकोनॉमी कमिटी में है, और फिक्की की जो टास्क फोर्स है उसमें भी हुआ है। तो ब्लू इकोनॉमी जैसे हमारे भारत में एक बहुत अच्छी गर्व की बात है कि हमने ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन भी किया। हमारे पास फूड की शॉर्टेज थी, तो हम फूड सरप्लस हो गए। बाद में जिसको वाइट रिवॉल्यूशन बोलते हैं, तो दूध या तो एनिमल बेस्ड जो इंडस्ट्री इकोनॉमी, तो आज दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा मिल्क प्रोडक्शन और दूध के डेरिवेटिव्स बनाने वाला देश तो भारत बन गया है। इसी तरह से ब्लू इकोनॉमी की बातें तो चल रही है, लेकिन भारत एक इसमें लीडर हो सकता है कि ब्लू इकोनॉमी खाली बातें मत करो, ओशियन का यूज़ करके अच्छी तरह से यूज़ करके इकोनॉमी भी बढ़ाओ, लेकिन सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी साथ में रखो, इकोलॉजी को भी भूल मत जाओ, और जिसको सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी बोल सकते हैं ये भी करो। तो ये ओशियन का कैसे यूज़ करना, ये भी एक करना पड़ेगा। तो इसमें जब हम ये सोच रहे थे कि ये ब्लू इकोनॉमी की ओर जाना है या तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को निकालना है, तो कैसे निकालना, तो इसमें हम ये सीवीड का एक रेफरेंस आया लगभग 5-7 साल पहले। तो हमने बोला कि नहीं, ये एक अच्छी बात लगती है, क्योंकि सीवीड यानी वेजिटेशन है। कोई भी वेजिटेशन, कोई भी क्रॉप उगता है तो उसको कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड चाहिए, उसको सनलाइट चाहिए, उसको पानी चाहिए। ये 3 चीज़ें मिले तो वो हो सकता है। और तो सीवीड एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि जो दरिया में उगती है तो ज़मीन की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपको फ्रेश पानी की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपको फर्टिलाइज़र की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपको पेस्टिसाइड की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो ये एक बड़ा अच्छा है, और इसका ग्रोथ इतना फास्ट है कि आप ज़मीन के ऊपर कोई भी क्रॉप उगाओ, उससे 5 गुना, 6 गुना उसका ग्रोथ है। जैसे एक टिपिकल बात करूँ तो टिपिकल इसकी जो वैराइटीज़ होती है, कप्पा फाइकस है, बाकी उल्वा है वगैरह, तो लगभग 45 डेज़ के अंदर उसकी एक पूरी क्रॉप साइकिल पूरी हो जाती है। आपने आप अभी सीड डाला, 45 के बाद में उसको आप हार्वेस्ट कर लो, दूसरी बार डालो, फिर से 45 दिन हुए, आप निकाल लो। तो इसका ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छा है, तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड खींचता है, सनलाइट तो हमारे यहाँ काफ़ी है। जैसे मुडगल साहब ने भी बताया कि अभी एक रियलाइजेशन इंडिया में आ रहा है कि हमारी 7,500 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा हमारी कोस्ट लाइन है। हमारे 9 स्टेट्स हैं इंडिया के जो कोस्टल स्टेट्स बोले जा सकते हैं। गुजरात से लेके वेस्ट बंगाल तक जाओ तो 9 स्टेट्स हैं जो जिसमें कोस्ट इज अवेलेबल, सी वाटर इज अवेलेबल, और यहाँ हजारों लाखों फिशरमैन है, कोस्टल कम्युनिटीज है जिसका दरिया के साथ एक संबंध है। तो ये सब हमारी जिसको पूंजी बोल सकते हैं वो पूंजी है। और ये क्लाइमेट चेंज ये हमारा सबका प्रॉब्लम है, इंडिया का भी प्रॉब्लम है, पूरे भारत पूरे देश का भी, पूरे दुनिया का भी प्रॉब्लम है। तो भारत एक बड़ा अच्छा इसमें योगदान दे सकता है। हमारी जो कोस्टल एरिया है, हमारी जो कोस्टल कम्युनिटीज़ है, उनको लेके हम इसको ओशियंस को यूज़ करें, ब्लू इकोनॉमी को सपोर्ट करें, और साथ साथ में ब्लू इकोनॉमी इतना ही नहीं, इंक्लूसिव इकोनॉमी जिसको बोल सकते हैं कि फिशरमैन जो उसमें से काफ़ी परसेंटेज ऐसा होता है कि जिनके पास कोई ज़्यादा आमदनी का साधन नहीं होता है। वो जितना आज मच्छी पकड़ के ले आया मैं और बेचा शाम को, मुझे 15-20 रुपया 25 रुपया मिल गया, तो वो पुअर भी है, उनको इनकम की ज़रूरत भी है। तो हम लोग ये प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि सीवीड्स, तो सीवीड करो तो आपको फिशिंग छोड़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, फिश भी उगाओ और हार्वेस्ट करो और साथ में ये भी लो। जैसे अमूल का, जैसे मैंने वाइट डेयरी रिवॉल्यूशन, वाइट रिवॉल्यूशन की बात की, आज आज अमूल का मॉडल क्या है, या तो इंडिया का डेयरी का मॉडल क्या है कि आप एक किसान है, आपके पास ज़मीन है, आप कोई भी क्रॉप उगाते हो, तो घास भी एक क्रॉप है, थोड़े से एरिया में आप थोड़ा घास भी उगाओ, 2 एनिमल 4 एनिमल रखो जो आपको दूध देगा, और दूध तो लगभग पूरे साल में 250 दिन तक आपको दूध मिलता है। क्रॉप में खेती में तो क्या होता है कि आप आज डालो, 4 महीना 6 महीना के बाद में आपको क्रॉप मिलेगा, तभी उसका पैसा मिलेगा। तब तक आप उसमें लेबर लगाते जाओ, फर्टिलाइज़र डालते जाओ, पेस्टिसाइड डालते जाओ, तो आपको पहले कॉस्ट और बाद में इनकम। वेरएज़ ये डेयरी का इंडस्ट्री ऐसा है, और दोनों एक ही रिसोर्स में से हो सकते हैं। एक ही ज़मीन जो क्रॉप भी उगा सकती है, खेती भी हो सकती है, और आप डेयरी भी कर सकते हैं। उसी तरह से फिशरमैन को फिशिंग छोड़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो फिशिंग करता रहे और साथ-साथ में सीवीड भी उगाता रहे। तो जो इसको आईएमटीए करके बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेटेड मैरीटाइम एग्री एक्वाकल्चर, यानी दोनों करो। ऐसी टाइप का अगर आप करो तो आपको आमदनी भी बढ़ेगी, और ये साथ-साथ में CO2 भी खींचेगा, और साथ-साथ में आपको आमदनी का साधन भी मिलेगा। और लास्ट बात कर दूँ कि ये इतना बड़ा अच्छा एक रिसोर्स है सीवीड, तो उसमें से आपको क्या नहीं मिलता ये सवाल पूछना ज़्यादा उचित है, रादर देन क्या मिलता है। उसमें से आपको अपना खुद का खाना मिल सकता है, आपके जो एनिमल्स होते हैं उसको खिलाने के लिए जो चाहिए वो आहार भी मिल सकता है, उसमें से फर्टिलाइज़र मिल सकता है, उसमें से फ्यूल मिल सकता है, उसमें से बायोप्लास्टिक्स मिल सकता है। तो इतनी चीज़ें होती है कि उसका क्या करना ये तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं है। लेकिन हमारी जितनी इमेजिनेशन हम बढ़ा सकते हैं तो उतना उसका यूज़ेज हो सकता है। तो ये काफ़ी कुछ हो सकता है, बहुत जिसको विन 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 बोल सकते हैं कि कोई चीज़ ऐसी नहीं है कि इसमें खराब है, सब अच्छा है। तो इससे सब अच्छाई के लिए इसको करना चाहिए। तो मैं ये थोड़ा ब्रोशर जो है हमारा दिखा देता हूँ। जैसे मैंने बताया कि हमारी कंपनी तो है, लेकिन कंपनी में हमेशा हम माने हैं कि कंपनी का एक पर्पस होना चाहिए विच इज़ हायर देन जस्ट मेकिंग प्रॉफिट और मेकिंग मनी। तो जैसे हमने काफ़ी ऐसे नेशनलिस्टिक काम किए हैं, सोसाइटी के लिए किए हैं, तो हम 3 कंपनियां मिलके ये सीवीड का काम अभी कर रहे हैं। एक हमारी कंपनी है एक्सेल इंडस्ट्रीज, दूसरी पीडीलाइट जिसके आप फेविकॉल सब पहचानते होंगे, तो फेविकॉल बनाने वाली कंपनी जो पीडीलाइट है वो भी है हमारे साथ में, और तीसरी कंपनी है ममता ग्रुप, अहमदाबाद में है, वो प्लास्टिक प्रोसेसिंग मशीनरी में ज़्यादा है। हम तीनों मिलके ये एक अच्छा काम करने के लिए जुड़े हैं। तो हमारा R&D भी हो रहा है, इक्सर करके हमारी संस्था है उसमें, और ये कमर्शियल एक्टिविटीज़ भी जब भी ज़रूरत पड़े तो करेंगे। तो ये एक जिसको प्रीएम्बल बोल सकते हैं कि सीवीड क्यों, कैसे, हम कैसे वातावरण में जी रहे हैं, उसके बारे में क्या करना चाहिए। सिर्फ चिंता करने से नहीं चलेगा, लेकिन चिंता के बाद में सॉल्यूशन भी ढूंढो। तो सीवीड एक अच्छा सॉल्यूशन हो सकता है जो ब्लू इकोनॉमी में फिट होता है, जो इंक्लूसिव इकोनॉमी में फिट होता है, और जैसे ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन भारत ने किया है व्हाइट रिवॉल्यूशन किया है, ब्लू रिवॉल्यूशन भी हम करके दिखाएंगे, ऐसी मेरी पूरी खात्री है. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, Ashwin sir. It was indeed a very inspiring journey for Excel Industry, and you continue to invest in the national growth. And we are also thankful to you for supporting MRC in setting up the Center of Excellence on Blue Economy. So I'll now hand over to Devlina ma'am. The stage is all yours, ma'am. As I always request the speaker, I will request you to kindly introduce yourself, a little bit about what you would like the audience to know about you, and then climb up crew and your presentation. In MRC, we normally don't introduce the speaker. We request the speaker to introduce themselves in a manner that they would like the audience to know them. Over to you, ma'am. You're not audible, ma'am. Can you speak now, ma'am? You kindly unmute yourself, ma'am. Yeah, now it's okay. Can you speak now? No. No, no, sir, she's not muted now, sir, that we can see. Audio तो चाहिए होगा ना? एक बार लॉग आउट करके कर सकते हैं क्या? चेक कर सकते हैं. एक बार बताओ.
Hello, ma'am. Can you check the option input audio option?
Shlok, are you ready? Shlok. No, ma'am, we can't hear you. वो लॉगिन के टाइम पे वो करना पड़ता है ना. Shlok, can you hear me? ठीक है. I'm just telling. Divya, just call up Shlok to
Hello?
start. Yeah, okay, perfect. We can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Great, great. Yeah,
Okay,
please.
great.
We can hear you perfectly. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Sorry for the
Sorry. We.
delay.
Please go
I'll
ahead.
just quickly share my screen again. Just let me know once you see my screen, and I heard you when you said to give an introduction. I'll follow up on that. So. Is my screen visible?
It takes a little time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's we can see it now.
Okay, great. So, well, first of all, thank you to MRC and everybody there for accommodating me at the last moment. I was supposed to be there. I'm sorry I could not be there today. So I am happy to join online. And just a quick introduction of myself. I am a data scientist by by profession, trained as a data scientist. Worked in the industry for almost 9.5 years before I started my own venture. And my venture has also been data science and in typical use of analysis of geospatial data and working with coastal ecosystems. And my journey started with the fisheries ecosystem, working with the fishing community, providing the marine and weather advisory, and then kind of blending nicely into the seaweed objective. It's the same community, it's the same set of data and same sort of almost the same set of objectives when it comes to what we were doing back in Numerate. Numerate was my own company, and I'm part of Climate Crew now, working with Ashwin Bhai. I did hear Ashwin Bhai give a very beautiful and brief explanation of what we are doing, and I would just double down on that. He has almost spoken about everything that we do, from the environment impact, social impact, climate impact, and livelihood as well. And so I'll just double down on that, take you through the journey that we have had and what we are and how we are trying to, build bit by bit of this ecosystem so that it can scale beyond what it is in currently in India. So I'm happy to start my presentation. Should I let me know if I can do that?
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So basically, I talk about it. I use the term marine consciousness because previously, at least in my journey, I've always analyzed various kinds of data, and be it GIS and non-GIS. But the understanding of the fact or that the deep importance of how a GIS data, spatial analysis plays into overall understanding of the climate impact or the climate threat that the coastal economics face. This became apparent to me and the team during Cyclone Fani. This is 2019, and we were doing projects in disaster management, and we did analysis of Cyclone Fani before and after. And what we realized is that even after the the Fani cyclone receded, there was a large scale impact on ground, and the communities that was impacted the most are the fishing communities. It's intuitive now when you think about it, but seeing that kind of a data appear to you on map and being able to see that for the fishing communities, not only the geophysical impact of the cyclone, as in how much the flood has entered, or how much of damage to the land or to the properties happened, but also the effect in the sea, which means their entire area for fishing that has changed drastically. The salinity of the area has the Chilka Lake, the entire the water parameters have changed. So all of that became apparent to us. I just the dashboard that we were using for analyzing Cyclone Fani, I put up a screenshot of that. But this made us realize that there is a large scale understanding needed from a GIS perspective or spatial answer perspective when it comes to coastal economies, and that's where our journey started. And further to that, what we were back then working, and I was part of Numerate, and we came across this grant of World Food Program, and where they were looking at addressing SDG 2, as in the fight of alleviating poverty. So we wanted to really understand that this kind of impact cannot be just India centric alone, right? So you have large scale coastal ecosystems across the world. So it must be other countries facing it. So we did a study of the climate impact map. It is already available online, and we did some kind of a deep down study of the coastal ecosystem, of the threat of the climate that the coastal economies face. And we came up with a global map. And very really what you start realizing that wherever there is a large scale climate impact, and if you take the global hunger map, there is this overarching is basically overlapping. So the dialogue here is that wherever you see the poorest of the poor economy, the most amount of the poorest infrastructure deal with climate, you have the large scale climate impact or climate a risk there. So this was we kind of validated these claims with a study of our own, with various data that we're collecting overall. And we presented to WFP and World Food Program, and we were accepted into that pilot. What that opportunity gave us to realize is that, the 67 countries globally where WFP operates there, where you need this kind of a understanding of the coastal ecosystem and how you can use various kinds of data to bring about not only addressing their livelihood issues, but also growing the economy as such. So overall, it's not only just climate, it's also the fact that land-based agricultures are it is only just limited, right? How Ashwin Bhai was saying that we've almost explored all kinds of land-based agricultures. And we have unprecedented inflation that is happening day on day, month on month. So there is a need for really understanding what other kinds of food sources that we can start exploring, so that our population, or all kinds of population in the world meets their needs. So overall, what we realize is that when you're talking about climate impact, climate change, when you're talking about additional food resources, there is also few other dialogues, a few other things that get solved. You're basically talking about providing market access to the last mile supply chain. You're talking about, in order to build that market, you also need a financial institution, help. So all of these kind of came together, and we realized we were sitting on the fact that we need advisories. We need to start with some providing advisories, providing some kind of a helpline to coastal communities, be it be the the underprivileged, or be it be the somebody who's staying very near to the coast but not really underprivileged, but all of them, where you need to provide, where we can provide them day on day apart from what IMD is doing, very low down, very high, in a small area, saying that what is the kind of weather, what is the ocean advisories that is happening at the locality that can be provided. So cut to 2020, we started providing them marine and marine and weather advisories in an app called OFISH that was majorly targeted towards seafaring fisher community, which provides them various kinds of parameters. Basically, the thought was that on a given day, how they can understand which part of the ocean is good for fishing, which part of the ocean is algae bloom, which part if it is a cyclonic condition, should they go out or not, and what are the tidal amplitude, what is the wave action. So all of these drill down to the language that they understand in various different languages, because it is a diverse course. We have 9 different states, and we have various different other languages. So we started providing the advisories to fishing communities, and going from community to community, going from fisheries state cooperatives to to really promote this app. That was 2020 when we started providing advisories. Cut to 2023 and actually 2022, when we realized that the communities that we're talking to, fisheries or marine fisheries is a big threat, because your again, climate change, sea surface warming up. They are not being able to do the number of days of fishing that we're doing in the past. So that is being cut down. So they needed an additional livelihood. And that's where the seafood dialogue came into view, and government was already providing a lot of funds through their state sponsored PMSY funds for the seaweed initiative. But truth be told, in the ground there was nobody to really work with these communities, and not only work in the sense just provide them the raft or the rope, give a technical platform to really work in a better way than what we are doing, like industrialist way, and not only just a very one of a time seaweed activity. So that's where we started working along with the Glamour crew, and I'll speak about the group later, where we again realized that seaweed as a commodity is not only just helping the community from the helping as a additional livelihood source, but has a bunch of other features, a bunch of market opportunities, a bunch of other things that really help the ecosystem at large. So it acts as superfood, it produces bioplastics, it has potential for biofertilizers. You'll see in the next slide where we talk about the 6 F's that we talk about, the application of seaweed. But more or less, it's a super commodity, and of course, its climate proves the air. And overall, across the world, it has been explored for a while, but in India, it's very, very nascent. So on the entire seaweed scale, what started becoming apparent is that the fact that we already spoke about the fact that it can provide large scale, additional employment opportunity, but it also has the capacity of carbon sequestration, and the fact that anybody who's looking to explore the market opportunity is a large, is a almost $100 billion industry that is targeted to be in 2027. So it is a win-win-win, as we typically call the triple bottom line, or the people, planet, profit. And it has a hard, only even globally, only even less than 50% of it has been explored. There's large opportunity to really explore and apply further. So the 6 F's that I was talking about, it is fertilizer, fiber, feed, pharma, and fuel. So where the applications of seaweed is vast, and and also the fact that all of these are bioderived and biodegradable. So there is the entire dialogue towards really using sustainable material was becoming apparent, and seaweed is a single source for making all these 6 F's of the 6 industries sustainable. And as of today, again, as I said, globally, only 0.03% of the Earth's surface is being farmed, and by only doing that, we are generating almost 650,000 people's employment, and it's just a $14 billion industry globally. But there is a large scale opportunity to explore, and which can go up to feeding 12 billion people. So the entire thing about where we started, as in the SDG 2, as in depletion of food resources that is happening on land, the need for generating new kinds of food resources, or the fact that employment opportunity was becoming, this one single commodity can really help us achieve that. Coming back to India, just people who are not aware of the seaweed industry in India, we are very tiny. We're at a very tiny scale. We produce 0.02% of the world's share of seaweed. But there are problems that the ecosystem has, which we have to really understand and engineer it, so before we can get started on a large scale, which is basically the big gap between supply and demand. So we are essentially a data science company because we apply data first principles. So we kind of looked at this problem, understanding, okay, why seaweed as a commodity cannot be grown in India. And we have a background of GIS application, and we work with the promoter group who has deep down industry experience. So how can we kind of collate all of this information and understand what is missing, what is the gap that we need to address, and how we need to address it. And the fact that, you are not only addressing a gap of the scale of operations, but the scale of operation you can break it down, saying that what is the supply gap, what is the demand gap, what is the the gap that is needed to bridge both the ends. You cannot do all of it on your own, and we don't want to do all of it on our own. There are people who are already doing very good work there in that industry. How can you kind of collate all of it, so not only integrate but aggregate, so that you grow as an industry and not only just one single company. So what we have today, the Climate Group platform, what we are trying to exactly do is basically bridging this ecosystem, supply and demand ecosystems, using technical tools. When I say technical, I mean technology at various levels. When you're planning a type of seaweed cultivation, that has technological application, as in we are not just throwing a bamboo in a raft like the old methods. You're basically trying to understand, analyze the kind of the seafront it is. Do you want to do near shore? Do you want to do mid shore? Do you want to do far shore? What is the water parameter? What is the spatial analysis telling you? What's kind of wave action, tidal action, and all of that is something that we analyze before we take a decision of how to do, where to do, and all of it. And then using that information, understanding what kind of seaweed methods. I won't go to the details of it, but there are various methods that you can employ depending on the kind of place that is. And from there, then drying and processing as also has its own application. So measuring every step of the way and making sure that you are being able to use that data to promise a certain quality, promise a certain consistency. And at the end of the day, as we said, this is something that we are doing to establish the best practices, so that tomorrow we can provide this as a toolkit to a a cultivator or to a processor, and they can be part of the platform. So we don't want to do all of it. We are just being able to utilize science and data to be able to build those very, very easy to use know-how for the industry to adopt and grow. Right. So a quick, just to add of what we are doing here, you will see the back, the basic building blocks of our platform are GIS and IoT. We analyze both spatial data and both in situ data. We have a marketplace that helps people, come and do all the market linkages both backward and forward. We have a supply chain analytics, which is core to what we do, as in measuring data at every place, which helps us do the traceability of our material. We have innovation management, because the place we are in, seaweed, it needs a lot of R&D, lot of research, and just to improve cultivation and processing methodologies. And we also have an impact assessment. And why impact assessment? Because whatever we are doing has large scale impact on climate, has large scale impact on livelihood, has large scale impact on the financial inclusion bit as well. So, and all of that we are doing it is as of now in 2022, 2023, we're building that, and then we are looking to kind of, engage the industry to really be part of this marketplace, providing them the toolkit that they need. And also what Ashwin Bhai was talking about is the fact that seaweed is one commodity and it is an additional livelihood. It's not only a thing, it's not a alternative livelihood. He stresses on that word, and I just want to double down on that, saying that the fact that when we talk to these fishing communities or talk to these coastal communities, primarily 70% of them are fishermen, and all of those are the youths of these communities are looking for additional employment. What has been happening in the last 10 years, because the marine fishing has reduced year on year, they were migrating out in the cities, and it's very difficult for them to adopt to a new livelihood and suddenly change and become something else. So this is a very win-win situation. But what we also kind of going back, saying that wherever we are helping you grow seaweed, if there's a potential for going fishing cages, we can help you in that as well. because as a group we have that expertise, and also the fact that it's a very beautifully coexisting habitat. If typically you will see, if you have a fish cage, the seaweed grows more, and the seaweed the fish get nutrients from the seaweed, and vice versa. So that's the reason there is this word called integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, which kind of helps to generate various kinds of livelihood, various kinds of food opportunities. So having said that, I typically wanted to talk about where we came from, why we started talking about seaweed, what is the background. But generally, the fact that today we are gathered here to really understand what are the various opportunities ocean as a subject offers us. So, and I was thinking of talking about how we kind of arrive at designing ecosystems. So a little bit, a couple of slides on that. So whenever you're talking about utilizing global, resource like oceans, and the fact that it is becoming mandatory as of now to adopt sustainability for everything and anything that we do, there are three things that Ashwin Bhai talked about. The fact that we need to fiercely protect what we have now. So protecting effectively something that is very much needed. So whatever tools, whatever digitization, whatever standardization you are doing in your own area of work, when you are dealing with a natural resource, the need to fiercely protect is very, very eminent. And the fact that whatever you're wanting to produce on the top of that, you need to produce it sustainably. I mean, be it be land-based agriculture or ocean-based agriculture, any kind of such natural, which is using any kind of natural resources, any kind of consumption patterns on it, needs to be sustainable, needs to go through a sustainable dialogue or sustainable planning. And all of these needs to add on to the fact that equitably shared resources, so that we are talking about circular economy, we're talking about green finance, we're talking about traceability. If you go to a supermarket, in most of the supermarkets, if you pick up a packet of say palak, you'll be able to see where it has come from. So the traceability is being very apparent, even especially post-COVID. We are waking up to the need for traceability, which not only ensures you a certain quality, but also kind of builds back a circular economy where the last mile supply chain or the farmer is getting a share of the profit. So these are the three thought processes that goes into building what we build. And the fact that as an opportunity, since it is a nexus of SDGs, it helps us SDG 2, it helps us provide employment to not only fishermen but also fisherwomen. There's almost 60% of our farm workers are fisherwomen. It also helps in SDG 14, of course, because it's underwater intelligence. It helps in protecting marine species, and it also is helping us in driving the climate action dialogue. So SDG 13. SDG 8 is providing a sustainable, inclusive economical growth, and 12 where you are basically providing the consumption. So consumption, what I again referring to what Ashwin was talking about, we see a lot of abuse of electricity in today's date, which is also a consumption pattern. That means if we have the capability of paying for the resource, we end up abusing it. So consumption for any resource is something that the demand controls. It's not supply chain. So in fisheries ecosystem, if you say that there are overfish, there's the overfishing dialogue that is happening in the world. Some species are overfished, and we typically start pointing fingers to the fishermen. But at the end of the day, who is consuming it? People who eats fish, people like me, we are basically consuming. We are basically asking for a type of fish, and that's the reason we're overfishing it. So that kind of sustainable consumption dialogue needs to be driven at the demand side. People who are consuming it, so that we don't end up abusing the resources. Um, uh, so what apart, so again speaking about how we really model this entire design thinking, we are providing a mitigation, we are providing adaptation strategies. Carbon sequestration is something that is being talked about seaweed, and to be honest, as of today, the world's share of seaweed, we talked about 0.03%, is so low that we still don't have the gold standards for measuring carbon sequestration from seaweed, but we are working towards that. Food production is talked about. Plastic pollution, because seaweed also has the ability to absorb heavy metals. And also, you can, when you talk about some Western cases where, you are, they are using a kind of innovation, which is kind of helping the seaweed absorb the heavy metals of certain areas of the ocean. And of course, there's the application of chemical fertilizers, because it is a source for biodegradable and bio-derived fertilizers. fossil fuel because you can generate biofuel from it, and the fact that there's a limitation to land-based production, we can address that or over from the seaweed-based food sources. But we are also adapting to shoreline protection. Whenever there is if there is a seaweed growing or any kind of mangroves, there's a similar kind of a thought process that it really prevents high waves or high cyclones to hit the community. So there's a natural barrier. Sea level rise in the same thought process, it helps in protect our areas that are prone to high sea level rise. Helping in ocean, reducing ocean acidification, increasing the dissolved oxygen content, and something that I also learned very later in life, very recently, that the source of omega for fish is also seaweed. So that's actually a source of omega for aquatic life. So just to kind of wrap up the fact that the whenever you are designing anything for the oceans, it is a global common. So you look at the various pillars of it, and there is a right-based approach to it, which is basically ensuring the fact that, and what we realize on an everyday basis, right? The fact that we work with communities, there is a good representation that we need from them. Additional to what we are providing a technology infrastructure. But if you have to really carry on that work, there's a need to take that community along and train them. So that's what we also do, and I believe MRC is also doing that aggressively. Training local communities, in using latest technology, and then taking the dialogue to a larger scale. And of course, social accountability is part of it. Ocean polycentrism is something that is becoming apparent. I mean, even in COP, in various these COP summits, you realize that the fact that it's no longer the Western world and the Eastern world. It was before a few years in COP, but now we realize that as a society as a whole, we need to protect our borders fiercely. And so, how do you really realize or adopt that dialogue globally? Is something that when it comes to oceans or marine infrastructure, that is becoming very, very apparent. And this is something that I wanted to kind of share with all of you. And this was something that we were also discussing internally, that in this latest budget, it was shown that India's economy is going to expand to almost 15% of global growth. So we are almost in the ranks of say the top global leaders, which is a very good news, of course. But the fact that there is almost 5.6 crore Indians that have plunged into poverty in 2020. So there's a large dichotomy. So how do you kind of build this dialogue so that we can achieve a national growth where there is at every step of the way, people are being able to grow in their own community. There is in again the new climate conscious world, there's something called LDCs for NDCs. NDCs are your national determined contribution, which the state or the India as a country has adopted, saying this amount of carbon emissions will reduce. But there's a need for a locally developed solutions for that. So for that, how do you really take forward? And we believe seaweed is something that really helps us pave that way. And so we're talking about a global village, and we're talking about not only giving the technology, market access, finance. So couple of kind of building pillars I wanted to kind of establish, so that whatever we need to grow, whatever we are growing, this is something that we need to make sure that we are doing on an everyday basis. Very recently, I think last year, somewhere in September, I've also presented to the Geospatial World Forum run by the United Nations, and where we realized that even from the UN perspective, it is becoming very apparent to them that geo-designing principles are applied to every UN in endeavor. So UN works with large communities, so a geospatial application is becoming apparent for their end design as well. So this is something that I presented to them as well. So it's kind of wanted to share this with you, because again, it talks about inclusivity, sustainability, and the fact that you are about Ashwin mentioned that we have 9 different coastal states. We have a large coastline. So, and there are various different economies sitting on in it, various different status of economy. If you really have to scale something, when even as a for-profit company, we want to achieve a certain scale, you need to understand what are the design principles, to really make a solution that can be easily adopted by users. So coming back to just talking about the journey that Climber Crew had, and in the past, Climber Crew was born in 2020, but as a group companies, our CV story started in 2017. And where incorporation of ICSID happened. ICSID is a not-for-profit organization. It was a climate first approach. There was a need that was understood that sharing land-based weather updates to farmers, land-based farmers in the area of Kutch was something ICSID started providing, and then going beyond much more. But seaweed as a commodity was something that was realized as an easy to use, zero inputs needed cultivation that the coastal ecosystems can do. And from there, there are very steps to really not only grow the commodity but also process it in labs to really derive first few intermediaries, like say for example Cup of ficus is one of the seaweed, and it produces something called a carrageenan. So if you just there's a carrageenan that's also biostimulant. So there's a solid part and there's a wet part, and all of this there's application in the fiber industry, application in the biofertilizer industry. So those steps were what we did in the initial R&D research, again applying that to going back to cultivation, applying standards, applying various data monitoring. So that since then, when Climber Crew was formed in 2020, the thing was to adopt all of it, adopt all of this knowledge, all the various best practices that we have learned so ground, and build a for-profit so that as a company we can scale further globally. And as of today, our deep down belief in the fact what Ashwin was saying, that there is of course a kind of Climber Crew again being a for-profit company, but we also have a social accountability. We need to make sure that we are working in communities, and also there is an overarching need for addressing the sustainability requirement of the global ecosystem. So we were growing in Kutch. We started in Gujarat, but very recently we've also expanded in Ratnagiri. And we are hoping that in the later phase of this program, there is a day that has been organized to really visit our Ratnagiri farm. So we are looking forward to having you all there. And a couple of pictures from our Kutch-based activity. You can see, seaweed not only produced in the marine ecosystem, but also there is there are tanks where you kind of harden the material, and you can see the fisherwomen and fishermen getting involved. And this is our Ratnagiri work. This was the first site where we started using bamboo rafts. But as of today, we are also doing long line there. And from this, again, in a couple of the first pilots goes into understanding the ocean infrastructure, the data, the data of the sea and the weather. And then using that, we go towards applying a little bit of industrial application and not just bamboos and rafts. As Ashwin mentioned, we are fortunate to have this large promoter groups of the Excel Industries, of Pidilite Industries, of Mamta Group, who have deep down expertise in their own fields. And that helps us to really realize not only the demands, the demand in India, but also globally, and also understand what are the various discipline that you need to be able to scale to a certain level. And the fact that all of these promoter groups have their own experience and large scale experience in CSR. So it's a very beautiful blend of, building something that, is long lasting and is sustainable. So last leaving everybody with thoughts. So I talked about people, planet, profit, which drives sustainability. But what we are aiming to do is not only people, planet, profit, but also purpose that helps us address the various challenges we are facing in the today's world. So that's all from my end. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, very encouraging to see purposeful CSR. So thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? Or I think I would like to move to a small presentation by our MRC fellow, who has Shlok Namami has built up a technology tool to manage shrimp farming and seaweed farming. Ashwin sir, with your permission, we'll move to the next. Yeah. Shlok, your turn.
Yes, sir. Just before starting, I just wanted to say, after seeing Devlina ma'am's presentation, it's very encouraging for us researchers working in this aquatech field, that there are many big organizations working to integrate the technology into the traditional aquaculture. I just have one doubt, ma'am, from your slide. As you mentioned that you are trying to implement a toolkit for the cultivators. So, ma'am, will it be a hard time in future to bring those technology to the actual cultivators, like farmers who are not very aware of the technology?
No, so it's just to address a couple of points that you raised. So when I say toolkit, not considered as a hardware. I mean, it's not a boxed hardware set that you unpack and install. Toolkit typically consists of also process of using a certain say a gadget. But again, in our case, it's not a gadget, and we are not only building toolkits for cultivators, we also building toolkit for processors. Now talking about your community engagement, right? So if you have realized that we engage with the community, and a part of any kind of community engagement involves digital literacy, involves financial literacy. So we don't do it all. Again, as I said, we involve the ecosystem. So we engage with communities or organizations like ICSID, or engage with organizations like Mavim, who has audience at their reach, who like for example fisherwomen or fishermen or farmers, and there are exercise conducted where we train them. So training is an integral part of working with the community, and that's not only one time. You train them on something that they go and do it. You provide the training materials on a digital platform where they can open the phone and go through the some things on YouTube. They can ask you questions, they go and train them again. So it's a continuous engagement. So the need of the hour, as I was saying, is that not to build very high fashion technology which nobody in our communities would find it difficult to use. Some building something which not only is a gadget, but also a process where you make sure that they are being able to use it on a daily basis and adapt to it on a daily basis.
Thank you, ma'am. That gives a lot of insight into the work. Also, just one more doubt, ma'am. When we are trying to integrate technology into this domain, where the paradigm is to keep the input costs as low as possible. So, would it be uh, again hard for farmers to get those IoTs and all being installed on their own? Will they be reluctant to do that? Yeah.
No, so it's how you build, right? So the fact is that, as I said, if you see one of my slides, there is a need for market linkages. And what you typically mean market linkages is about helping them sell the output, but also helping them buy infrastructure. So and you'll be surprised, I don't know if you have interacted with the fishing community or the ecosystem, they're highly technical. Initially in the days, even I was surprised, I was doubting whether I ever use a smartphone. The smartphone penetration in India is 220%. If you go and talk to a fishing community, you'll also see iPhones there. If you go to their boats, they have been using various kinds of gadgets, which they've learned themselves. So they're highly technical. So we think that they are not, they're technologically challenged, but they are not. Second thing, access to the infrastructure is the way we design it, right? So we need to make sure that if you are providing them or asking them to use in a certain way, and it's not just them, no? We are integral part of the everyday process. Our team is out there, our site team is working with them in tandem. So we need to make sure that those infrastructures are reaching through them. How do you reach through them? Is there various ways of providing this inputs. So when you talk about like any kind of contract farming, the various kinds of business methods, we use a certain way of it, but providing the latest infrastructures to farmers, be it fertilizer seeds, or be it any kind of inputs, including an IoT device, something that is how you design your entire business for that. And again, at the end of the day, IoT, as I said, it's not just farmers, right? We are also there. So we work with them, and we make sure that it's applied and is laid on in a certain way. Going forward tomorrow, we need to make sure that even when we not there, even when my team is not there, these things are easily available to them through last mile linkages. They are being able to use and adapt to it through education platforms, through online videos. And if they need a consultation, we should be able to go there whenever they need us. And also the fact that we can monitor it on a daily basis, so that any small glitches in the system can be easily detected and corrected.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. it helped me a lot to understand the perspective in India. So, sir, should I move forward? Like, can I start?
Please start. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Can you confirm the video, audio, and the presentation? Are they visible?
Yeah, everything is perfect. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to my presentation on the APY analysis for ships and seaweeds. This is Shlok Nemani, pre-final year student in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Bombay and working as a research fellow in the Maritime Research Center. So before starting the presentation, let's have a quick look on the outline of this presentation. So we will be looking at the aquaculture and its notion in the UDA framework and the perspective of aquaculture in the Indian economy, followed by the core topic of the presentation that entails the APY analysis of the shrimps as well as seaweeds, followed by the non-conventional aquaculture, which involves the notion which we as a research community are trying to integrate technology for the farmers to improve their life. So let's begin with the first of them, which is aquaculture and the notion of aquaculture in the UDA framework. So in this broadly, we will be looking how aquaculture supports the aspects of blue economy and sustainable development by making justified use of the oceanic resources. So here I have introduced some terms like blue economy and sustainable development goals. So what are those? Let's start with the term blue economy. So to understand blue economy, it is important that we understand what's the UDA or the UDA framework. So in short, in brief, the UDA framework encompasses the set of stakeholders which are associated with the maritime research, security, and development. So, in the context of aquaculture, we identified the following key stakeholders, including blue economy, the marine environment, and third, science and technology. The science and technology is the pillar that supports the other stakeholders by the use of the knowledge as well as the technological interventions. Starting with blue economy. So, this is the World Bank definition of blue economy, which states blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and jobs while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. So it not only focuses on the growth perspective, but also on the sustainable development of this whole infrastructure around the ocean ecosystem. So what's the blue economy and what are its pillars? So for to improvise the concept of blue economy, it is important that a precise research should be conducted because it can provide insights to explore the correct regions. Regions here states the farms where the uh, aquaculture can be promoted to harness the true potential in that specific region. Second, what blue economy means to the ear of people who are directly related to the aquaculture. So this aquaculture development in a certain region, it also supports the source of employment to the people who are eager to work in this aquaculture industry. As a source of employment, it in turn returns a better life for those community people who are now engaging in some fruitful activities. And finally, a better life or a leisure time allows them to reach to the available technology through smartphone and gain a social connect with the overall world. So all these are possible because of an infrastructure or an ecosystem being developed around marine resources by exploiting them in a justified manner. And this is the true meaning of the blue economy. So why I am saying it is in a justified manner. So let's understand what are the consequences of our action. So this brings us to the notion of marine environment. So I would like to start it with the line that every action is associated with some consequences, either positive or negative. So talking about the negative consequences, so it is important that as a humans or the developing nation, we are aware of the consequences of the decisions which we make and are also sure that the effects or the adverse effects or any negative effects which we are going to face in the near future are well under the defined limits of the nature. So this is the important idea of a sustainable growth of an industry. And second, if we are trying to exploit marine resources in our own to gain or to get some returns, but if we do it in unjustified manner, then this will lead to the habitat degradation, which will in turn accelerate the loss of flora and the fauna, which depends on the flora. The both are interdependent, so it just tries to create a positive cycle where the loss finally leads to the complete destruction of the marine environment and the supporting ecosystem. And finally, how the science and technology can help the aquaculture to yield better returns, make it more sustainable. So the knowledge of and application of science, it helps us to understand the biochemical reaction and growth processes happening inside the marine organisms. So here, the organisms which we are looking upon include shrimps and seaweeds, and thus in literature, in a very recent literature, by understanding the biological mechanisms happening inside shrimps and seaweeds, what are their byproducts. So this helped researchers to explain the benefits of a polyculture, and as ma'am explained, the concept of the IMTA, or integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. And the second, how the technology intervention and innovation can help, that it can collect the timely data from the farms, and also by using the growth modeling methods to get the idea of how much the production or the yield will be there, by using computer vision techniques or the IoT sensors as a camera as an endpoint, the machine learning on the cloud, the remote sensing to get the uh, overall cover where the farms are being located. And all this is now available in real time, which can be disseminated to the stakeholders or the policymakers that can take insights from this data and can frame the policy accordingly. Coming to the second, the notion of aquaculture and its perspective in the Indian economy. So in this broadly, we will be seeing how in the perspective of Indian economy, why the associated organizations. So organizations here means the organizations which are promoting the marine ecosystem or are working or showing efforts to conduct research in the growth of aquaculture. So whenever we talk about economy, we need some numbers to like get us optimistic in that sense. So in this, starting with the 30% growth witnessed by the marine food export industry in the fiscal year 2021-2022. So despite COVID disruptions, this was a huge annual growth rate which was witnessed in the previous financial year for the total marine food export industry. And out of the 8 billion, which was the part of the marine food export industry in 2021-2022, 75% of that was the frozen shrimps. So shrimps form a large bucket of the total exports of the seafood industry. So this makes shrimps, the production of shrimps, to be on a higher side, with also making it more sustainable, because there are a lot of disadvantage of growing shrimp, which we will be looking upon later. India ranks second in the global shrimps export, only after the Ecuador, which is located on America's west coast. Yeah, so as said by the director of ICAR and CMFRI, these are the two institutes which involves in research of the related with the aquaculture and agriculture. So they said that the director said that the global seaweed trade market was around of the value 16.5 billion US dollars. So this is a great opportunity for us to tap the farmers to get into aquaculture, to improvise their lives, because there is huge potential in based on the geographical location of India, and as well as the available land in the coastal region. And finally, the director also it makes us optimistic that India has a potential to produce around 10 million tons out of the 35 million tons which is being produced globally. And that makes us like around 30% of the total contributor to the global exports of the seaweeds. So there is a huge potential to be harnessed in terms of the global seaweed exports, which we are trying to tap with our research in a sustainable manner. So, ending it with the like, what are the policies and actions which are framed by these organizations to support the farmers to come into aquaculture? So, starting with the recent one of the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, which aims to invest 3 billion US dollars in the infrastructure development of marine fisheries and aquaculture. So, and they advise that around in the year 2024-2025, it would have generated 68 lakh jobs for Indian economy. So it's like win-win for both government as well as its people. Coming to the second, the inland aquaculture policy, it focuses on improving the productivity, which is the main concern in order to make more production out of a certain land and also ensures the environmental sustainability. The third, the National Fisheries Policy Act 2020. So it also promotes the sustainable development of fisheries sector in India, including the aquaculture. And it also focuses on marketing and promoting the research associated with this context. Now coming to the core of the topic, which is the APY analysis for shrimps as well as seaweeds. So in this, we will be discussing the concept of area production and yield analysis, along with the research outcomes and the limitations we face. So I am saying a lot about shrimps and seaweed. So if someone in audience don't have any idea, so this is just a brief about it. So the shrimps are belonging to the zooplankton category. So they are a type of seafood which are consumed worldwide, and there are various delicacies made in various parts of the world which contain shrimp as the main item of the dish. And in the context of Indian Ocean region, we will be looking upon the L. vannamei and Pinus monodon, the white leg shrimp and tiger shrimp, which are the most produced shrimp in the Indian Ocean. Coming to the seaweeds, so seaweeds on the other hand belong to the phytoplankton categories. There are like various uh, benefits of seaweeds, like it's the way the shrimps shows their harmful effects. The seaweeds on their other hands, their harmful effects are like it's very hard to count them. So they are very nutritious for consumption. They contain high amount of fiber. They hold very high intrinsic value. And the Capophycus alvarezi, the red seaweed, and the Gracilaria edulis are the prominent seaweeds grown in the Indian Ocean region. So these also generate some of the very the high intrinsic value raw materials for the industry, like carrageenan, which is used. It is a red material as well as the gelatin kind of material being generated. So these seaweeds are also having some intrinsic value for the raw material. And in Australia, as a matter of fact, uh, uh, the startup also pitched the plant-based bacon. So they used proteins from red seaweed. So seaweed also has found their way to the plant-based meat industry. So what's APY? So APY is just a collective abbreviation of three important parameters which reflect the efficiency of any production unit, the area, production, and yield. For our analysis, we will be looking at each farm as a production unit. So the area is the total area under the production unit, the farm, for instance, and also for not only the farm, the associated waste land, which is used for dumping all this waste generated, needs to be considered under area, because area is a scarce resource and it has to be used in a justified manner. The production is the total produced from any production unit, which is as obvious as it is, as it says. And yeah, in production, one thing to be remembered that all the production may not be economically valuable. There may be some byproduct of wastages. So only the thing which can be sold to the market is considered as a total produce. Yield is generally defined as the production per unit area, but it can also be extended to other input costs, like how much manpower is being employed by the industry, what is the social harmony disruptions in case there are disruptions between agriculture and aquaculture land use, and the climatic hazards of the aquaculture. But these are qualitative terms and very hard to quantify. So as of now, we will be looking on the yield also as a production per unit area. So now let's formalize APY briefly. So A is the land which is valuable and scarce resource. So the use of land should be economically justified for the stakeholders as well as the environmentally sustainable in order to meet the UN SDG goals. The A refers to the study of available land in various locations of India by looking at the previous data and finding the feasibility of a land to be used for developing the aquaculture. Because like recently the CV from the director of ICAR CMFI, they are saying they are tapping around 340 regions in India to grow seaweed. So whether they are feasible or not have to be looked upon by analyzing how many uh, in the associated regions, how many farms are there and how much they are producing. So that will brings us to the second key factor, which is production. So as I have already explained, it is the production which shows us how much is the total produced from an industry. So by analyzing production trends over a period of time, we can make some like forecast based on the compound annual growth rate. Are we able to meet our necessary goals against the top leaders in this industry? How much time it will take? And it also helps us to get hold of how the bad events or unfortunate events like some disease outbreak affected the production in past. So by correlating those events with the production trend can help us to mitigate adverse losses in the future. And finally, the most vast and important of three is the yield. So what it means is that we are trying to optimize the yield from the given land, which will maximize the produce and minimize the loss. So why it will maximize the produce? Because optimal yield will try to bring the mortality rate down, like the less number of shrimps will be dead. It tries to bring the more number of biomass of the seed being produced from the same field by analyzing the effect of stocking density, and minimize the loss. Loss means all the waste from the shrimp, like the dead shrimps are the waste because they are not economically valuable. So these kind of losses we are trying to minimize. And yeah, but there is a lot of dependence of yield on the environmental parameters, like how the shrimps and seaweeds react to the biological stress, where there is a very high sunlight intensity that burnt the surfaces of seaweed, or there is the salinity is not enough that seaweed kinetics could not support the amount of nitrogen or phosphorus salinity in the water, or the clarity is not enough that the sunlight reaches. So these all makes it very analytically toughest to be modeled. But yeah, this helps us to get the hold of the produce as well as yield trade-off. So this is the biological study of seaweed. So this is just more of the literature part of the technical part. So seaweeds related to the phytoplanktons have these parameters which affect their whole chemical processes happening inside them, and in turn the growth rate. So these all just are like somewhat like the as we saw for the plants. Just the thing is like the since seaweeds are grown underwater, so they extract the nutrient content from the water. So we will be looking upon some of the factors like salinity of water, the content of nutrient in the water, the motion of water. And yeah, the skill assistance is a one term which is very qualitative, but it is included because there are various methods like the raft method, the raft technology is being developed where the seeds are grown on raft. So how much is the days of culture for that? How the seeds should be planted? This all assistance needs to be given to the farmers, which is not there because seeds are a kind of we don't produce that much. We already only have around 35,000 tons of total produce in the recent years. So there is not much of the knowledge about seaweed. So we need to keep the assistance also. And similarly for shrimps, we have as they are from the zooplanktons, they also depend on the feed which is being provided. So this optimal, we are trying to optimize this parameter that will yield the maximum return. So this is the abstract model of the what APY analysis does. So it is nothing but a non-linear input to output n cross one dimensional map where the n means the number of farm inputs including all these parameters, and the one means the output yield parameter. And this non-linear map were generated using the probabilistic and statistical modeling. We are also looking towards integrating some state-of-the-art architectures that can help us to improvise it. So the weather and climate data is optional, as well as the satellite imaging data is what we are trying to integrate it into the APY analysis. But yeah, in the first part of the first iteration of the work, we are only looking upon the set of inputs from the sensors, this which affect the biological complex processes of the shrimps and seaweeds, and trying to get hold of the output. So the benefits of conducting APY research. So first, we are trying to tap the untapped. So the APY analysis can make it simpler to identify the regions with high potential for the cultivation of shrimps and seaweed. So that will make policymaker to make informed decision on building infrastructure, providing employment around this aquaculture industry. The second is the higher returns, like more yield means more returns, lesser losses also means more returns. So this will help them to get most of their what the hard work they are doing. And the supporting cycle here, it means that the more returns will help policymakers to infuse more funds into the same industry. So, and that will encourage more farmers to come into the industry. So it is a positive cycle which creates the win-win for both people as well as policymakers, and in turn the economy. And finally, the comfortable lives, which is associated with the less need of the estimations on the inputs and the bad produce, because now the tool will provide everything like how much is the estimated production and what the values they should have for the inputs. So this is the final goal which we are trying to look in the whole term, where the APY analysis will be available on all devices, either as a web application or a app solution. So here's a small demo for the first iteration of the tool. Please have a look. I hope the sound is being shared, sir.
No, we cannot hear you. No.
Okay, ma'am, I will do a voiceover on this, so it will help us to understand. So this is like the two different tools for shrimps as well as seaweed, the different modeling of each of them based on what farmer is growing. So let's say for seaweeds. So what are the input parameters we are able to quantify? So first of all, the species, which was like a qualitative, because we have two species which we are trying to model, the Gracilaria family and the Kappa ficus family. So the model was same for both because of the data constraints, but these are the parameters like the temperature, the stocking density, how much is the days of culture, the Sakai depth. If I talk about the Sakai depth, it is the clarity of the water. Like it mentions the clarity of the water. So clarity and Sakai depth have some kind of the exponential relationship. So that is being modeled. So if the Sakai depth is very high, so that means water is very clear. So, and the stocking density, if someone doesn't know, is the amount of biomass of seaweed being planted per meter square. And let's say the Sakai depth is being said. The water depth means the how much under the depth of the water surface the seaweeds are being planted. In various different technology, this water depth may be varying either if it is close to the surface or it is very far in the uh, ocean. Yeah, so it gives the growth rate of the seaweeds, how much growth rate of the seaweed in terms of biomass can be seen, and it gives the per meter square the estimated biomass and the total biomass. So this per raft is in the raft technology. The government or the organizations have proposed a 3x3 meter raft. So the total biomass which the cultivator should expect from this should be around 153 kgs of the seed. That helps him to manage his expenses on the total how much he is trying to cultivate. Let's go to the shrimp. Now I'm going back to the shrimp one. So shrimp one was like more matured because of the higher amount of literature available, like about shrimp. The literature was available going back in around even in the decades of 1990s. But for the seaweed, since it's very kind of new kind of the thing which is trying to interest the newer kind of industries which are more towards a sustainable ecosystem. So these are the terms which I have already explained. Stocking density. The salinity is in the parts per million or the part per tons of the amount of nutrient contents, which are the salts, the nitrogens and phosphorus, then phosphates, and the pH. The living pH is around 7 to 8 for shrimps. Like it is kind of basic to neutral. In acidic, they like die. Like the acidic is not fine. And yeah, this is for for shrimps from the organizations, we also have some data that for L1MA around 18 to 19 grams is kind of optimal. Like it can go up to 27 grams per shrimp. So that's also one kind of estimation. So we have taken the threshold values to around 17 grams. that if the final weight of the shrimp is less than 17, then it's non-optimal. And about the feed conversion ratio, so this was qualitative term. Like we are not able to really quantify unless and until there is a lot of amount of data of how much the farmers really feed to the shrimp. But yeah, the feed conversion is the amount of feed being given to the shrimp as well divided by the weight gain by the shrimp. So if it is very high, that means weight gain is very low and the shrimp have taken a lot of food. So that's not optimal because it increases the expenses. Overall, we get that the total biomass production in this case is, if we change these parameters to, let's say, like if we increase the temperature, the growth the rate decreases and the total biomass production decreases. So in this, like the overall idea was by inputting the parameters, the farmer get the idea of how much parameter he or she should maintain. In the first iteration, it was completely manual. There was no use of the endpoints. But yeah, if the API needs to be established, that can directly connect the data from the farms to this tool. And it will also help us to model it better because now there are no state of the art architectures like and neural networks or SVMs. But yeah, the more the data it produce, the more the data or the feedback we have, we will be able to update it in the iterations which we are currently working on. So let's just see the what are the current limitations which we are facing in our APY research. Is there is a slight unavailability of structured data which can give us the how much like these parameters and what is the produce from that farm, like what were the parameters being maintained and what were the yield from that farm. So because why there is no data, because there is no very much interest in this work. Like why would someone create a higher operating expenses just to collect this data? So this is the time that the research community tries to collect data by conducting in-house experiments or by setting up the infrastructure and get the required data. So that will help us to use random forest or neural networks to get accurate predictions. Like the currently the tool focuses on the regression and the multivariable analysis, but we need to understand how much of these input parameters which I am saying from the literature review are really important. So we need to understand those. And finally, the lack of technology use. We still believe like it may be hard time for this sophisticated technology to travel the path. So we will be trying to keep the expenses as low as possible so that the farmers don't have to bear any kind of expenses. So the algorithm needs to be more novel. The algorithm needs to be more accurate because we are trying to keep the endpoint expenses low. So this model should work with a sensor which even gives a higher range of the error margins. So that will help us to employ a cheaper technology, but with a better algorithm. So this brings us to final and the last part of the presentation. This is the non-conventional aquaculture, where we will be inculcating the research and technological innovations to make aquaculture more sustainable. So it is a notion which we as a research community are seeing to integrate it in the aquaculture. So these two, we can see that the shrimps has a lot of disadvantages on the environment, while the benefits of seaweeds are like countless, or we can count any number of seaweeds benefits. So they are even having intrinsic value to the industries. They can help in the carbon de-sequencing, the water de-acidification. They are also used in the wastewater treatment, as well as some companies in Europe are also trying to make biofuel production. The cattle feed, they can, since it is nutritious, they can be used for cattle feed also, and they are also food source for us. Like there are very delicacies that can be made from seaweed. On the other hand, the disadvantages of shrimps are many. Various mangrove destruction have already shown how the associated shrimp farm have completely destructed the ecosystem. So there are various examples in literature which actually proves the disadvantages of the shrimps. So what's the scenario which we are looking upon? We have already seen that at the spectrum of sustainability, shrimps is on the one hand, seaweed is on the other hand. So shrimps, the byproducts of the shrimps are very harmful because they contain acidic chemical components as well as salts. While on the other hand, the salinity of water containing nitrates, phosphates, it has the phytoplanktons with the vital minerals required for the optimum growth of these organisms. As well as seaweeds also provide a food source to the shrimp. So what if we try to combine that? So yeah, they can grow and live in situ. So this is the notion of the polyculture. This is one of the article which is latest, and it shows that even by using polyculture, let's say here D3 G2 means the highest amount of seaweed along with the shrimps. So it shows that the lowest amount of the mortality rate of around 17.8%. While on the other hand, with no shrimp, with shrimps with no seaweed, the mortality rate of the penis family was around 75.6 percent. So it can be shown that with higher biomass of seaweeds along with shrimps, the mortality rate can be decreased. And in future, if there is some kind of virus outbreak, so we will be making our shrimps more resistant by use of this polyculture. It also significantly decreased the content of nitrogen and phosphorus compounds because the bioproducts which are from the shrimps are now used by the seaweeds for their own growth, and it also enhances the survival, as I have mentioned, for the P. monoton at higher stocking. Now we can also increase the stocking density. This was all conducted in a controlled environment, as they have mentioned. So yeah, the effect to be seen in the farm have to be conducted later. So this is the notion of a final as a CV farm which we are looking. So it tries to integrate computer vision, the sensors to track the environmental parameters, and the cloud-based machine learning so that there is uninterrupted processing of the data and timely alerts to be sent to the farmers. So this do make use of the IoT devices. This do bear some of the fixed cost that needs to be bear by the cultivators or some organizations. But yeah, this improvise the whole ecosystem of the aquaculture, which we are looking in terms of a modern aquaculture as a non-conventional. So it's not only me. This work, there are a lot of research efforts in the back end going by Siddhant, my peer, Sarita ma'am, who is looking on the biological understanding and finding of seaweed for the modeling of the growth, how they interact. Sanskar, his work ideates us to bring the spatio-temporal maps for the Indian Ocean region, and the work by Shelja ma'am helps us to align our work along the lines of sustainable development goals and UDF framework. So with this, it was a long presentation, but I thank you for listening to it. And I conclude it with the remark that this is a high time that we try to improvise the lives of those who are trying to produce the food or the nutritious food for us. So with this, thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you. I am open for any questions.
Thank you, Shlok.
Yeah.
Any questions? Devlina ma'am, your comments, and then I'll go to Ashwin sir.
No, I mean, it looks fairly interesting, and also the research that has been done in the polyculture that Shlok mentioned, and we have been also kind of discussing it. And again, it's the addressing this shrimp disease that has been a big impediment to the export sector, the fisheries export sector in India. 60% of fish exported from India is actually venami, and any kind of disease that affects venami impacts our exports largely. So if this can be established, this has a big potential for really improving, improving not only exports but also tapping into the economy as well. So that is interesting to see. I would like to understand if this can be done in a larger scale, at least the pilot, and establish some kind of governing principles around that. So, but commend the work done so far, and I like the various structured way that the team is working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, ma'am, as you said, we have built the, with the support of Excel Industries, we have built the basic framework. And now the next level, as you and me have been discussing, is to go to the field and then validate the model. And I think typically in many places in India, we see that we have not relied on modeling and simulation so much. But I think it's time, and today with the kind of computational infrastructure that is available, large scale modeling and simulation needs to be done, and iteratively it has to be validated. I mean, it's not that you do a lot of it and then at some point you go for validation, but it has to be done simultaneously. We build a model, go to the field and come back and improve the model, and so that once the reliability of the model becomes better, then I think the cost effectiveness will be unimaginable. So certainly, I mean, as you said, we in the next stage we would like to deploy it and then take it forward. So I mean, this as part of this workshop also, the idea of we going to the field is to also understand the whole ecosystem and then kind of build collaborations to then start putting those sensors and the validation mechanism in place. Yeah.
Well, first of all, Shlok,
Yes,
very
sir.
good presentation. Very good. You have studied it quite a lot. You have a wonderful name, Shlok. I believe that you will create not only one Shlok, but many Shlokas. So, wish you all the best. I've respected Devlina for her knowledge and the way she has combined the data management along with the fishery, which is an ocean-based activity. So you are also a data bhakt. So you are also wanting to use data.
Yes.
And like she came from fisheries into seaweed, you are studying both of them simultaneously and seeing the synergy between them. So I think as we are discovering that sometimes nature can support each other, sometimes it can be. So whom to keep separate and whom to keep together. So I think a lot of valuable lessons that you have created. As you rightly said, that the data is now very much an accepted fact, and a lot of things work on data. But while the data on shrimp is available, the data on seaweed is not much available. So we need to generate data, which, as Dr. Das said, that now the time to take the knowledge that we have, let's say, in the classrooms or in the our offices needs to be tested on the ground and see the correlation. Maybe corrections might come, some
Yeah.
mistakes might be there, which we might have to rectify. But I think the base is very sound. That digitization, use of IT for many things is anyway taking place. Fishery is a relatively established industry. Seaweed is a relatively new industry, but there's a lot of synergy, and the ocean as a kind of common resource. So I think I would, and I don't know whether you are based in Mumbai or where are you based?
Sir, I am currently in Mumbai only, in my college.
Yeah, and you are a IIT Bombay wala, right?
Yeah, yes.
Right. So we are also a Mumbai wala. So
Ah,
I would like to welcome you to visit us and
yes.
give a small talk because today only me and Devlin have benefited. But we have many colleagues. We have a group of about 25 people. So all of us would like to hear you and look forward to your ideas, your vision, your thoughts, so that we can use it properly.
Sure, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Incidentally, I was last week in IIT Bombay.
Oh, okay, sir.
IIT Bombay is starting a what they want to call is Center of Excellence for Circular Economy.
Oh,
So
yeah,
they
yeah,
wanted
yes, sir.
some ideas. So I
Okay.
was there as part of the panel, and we had generated some good ideas. But I would say this is probably the best idea, the seaweed. So
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. It will help to like there are a lot of people working in this domain, like to model the mathematical models for every kind of growth patterns, not for the biological organisms, but if sir, something is established, then there are like good minds, even more better than me, who are enthusiastic towards this. So that will help to take this to a very high level in just a matter. Yes.
right. Okay. Right. And wishing you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. There is a question on the chat box about to explain what is spatial planning.
Yes, sir.
I will. I think we will pass it to the next presentation by Sanskar Soni, who has been working on this. So we'll not take the question now. Please wait for the next round because we'll have a very detailed presentation. In fact, tomorrow we have the UNESCO head of Intergovernmental Ocean Commission. IOC is the global organization which is driving marine special planning on a global scale. And along Vladimir Rubin will be making a presentation. And also along with him, the way we did it today, Sanskar Soni from MRC will be making a presentation on what we have been doing and what we have achieved, and particularly in the context of the tropical waters. So I will request you to kindly hold on till tomorrow, and you'll get a much better perspective. So I'll thank Ashwin sir and Devlina and Shlok for a very good session that we had. And I think this is a perfect combination of collaboration where, and also user academia industry partnership, I would say. I would like to put ourselves in the category of academia and research organization, collaborating with an industry, and also industry taking this to the field, to the user. So I think it's a very good model where CSR has a very clear purpose, and we would like to, as we have discussed, sir, we would like to take it to the next level of field deployment. So this visit that we are doing between 20th to 24th, it is a pilot visit for us. Now we have a field expert in the MRC team called Noah Shinde, who is deployed in the field, and he has a significant experience. He's an advanced diver himself, and he has only planned this whole trip. But idea is to also collaborate with multiple local groups there, so that when we do things, we can kind of take advantage of what others are doing and also complement their effort. So thank you so much, sir. And we'll take a quick break for tea now, and then we will get back. We'll have to come back quickly because Dr. Deepak will be waiting for us. Sir, any last word from your side? Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, we'll quickly move for tea and then we'll come back. In the meantime, Rishikesh, I'll request you to kindly check the audio video of Dr. Deepak. Thank you.
Hello. Deepak sir?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You are
My
audible.
video, everything is working, I suppose. All fine.
Yeah.
Great.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
it's working. Can
Yeah.
you share your presentation also?
Yes, I can.
We can test it also.
Sure. Can you see it?
Yeah. We can
Right?
see.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Catherine, we just checked it. Fine. Yes.
Global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunity that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. the economic opportunities in the Indo-Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics-based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022.
Deepak sir, you're ready?
I'm set.
You're ready, sir?
Yes, yes, very much.
Okay. First of all, thank you, sir, for joining us. We could finally make it. We would have loved to have you physically, but at least this works definitely, because we are also recording all the presentations for posterity and people can take benefit in the future. And there are quite a few. And because it was on the hybrid mode, a lot of people have been able to join from various parts of the world, actually.
Right.
Just 2 more minutes, sir. I'll just.
No worries. Please take your time.
So welcome back. We have a very important presentation now. Dr. Deepak is joining us from the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, a very, very important organization from as part of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. They are doing a lot of work in the coastal management sector, a sustainable coastal management area. So I will hand over to Deepak sir, and I'll first request Deepak sir to first introduce himself. At MRC, we normally don't read a CV. We request the esteemed speaker to talk about himself, his organization, and then kindly start the presentation. Deepak sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. It was a pleasure to meet him when he had been to Chennai, and we had a good round of discussions. And it was also good to know the kind of work MRC is doing. And I'm happy that I'm able to be present to you this day. And I'm also happy to see that Devlina presented before me, because just 2 weeks back we shared the stage together in the National Maritime Foundation when there was the workshop, Cake and I first workshop, where both of us were in the panel. So it's good to again see her presentation, and also the presentation made by the IIT. And I just mailed, right? His name was I forgot his name, but the presentation on and why seaweed is also very important right now as an compensatory or alternate for aquaculture. Having said that, let me just give my background. I am basically a marine biologist. I have my master's in marine biology and oceanography from the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Porto Novo, and I have a PhD in marine biology through a Danish project fellowship that is called as Tropical Marine Mollusk Program. Basically, I'm a taxonomist, meaning to say that I work on species naming, and I specialize on coral reef invertebrates, including mollusca, polygid worms, amphipods, and so on. So I look at the smaller organisms very, very closely, and I also look at larger cetaceans, like be it dolphins or whales, and we do have some work on that. And prior to joining, this is my 10th year with the National Center. I'm there in the center right from the time it was instituted. It was in 2013 that we recruited people, and I'm there from the beginning. And I have just jumped one rank more. I joined the Scientist D. I'm a Scientist E. I head the conservation of marine resources department, and we do a lot of conservation management planning, and we help all the state governments and UTs for their conservation related issues. And we do help in the preparation of coastal management plans for all these coastal states and UTs. And we help the ports, we help the defense, we work with Coast Guard. And when the coast is there, our jurisdiction lies between 500 meter from the high tide line and up to 20 nautical miles. So this is our jurisdiction. Beyond that, the Ministry of Earth Science takes care. And this is in a nutshell about myself and the work that we are doing in the center. And I go as resource persons to many institutions, and I like working and interacting with students and researchers. So without wasting much time, I will get into the details of the presentation I have for today. And this is called as the ecologically sensitive areas. Please permit me to share my screen. I just want to know where I'm audible clear. If somebody could just confirm or thumbs up.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me share my screen now. Can you see the presentation, the first slide?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, super. Just a minute. I'll just probably skip the sharing mode. I'll just share again 1 minute. Sometimes the full screen doesn't work. Is it good now?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, super. Sorry for that small hitch. So the first slide that you see in front of you is the slide that says that from 21 to 2030, UN has declared as the year of or a decade of ecosystem restoration. Now, the saddest part is that it's very difficult to restore a system that is degraded back to its original glory. And what UN or the countries who are party to it are trying to do is that at least try to protect what is remaining and try to propagate in the areas where degradation has taken place. Because of the abuse that has happened to the environment, we see that whatever steps we take does not bear fruits as expected. What was in the past, like what systems we had in the past. So whatever is there right now, it is high time for us to protect and conserve. And this is just the 17 SDG goals that we have. And being a marine biologist, my focus will be always on SDG 14, which talks about life underwater. But interestingly, even if I talk about SDG 14, SDG 14 is never solo. It's always interconnected. If I go into details of SDG 14, you see that both SDG 13, SDG 15 all plays and are interconnected. And then when we start interlinking everything, you see that ultimately the entire SDG will be supporting each other. So having said that, it is important for us to also look at what kind of environments that we have in the nation and what kind of legal provisions are available in the country regarding the protection of ecology sensitive areas. Now, this slide is a slide that gives you a glimpse of what work in the last 9 to 10 years NCSM has done. So we have demarcated 78,000 square kilometers of hazard line for the country. Now, this hazard line is not an regulatory line. It is a line that is an informative line that tells you areas or parts where if any development is going to happen, we have to give a second thought to it. There already exists structures there, then we have to see how they can be shifted or how the people can be shifted from that place. And the second important study that we did was demarcation of coastal sediment cells. And through the study, we observed that there are 26 large sediment cells. Now, what are sediment cells? Sediment cells are basically areas from one point to north or south, where the sediment starts to move within these cells. And there are 26 sediment cells across the country, and 10 of them on the west coast, 16 on the east coast. And interestingly, these cells, we call them as primary cells. It is further simplified into secondary sediment cells and also as management unit, which is at the very micro level, probably a macro level, not exactly micro, but at that level. But the third most important study that we did was mapping of 34,127 square kilometer of ecologically sensitive areas as given in the 2011 notification of CRZ. Now we have the 2019 notification of CRZ where you see that slight changes have been made to the entire notification. It just didn't stop with the mapping of 34,127 square kilometers. The notification also said about 12 critically vulnerable coastal areas, what we call the CVCA, which has to be demarcated and accepted in the CCDMP. Now, if you are aware of the coastal states and the UTs, they all have a separate agency called as the SCZMA, the State Coastal Zone Management Authority. Now, for Maharashtra, we have the Maharashtra State Coastal Zone Management Authority. And what the authority does is that any activity, be it development, be it conservation, has to be brought into the notice of the authority, and the authority will decide whether these are valid or not, and these are mapped for long-term developmental or long-term conservation or long-term livelihood, disaster, whatever the management issue is, that for that it applies. So these three were the most important studies that we had done as an institution in the last 9 years, and all these are now translated into the different coastal management plans and also the protected areas within the country. Now, the CRZ 1 areas, as it is called, is the ecologically sensitive area. And this is the, as per the notification in para 2.1.1, which is brought in 2019. 11 was the original notification, and it was the first time, though there were sensitive protected areas mentioned, A to K, these 11 systems were brought into place in the notification. Now, I'll just move on to one by probably when I move to the later slides, I'll tell you how these are divided into ecosystems, as habitats, as protected areas, as nesting grounds, and so on. And what happened was that when the CRZ 2011 notification came, there was no policy, there was no specific inputs for identifying, delineating, demarcating these particular ecological sensitive area. The notification just mentioned that mapping of ESA has to be done, as you see in the point, ABCD, and there has to be a framework that has to be developed for as criteria for development of these ESAs, and then again a framework to develop a criteria, the framework and criteria for developing the CVCA was done. And finally, there has to be an integrated management plan that has to be prepared for the ESAs, for the CVCAs, and management plans for the ESAs. So these were all given the notification, and this work was assigned to NCSCM. So
Excuse me.
now, why all these confusions? The confusion is mainly because, yes.
Sorry, sir. Only first screen of your slide is visible in case you're changing the slides.
Oh, yes, I am changing the slides.
Only first slide is visible.
Okay. Other slides are not visible. Let me just reshare it again. 1 second.
Yes.
Can you see it now?
We can see the second slide now.
Okay, the second slide, sorry, I probably somebody should have just alerted me. I'm sorry, I thought it was just going on. So this was the SDG slide I was talking about, how the SDG goals are interconnected from 14 and so on. And then I just told this is the three important work that was carried out, that has taken place in NCSCM: the demarcation of hazard line of 70,000 square kilometer, demarcation of coastal sediment cells, which is 26 in number, and then 34,127 square kilometers of ecologically sensitive areas, and 12 CVCAs. I hope these slides are visible now. Are these slides visible now?
It's still in the second slide, sir.
Oh, wow, I do not know. Just a second. Maybe I'll just share again. 1 second. Now?
Yes, sir. Now it's full screen.
Second screen?
Yes, sir.
Third, fourth?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. So I don't know what happened in between. Okay. So this was the studies I was talking about, and this is the CRZ notification. Let me ask every time whether the slide is moving or not. Is the slide visible now? CRZ 1A areas?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. So this is the CRZ 1A areas, and I'll just tell you the science behind conservation, because what we had done earlier was that we just took inputs from a species like tiger, for example, try to protect the tiger habitat, a particular X species, then try to protect the habitat, or if it's a mangrove area like Sundarbans, protect the areas. But we had to have some kind of strategy to develop evidence-based, science-driven conservation. And that's exactly what we did for the eco-sensitive areas. Now you see three oval-shaped structures here with mentioning what kind of strategy of current strategy we have in conservation. First is the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, which includes both including the species and also the marine protected areas. And there are two kinds of conservation. One is spatial, that is area-based conservation, and one is very specifically species conservation. Now, under the area-based conservation or spatial conservation, we have the national parks, sanctuaries, conservation reserves, and community reserves. Whereas in the case of species, we have four schedules. Schedule 1 invites the strictest laws and regulations because these species are highly endangered as per the IUCN conservation norms, or as per the wildlife protection, the endangerment of the species of a particular state. That is based on the species conservation. And then we have the Environmental Protection Act, which was brought out in 1986, which also brought in new protected areas like the ESZ, Ecological Sensitive Zones. Now, this has recently gotten a lot of attention because Supreme Court has given an order that any protected areas there, be it a sanctuary or a conservation reserve or a national park, from the boundary of that, there has to be an ecologically sensitive zone that is demarcated. For many of the protected areas, these ESAs were not available, and now the Supreme Court has told that if the state does not have an ESZ for a protected area, 10 kilometers from the area as buffer will be default given. So now all the states are rushing up in such a way that to find out whether 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer or 3 kilometer buffers can be made. That is the importance of ESZ, and suddenly in the last 2 years it has gained lots and lots of momentum because of the Supreme Court and because of NGT's pressure to all the states to get this done. And we also have the ecologically fragile area, EFA. That is, for example, in the case of Maharashtra, Dahanu and the North Palghar district. You see that there, Dahanu, there is a separate DTEPA, Dahanu Taluka Environment Protection Agency, that is formed exclusively. So this is also one of the methods under the EPA how conservation has taken place. And then we have the wetland, rules and management rules, that is in 2017. Then of course now the ESA, which is mentioned under the CRZ1 and under the ICRZ is nothing but the island coastal regulation zone. CRZ for the mainland India, ICRZ for the islands. And then we have the Biological Diversity Act, where again we bring in spatial conservation measures and species conservation measures. In spatial conservations, we see that areas of biodiversity heritage importance have been identified. It can be a heritage, archaeologically important site, heritage site. These are also mapped and brought under conservation. And if you see in the species conservation, what happens is that there are various regulatory provisions, and also the Biodiversity Act also discusses in detail about the access and benefit sharing of the local community. If something is harvested by some industry, it has the locals have to have some kind of an royalty for that particular activity. And in ESA, as I tell, it is purely evidence based, and from that we have created the highly stressed zone and CVC. So I'll be talking today only about the ecological sensitive areas because that is a very vast subject. Has the slide changed now? Can you see the framework for ESA?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, then no stopping from here now. So basically, when we started to develop the framework, it was not a very easy task because we had to start from the scratch, and we had a lot of consultation process. Like if we prepared a draft criteria within internal experts, and then we called for an expert consultation. Then we validated with existing data. This is in close association with the respective forest and environment departments at the wildlife wing in Delhi, the Wildlife Institute of India. We had IISc Bangalore, we had the CMFRI, we had in School of Social Work in Chennai. So many organizations were involved in assessing the conservation value and then ultimately developing a particular criteria. And if you don't believe, we for ESA there are 4 categories, of which 15 criteria were shortlisted. In that, 34 attributes, characters for data for 34 attributes were carried out. And interestingly, it was the first of the kind because we used state of the art technology available in 2014-15, which means that we took a tab, we developed our own program, and entire socioeconomic data analysis done in the tab. And once the entire socioeconomic, because the tab gives you a geotag location of the person whom we're interviewing, it gives with the person's consent, whether he can take a picture, put the or a thumb impression, or even the name, just put them again based on consent. We take the inputs, and then all the data is entered. Yes, no, what are the questionnaire is there, and once the enumerator gives enter, next second the data was coming into a server. So it was very fast work that was done, and so many thousands of household surveys are carried out for the first time in the country. So as I told you, can you see the slide now? Ecosystem habitats.
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. So I introduce you to the 11 CRZ 1A areas, which are called ecological sensitive areas. So of the 11, first 4 are the ecosystems. That is the mangrove ecosystem, coral ecosystem, seagrass, and salt marsh ecosystem. Now, salt marsh was a very neglected area in terms of conservation. But we in a study have brought salt marsh, and these are now legally demarcated, and these are ecological sensitive areas marked, mapped in every coastal zone management plan prepared at the state and the UT level. So this is something very important. You see how science, which is evidence based, which is driven by science, is going into policy, and how conservation works. Now the basic, and down you see that there are habitats, that is the bird nesting, turtle nesting, horseshoe crab. Now there's a difference between ecosystem and habitat. Ecosystem is basically an entire area that supports all life, and when we consider ecosystem, we include both the abiotic and the biotic factors. In the case of habitat, like the bird nesting or the turtle nesting horseshoe, we see that the animal spends only a part of its life cycle to visit. I'll come to it later. Okay. Mangroves, for example, we have solid mangroves, the biggest mangrove we have, good stands of mangrove we have in Andaman Nicobar, undisturbed till now. Sundarbans, world's biggest mangrove area. Sundarban name itself comes from the Heritiera foams, a tree called Heritiera foams, which is Sundari, and that's why Sundarbans is called so. So this is shared between India and Bangladesh, and the largest part is found within India. Unfortunately, the Sundari trees, the quality of Sundari trees and the density of Sundari trees is slowly declining because of the lack of proper fresh water flowing higher from the Ganges River into the Sundarban region. That's mainly because of many dams have been built, water is used for agricultural purposes, water is being diverted for various other activities, and we see very little fresh water coming to the shore. Mangroves live in an area which is an intersection between the complete marine area and freshwater area, and they have a brackish water nature. And you know that mangroves are halophytic plants and trees. They have a very special adaptation roots called as the stilt roots or pneumatophores or nemathods or pneumatothorns and so on. And these are very specially adapted to live in this area, and these act as nursery grounds for many fin and shellfishes. All the young ones, the shrimps, the fishes, the prawns, everything develop here and then go into the coastal waters. Corals are the most important ecosystems that you see and highly sensitive to climate change. We see that even 2 degrees of increase in temperature can bleach the corals, and throughout the world we see the mass bleaching events happening. We read last year in Australia how mass bleaching completely wiped out the branching species of corals, which is under genus called Acropora, and we had a severe loss. And this year is also now identified as an year of ENSO. ENSO means El Nino and the Southern Oscillation. So we are going to see a very high temperature rise, and God only knows what's going to happen to the corals. Again, these corals are two types: the branching corals and so the reef building corals and the solitary forms. Reef building corals are like the branching corals, the tape corals, table corals, and so on, cup coral and so on. And then we have the massive corals as seen in the picture. This is a brain coral, meandrina. So these are the other ones which are again these act as important feeding and breeding grounds for many fin fishes and shellfishes. And third, seagrass. Again, we must be thankful because India has all the systems. What in the northern hemispheres, when you go to the northern 45-degree north latitude and above, or 40 south latitude and below, you see that there is absolutely a minimized diversity. Whereas we see from the tropics, from the equator to 0 to 30-degree north and south, you see that the beautiful huge numbers of species diversity obtained, which you do not see in other places. So what is the importance of seagrass? Yes, please. Is there a clarification?
Oh, sir.
Can we go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. So seagrass basically, you can ask what is the use of seagrass? Again, seagrass plays a very important role in carbon sequestration. In fact, when we say terrestrial forests and when we compare mangroves and seagrass have 5 times more sequestration capacity than what the evergreen forests and terrestrial forests have. So protecting these are that's what they call as blue carbon offsets. And salt marsh also plays a very important role because they also act as very important barriers. In fact, all the four mangroves, corals, seagrass, salt marsh, they are the primary defense against any kind of natural disasters like sea level rise, tsunamis, or any other storm surges. Even for cyclones, you see that mangrove has been protecting. And if you ask the people of Tamil Nadu or people of Andaman, just because the presence of mangroves, when the tsunami came, they were all completely protected. So they play a very very vital role, and that's why protecting them and it's very important. Then next we see the habitats. Habitat, as I told you, that they have only animals living there have only a part of their life cycle completed there. For example, birds, they come only to nest once the hatchlings are becoming chicks, and once they're becoming juveniles, capable of to fly, then they move from there and they come next year for nesting. If we see in the case of turtles, and this image that you see is an olive ridley, scientifically called as Lepidopteles olivaceae, and this nests in all along the coast of India. But the great mass nesting, what we technically called as arribadas, in Spanish means arrival, and we also call them rookeries, is found only in the Gahirmada Rushikulia belt in the in Odisha, and this is the single largest nesting rookery or aribada in the world. Nowhere else so much. This year again in aribada season, just 4 days back it got over. There are close to 7 lakhs of turtles nesting at the same time. Just imagine, you cannot just put your leg and walk. That was the kind of intensity in which the nesting is happening. And again, interestingly, what happens is that the females are the ones which come to nest. They'll come on one side, they'll come from the left side, dig the nest, and drop the eggs and go on the opposite side, on the right side. So that's exactly what they follow. And also, scientists have proven that these female turtles have something called fidelity, meaning to say that they will come to the exact place where they were born, and they'll come to the exact place every year to lay their nest and go. So this is again very important. And then the third habitat is the horseshoe crab habitat. Interestingly, horseshoe is a name given not to a crab here. This actually is an arachnid, meaning to say that this belongs to the family of spiders and scorpions. If you put them upside down, you can see a lot of jointed appendages because they come under arthropoda. Arthropoda itself, Latin, it says arthro is jointed, poda is foot, jointed foot. So these horseshoe crabs are of very high importance in medical biological field and medical field because it contains blue blood called LAL that is used for treatment of cancer and for many cancer related research. And we must thank again God for the two species that we find in India from Andhra Pradesh, north of Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and in the West Bengal. One is called as Carcinoscopus rodenticaudatus, one is called as Tachypulus gigas. These two are present in huge numbers. And again, these come only to the shore to lay the eggs till hatching happens. When the larva comes, they go back into the water. So again, only a part of the life cycle is in the sandy or muddy areas of the beaches which are found in Andhra, Orissa, and West Bengal. It is called horseshoe because the horses and even ox, for example, you see that you put the nailings and you put the U-shaped structure or the metal structure so that the hoofs does not get damaged. Since it looks like that, scientists have given a common name as horseshoe crabs. And after that, we have two geomorphological features, which is the sand dune and mudflats. Again, these two play a very important role in minimizing wave intensities, and they minimize wind intensity. And interestingly, sand dunes are very, very important. But sorry to say that many of the sand dunes have been unscientifically planted on top with casuarina plantation, which casuarina itself is an exotic species brought from somewhere else. And these dunes are slowly losing its vitality and strength and vigor. And now we see that in the case of Odisha or Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu, these large plantation of casuarina on dune vegetation has caused erosion of the dunes and loss of dunes. Again, mudflats, we see that when you look at it, you see that it's biologically dead. But once you dig inside, there are lots of polychaete worms, a lot of nereid worms, and a lot of shells, bivalve shells that are present inside. And these are very important areas for the migratory birds and wading shore birds to come and feed. And once they feed, automatically for every action there's opposite and equal reaction. They feed, they have to defecate, and they defecate in the form of uric acid, which contains high content of nitrogen. Now, if you recollect your school's basic science, the three important fertilizers required, or elements required for fertilizing the fields, are nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. And these bird droppings are highly rich in nutrients, especially nitrogen. 80-90% rich in nitrogen. And you see that during high tides, the droppings are washed back into the coastal waters, and you see that this became fertilizer for the phytoplankton. Phytoplankton is fed upon by zooplankton. Zooplankton is fed upon by nectin, and then you see the entire food web growing, growing, and growing. So the most fishery point of view, the richest, diverse, and productivity point of view, highest species and numbers you see only in the coastal areas. When you go to deeper water, you hardly see any of these present. So mudflats are also very important. Besides that, we also have the heritage sites and article sales also marked as ESA, and we also have the marine protected areas separately, which are brought under ESA. So this is the exercise that was done by NCACM, our own institution, and I told you there are 34,000 square kilometers mapped. So these are the details of the mapping. 1,400 square kilometer of corals, 500 square kilometer of seagrass, 600 square kilometer of small salt marsh, 5590 or 1 square kilometer of mangroves, and 3,500 square kilometers of mud flat, 325 square kilometers of sand dunes, and 179 square meters of turtle nesting sites, 70 horseshoe crab, 5,380 bird nesting sites, and other important archaeological and protected area. Of course, the protected area is more than 16,000 square kilometers, mainly because of all the wildlife sanctuaries, the biosphere reserves, the conservation reserves, the other areas that are present. So when we did the work, it was not NCCM doing it alone. We took inputs from many of the national institutions because we wanted to have a validated data. At the same time, we wanted everybody in the same page, because what data we are creating for the nation should be not a data that is having a lot of doubts and lot of data discrepancies, or having some kind of displeasure among the multiple stakeholders. That's why many institutions, like for example mangrove, the space research application center, we also even interact with Forest Survey of India. For coral reefs, we have taken the space application center again for validity. For sand dunes, we did ourselves. For seagrass, we did ourselves, because we had some scientists who had specialization exclusively on that. And like that, you can see how Archaeological Survey of India, Wildlife Institute of India, IISc Bangalore, ZSI, SACON, Salim Center, how all the institutions were roped in to undertake this very important work. And after this work was done, this work maps were prepared and shared with respect to states. And every state incorporated this into the coastal zone management plan that they prepared. A draft plan was prepared. The plan is always to be hosted in the environment or forest website, whichever the SPMU is, for 45 days, and it should be available for public view. And after that, there will be a public grievance, or public committee that public come and discuss and share their grievances, and after that only these maps were published. So based on 2011, the entire country, every state has published, including Maharashtra, because Maharashtra Goa, very tough states to work, because of the complexities, because of the population, because of the kind of development that has taken place indiscriminately along the coast. And now we see that in 2019 we have the next set happening. Odisha is the first state to finish 2000 based on 2019, whereas all the other states are slowly in the process of preparation. Interestingly, Maharashtra has finished for 5 districts, and the rest of the districts they are going to work out. So this is a very important exercise that is required in terms of the ESS being mapped. So I'll just skip these slides, because this just gives you a purview about all the protected areas available in the country. There are 870 protected areas available in the country, of which 131 are marine. In marine protected area, 106 are present in Andaman Nicobar itself. So that's something very interesting. And these are just again the names of the different protected areas that you see all over the country. So when we prepare the CRZ map, this is the quality of the CRZ map. What you're seeing is 1:10,000 scale, but what actually we prepare is 1:4,000 scale, which is crystal clear. And the states are the custodians of all these sensitive maps, because these maps were not prepared alone by NCSM. We took Survey of India into page, and we were in the same stage working together. And you see how all the 11 ESAs are mapped. But if you go to a particular coastal zone management agency, you can download all the maps free from, or you can copy paste the maps from every coastal zone management authority. If you're going to do some research in future also, you can take the maps available. They are grid wise and they're available. Only thing is that they will be available in 1:25,000 or 1:10,000 scale, which will course in structure. And also, what map I'm showing you now, the CRZ1A, will not be as different colors like this as given the legend. It will be one green color, because it's very difficult to qualitatively and quantitatively mention them in the maps given to the public, because it is highly sensitive. Whereas if you want to do any refined research, you are most welcome to approach the states, coastal management authority, to get the high resolution maps, provided they give it to you based on deliberation with them, and you have to defend why you want that, and ultimately they'll be able to share. So on the left is from the Gulf of Kutch area, and also Gulf of Kambat, and the right you see is from the Bhitarkanika and South Odisha area. So as I told you, now this is, for example, I've taken a snapshot of the coastal zone management plan, one grid shot, map shot from Tamil Nadu state. This is based on 2011 map. So I told you that in the previous map, you see that multicolors were there, each indicating a particular ESA. Whereas in the map, you can see only green colors. So green color are the eco sensitive area. But what ESA is there? Only the state, which is the custodian of all the sensitive data and maps, will be able to tell you. And since we spoke about maps, let me give you some importance of maps. Now, what you see, the island here is not an island that is Andaman Nicobar or Lakshadweep. This is very much in West Bengal, and this is called the SAGAR Island. And this has got a very important ashram called the Kapil Muni Ashram, where during festival season, this small island has more than 10 to 12 lakh visitors coming, in the span of time. So here in the island, we try to map the mangroves. So individually, every ESA can be mapped. You see the mangroves are here, and what we do is that we take this map in hand, prepared by GIS experts. We do field validation, and when we do field validation, you see that we also capture the species that are present there, and also geotag the locations. For example, you see the key locations down: Kastala, Mandirtala, Narahirapur. So like that, we maintain maybe, and there will be database with us. We will maintain the current status of these particular ESAs. The second map that you see is, I told about the horseshoe crab. So both this is single species of horseshoe crab that is shown here. This is probably Tachyplos gigas, and then this is how the habitat looks. They live in mudflat areas and also in sandy or muddy shores. And again, this is a mangrove area. Within the mangrove area, you see how these mud crab, horseshoe crab habitats are there. So this gives us a very clear picture when you go to the field what ESA is there, and this becomes a base for any manager to make his management studies. So when I go and talk to a district administrator, or when I go and talk to the secretary at the level, when I make an infographic as such, see how the maps are translated into an infographic. That will give us very clearly a view of what I have in my area, what is missing, what I have to mitigate, what I have to implement. So the manager, for any conservation, for any disaster, for any livelihood, for any shoreline, they'll be in a position to take the right decision without wasting much time. At the same time, giving a science-based, derived, management plan. So this is the salt marsh I was talking about. They become totally red in color during the summer seasons because the presence of fresh water will be less and salt will be there in the mudflat, on the mudflat, the salt marsh areas. And these are specific halophytes. We have some grasses. There is a wild rice. The Potracia, what you see on this is a wild rice that is even consumed by the local communities in West Bengal and in Odisha state. I told you about the blue carbon, how each of these corals, mangroves, seagrass, salt marsh play a very important role in carbon sequestration. There are values calculated for each of these ecosystem by NCSCM, and it's available in our website. And for detailed information, probably I have to write to the expert. The website contains information of all the scientists and their specialization. Having said that, these are just infographics again, which talks about the goods and services that each ecosystem provide. Corals, seagrass. Since there's time is very short, I just wanted to run through them. This is for mangroves. This is for salt marsh. So every kind of basically based on TEEB, millennial classification, we have four important sectors. That is the cultural, cultural, and then regulating, provisioning, supporting services. So all revolve around these four services, and I've just classified them. Since the PPT is being recorded, you'll have an idea of that. So what are the opportunities that arise when this kind of mapping, this kind of delineation, this kind of protection, and this kind of exercise is done by every coastal state in UT? First thing is that these are lines of defense. Mangroves are lines of defense. And since we are talking about mangroves, I'm also happy to say that our Honorable Finance Minister has announced the scheme of Mission Mishti for mangrove conservation for 2,000 crores. And I'm very happy also to share that it is from our institute that the guiding document was prepared, and we are still working with the ministry, with the Director General of Forest, and we are trying to pick in the base. So mangroves, corals, seagrass, salt marsh, all of them have very important coastal protection. They are the primary defense, and because they are protected, if they are protected, then we'll have a sustained ecosystem service that is provided for them. People depend on that. For example, honey, wild honey is collected from Sundarbans, right? And it supports lots and lots of wildlife. In turn, wildlife protects and keeps the environment fit, and nature takes care of itself. Because the ecosystems services are there, probably healthy ecosystems should come the prior to sustained ecosystem services. Once healthy ecosystems there, then we see that our resources are intact and protected. Good carbon sequestration happens. We talked about seaweed culture, how seaweed can carbon sequester, though it's a short period of culture during that particular. But one thing is that it is not a stored carbon. That's the only thing. It is a spent carbon. That's the only difference. And we have enhanced fisheries. That is because of protecting these ecologically sensitive areas. We have enhanced biodiversity because of the protection of these coastal areas, and which are ecologically very sensitive. And it also leads to conservation of the entire ecosystem, or even a flag species, as in the case of the dugong, which feeds on seagrass, or a keystone species such as the oysters and oyster reefs that are formed in many of the brackish water areas along the entire east and west coast of India. More than all this, it is a traditional knowledge that plays a very important role, and community participation. That's why I told you that I talked about ESA. There's one more component called as critically vulnerable coastal area, CVCA, where the community itself has to manage their mangrove areas and make sure that protection happens. So with that, I will finish my presentation, and hope the slides at least went on smoothly from that hiccup that we had. And if there are any questions, I'd love to take them.
Dr. Deepak, thank you so much. Looking at your presentation, it really assures all of us that there is so much work going on and so much very structured. Thank you, Dr. Deepak. It was an absolutely fantastic presentation. It shows us that a lot of structured and science-based work that is going on. And I think it is going to make it very much easier for many of the young researchers now to have such structured information available so that they can also contribute. I think it was a major problem in our days when we were youngsters. Data was not available, or even the basic structures were not available. But I think your efforts, I mean, this is a very amazing organization which is doing so much work that now for the young researchers, it will be far better to be able to contribute significantly to this initiative. Thank you so much. There is a question.
Yes.
Hello, sir. This is Rishikesh Bhagia.
Hi, Rishikesh.
So I wanted to ask, sir, what was the size of the grid, the management plan which you showed? What was the size of the grid?
I'm not very sure about the size because I'm a conservation biologist, and there's a separate team for mapping. So we call it geo. If you go to our website, it'll there. But I think the grid is of standard size. Let me just check. I can get the information and share it with Dr. Das as early as possible, and then probably that will have more clarity than me. When you give information, you give right information. Shouldn't say yeah, I know it, and then I do not know the grid size, but I can definitely get back. Probably when you visit Maharashtra, in any of the coastal management authorities, probably there is also an indication of the grid size. Just have a look at it. But anyway, still I'll be sharing the information with Dr. Arnab Das at the earliest possible.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Deepak, we'll be visiting Malwan
Yes.
between 28 to 24 that I had discussed with you.
Yes.
If you have some researchers there, then we can probably interact with them.
Probably you should get in touch with one of UNDP staff whose name is Rohit Sawant.
Okay.
Rohit is basically from Pune, if I'm not mistaken. and he is has been working with UNDP for the past 6-7 years. I will be sharing his number with me, and fortunately, he was my master student when I was teaching in Madras Christian College way back.
Sure,
So,
sure.
you can refer my name. I'll share his number with you also. He's a very good resource.
Perfect. We'll definitely, and I think he can also help us in getting some details.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And
Awesome.
you may like to, when you talk to him, please tell him that he should also interact with us. We will get in touch with him, but when we are there between 20th to 24th, we would like to also interact with him.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Sir, I have another question as well.
Yes,
Sir,
please, please tell your name, and then it'll be good for all to also, know your name.
Sir, it is Rishikesh Wag again.
Again, Rishikesh. Okay, fine. Sorry. Go ahead,
Yes,
Rishikesh.
sir. So I wanted to ask, sir, when we are declaring areas as protected areas, there is always an administrative hurdle, and there is always the problem of land acquisition. So, how, what is your stake if we go by the channel of conservation reserves, and how sustainable is that?
It has got us both merits and demerits. I'll tell you why. Because see, once the community is involved, and not all the community people are on the same platform. There will be always conflicts which are present. We are seeing the same conflict happening. For example, in case of ecotourism, some of the community reserves where the ecotourism happening, one community said that no, we are not involved, whereas only a very few privileged people are able to take that. That's one issue. When we legally give an area, then there's a policing process where you see that the if it's a, for example, a protected area, say for example it's a marine protected MPA. MPA has got a core area. Core area is a no-take zone. Nobody can go inside except the forest officials. The buffer area is an area where you see that the community can certain activities they can do, certain activities they cannot do, and like that, there is some classification. So good to have communities. There are success stories. Now, for example, Tamil Nadu recently has brought a new dugong conservation reserve, which is going to be the first of the kind in entire Asia. Now they have just recently brought out, and the Tamil Nadu government, they have a climate company which is a model to many other states, where you see that they are into a lot of greening activities. So now again, the boundary per se, if it is the land area, is you demarcate and put in the water. For example, if you see the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park, where the Marine National Park has got the 21 islands, 500-meter from the highland boundary around it is the buffer zone, or the core area. So, but unfortunately, when they put the data buoys, we cannot put fence in the sea. When the data buoys were put inside, fishermen had cut it off. Okay, we did not know, and the data buoys each were brought from Australia, and each cost. I'm telling this is about 15 years back. Each cost around 35 to 40 lakhs each data buoy. So now, no, sorry, not data buoy. These were just marker buoys, not data buoys, marker buoys. And so what happened? There is that conflict always. And that's why I told you that there is a lot of merits and demerits. If you take Odisha, Bhubanesh, Bhitarkanika, for example, excellent. The core area is there. The community involved in ecotourism is a fantastic example. And what money they are able to generate, and they're used to able to use the money for the community development. At the same time, the forest department is self-sufficient. They don't have to depend on salaries. They are playing their anti-poaching watches. They are paying their boat drivers, and very very systematic. So many boats only can ply per day. That's it. So there is not disturbance anything. So again, as I told you, there is conflict. There are conflicts, and there is a win-win situation. Example, as in the case of Odisha, and there are also many places where you see that complaints keep coming because commuters are allowed, and there is the boundary issue also comes into play.
Right, sir.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky subject. I'm not. I probably started from one point, went round and came. So but I hope I answered your question. Maybe we can pick up more dialogues later in future also.
Yes, sir. Sir, again, Rishikesh Wag, another question. Sorry.
Yes, please.
But I have another question, sir.
Yes.
Like in Maharashtra,
Yes.
the forest department mangrove cell is planting the mangrove species, and that is also in a specific scientific pattern. So,
Right.
how far do you think that will it sustain, and how far it will grow and become it will turn into a fully functional forest, like mangrove?
See, one thing, no, the country's best model for mangrove plantation, though Gujarat is told for the area covered, I think scientific plantation thanks to Dr. Vasudevan, who initiated the program. and I'm very privileged to be with the many right now. Also with GCF, we work together, and he was the one brain behind this kind of system. And I'm telling you, the kind of corpus they have, they can support many plantation. Unfortunately, when we are involved in any plantation initiative, we can never expect 100% success. So what up their systematic plantation now? For example, Maharashtra does not have any place in future for mangrove plantation. We have completely covered all the areas, and Maharashtra has been an example for through the mangrove cell has been big example. But what we are trying to do, help them also, is that identify gap areas where the gaps are, where a degradation happening, degraded areas, and then these areas are again potential sites for plantation. And for a mangrove tree to grow to a bigger size, depend upon the species. Avicennia marina can take up to 8 years. Rhizopora can just pick up in 4 years. Again, it is very site specific and based on the local conditions. So it purely depends upon the plant itself per se. Like for example, uh, in a family, not all can be the same height. We are from the same family, one can be very tall, one can be short, it depends. So it takes a lot of time, and hope I've answered the question.
Right, sir. Sir, and again, like you referred, like today morning only I read about the Rushikolya, the
Yes,
population of olive redleys have turned from 5.5 lakhs to 6.37
it is
this
touching
year.
7 lakhs. I got just recent information from my colleague, is 7 lakhs. But officially, you can take whatever forest department says.
Right.
It is all based on visual observation. No, we cannot spend 24/7 in the same area all the time. So any kind of species counting or any kind of data we take, it is purely visual observation, and they might have always plus and minuses. So always keep it plus 1,000, like plus 50,000, like that, depending on the species.
Right. Sir, and even on the west coast, it is flourishing. Sahyadri Nisarga Mitra working in Vedas.
Yeah,
So even recently, they have reported a very good number of eggs. Like one of my mutuals is working there, Mohan Upadhyay.
excellent.
And so he just like, it is a fun fact to tell.
Mhm.
So he just reported that he had a nest which had 184 eggs, highest till
Wow,
now they have recorded. So it
that's
was
that's a that's a that's a Guinness record probably, because usually it's from 130 to 145, 150 is the max.
right, sir.
Mm. Excellent. But all olive release, right? All olive release.
Yes, sir. All olive redleys.
Great. Okay, super. Excellent. That's good news.
Yes, sir. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. It was really interesting, and we will continue this dialogue. And in our next workshop,
Absolutely.
sometime in June, we will expect you and ma'am to join us physically.
Absolutely. It'll be a pleasure. It'll be a pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting. And
Thank you so much.
please excuse me that I'll jump to another meeting now.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much. Really
Thank you.
appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much.
Bye.
So it was a very, very interesting presentation, I must say, and I personally have been privileged to learn a lot. I mean, it's a diversity of ideas and diversity of work that we have been able to put together. So today's last presentation is by our research fellow. Selja will be presenting on the SDGs. Selja, over to you, please.
Okay, sir, thank you so much for giving me the platform. So hello everyone, very good evening. So I just want somebody to confirm whether my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. So since we had a very intriguing session today about sustainable development goals and their implementation, their localization, and how it will help in the further look toward the whole sustainable purview that we can look after and fulfill the goals of 2013. So today my presentation is on realization of the UDA framework in the sustainable development goals in freshwater ecosystem. Currently I'm pursuing PhD from Terry SAS in water science and governance, and I've been focusing on freshwater ecosystem and their localization. So the contents of my presentation will look like this: SDGs and global order. I'll be presenting a very short story on how SDGs come into picture and how it has proliferated so much that every bit, every work, and every policy intervention, technology intervention that we do contributes to sustainable development. And we're gonna address and capture all the tropical freshwater ecosystem challenges, opportunities, and the redressal mechanism, and how it will further localize the SDGs. So that's basically a short story which will look like we started from Millennium Development Goals and the UDA. So the United Nations Millennium Development Goals was signed in September 2000 and commits world leaders to combat environmental degradation. Goal 7 focuses on environmental sustainability, which includes 4 targets: 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. The most important target to us is 7C, which focuses on safe drinking water. So I'll be linking all the sustainable development goals or all the conservation goals to the MRC projects that are going on, like Shlok said about the shrimps and their conservation, as well as how to go about their farming. So how we will lead to sustainable development. Then comes the AG biodiversity target that was signed in 2000. It has 4 strategic goals and 20 targets. The targets which focus upon the sustainable development and which reassures there is going to be environmental protection and rejuvenation of the ecosystem by aiming in biodiversity and improving their state. And targets which are like target 6, sustainable development fisheries. Target 7 is it managed within the limits. Target 8 indicates reduce pollution, and similar the other targets 10, 11, 14, and 15. The basically the hierarchy and the chronological order of how the MDGs further moved into IG biodiversity targets and then to clean sea campings, and then it's a long story that we'll carry forward. Then come the Bond Challenge 2011. Why I have included Bond Challenge in my presentation is just because not only it focuses on reforestation and afforestation, but it will also include the ecosystem which falls under the whole forest management, which includes riparian areas, wetlands, rivers, and which will reassure the water availability, maintaining the watersheds, protecting and restoring the freshwater ecosystem. So it is basically an important initiative for promoting the overall restoration and conservation of forests and the other associated freshwater and inland ecosystems, which are critical for maintaining and ensuring the sustainable development. Later on, in 2017, we jumped up onto the Clean Sea Camping, which aims to combat marine litter and promote sustainable use of oceans. In 2017, 63 countries, both coastal as well as landlocked, joined the Clean Sea Camping and posed on to an ambitious pledge to prevent not just the marine litter but the plastic pollution, and by further eradicating the single-use plastic, not just from the societies but from the whole country as well. The point where I'm going to focus is the signatory represents the 60% of the world coastline. So like it has been mentioned before how much coastline India covers. So India has promised and ultimately has done to curb the single-use plastic and marine pollution under the complete eradication of single-use plastic by June 22. And it was pledged to establish not just the national but the regional marine litter action campaign. Like Sir Deepak sir said right now regarding the UN decade on ecosystem restoration, I don't think so. I have to focus upon it more. I just want to say that we come on to the challenges and the opportunities which are exacerbated by the degradation of ecosystems such as forests, wetlands, and rivers. This decade, 2021 to 2030, focuses not only to address the water challenges in a sustainable way, but in a holistic way to promote and restore the conservation of inland water ecosystem, wetland ecosystem, estuarine ecosystems, and river ecosystem, which are which are essential for maintaining the water resources and supporting the human well-being. Now comes the point where we are here is just because of the sustainable development goals. It was an urgent call of action which was taken by 193 countries, like everyone must be aware of in September 2015. The MDGs have been superseded by SDGs. It comprises of 17 goals, 169 targets, and 244 indicators. So indicators are just basically to keep a reality check on the localization of SDGs, which I'll be stating afterwards. So this 2030 agenda for the sustainable development not just provides the blueprint to achieve a better and sustainable future, but also for the 3 Ps, which is peace, prosperity, and people's future. So I'll be explaining a little bit of every SDG and how SDG is related to the MRC projects and how these projects will lead to further sustainability and achieving the sustainable development goals by the end of 2030. And some of the targets are meant to be achieved by 2020. So no poverty, how is it linked? So poverty will not only lead to often environmental degradation, but will have a negative impact on tropical freshwater ecosystem because it will lead to unsustainable fishing practices that will not only harm the freshwater ecosystem, but will also have an impeding effect on the communities that depends upon them. So we not just have to keep a check on the primary targets, which focuses on water, but since it's all the SDGs are like a food web, every intricacy is related to the other one. So we have to just start the staircase from the bottom so that we can reach the top. SDG 2 again, it has 8 targets and 13 indicators. So many of the tropical freshwater ecosystems are generally affected by unsustainable fishing practices and the aquaculture practices. So we not just aim to sustainable fishing practices, but their conservation to aim food security, like Devina ma'am mentioned before, and their livelihoods, thereby reducing the negative impact on both pisciculture as well as aquaculture. Then come the good health and well-being. It promotes and maintaining good health and well-being by achieving ensuring access to clean water and safe water ecosystem. This not only focuses on drinking water, but supporting fisheries and other recreational and tourism activities. The quality education, it aims at ensuring inclusive, equitable education for all, which can provide a knowledge and education base which fulfills in the target of 13C and about importance of freshwater ecosystem, promotion for sustainable development, and further increasing awareness. The gender equality. So it has 9 targets and 14 indicators. Why gender equality is very important? Because it will not just lead to equality and equitable, but also sustainably management of resources which are handled by women, because women are often the primary water managers in many communities. So if a community is led by women, it will not only promote gender equality, but equitable and judiciously distributing the water resources and allocation to a particular community. SDG 6. So I have mapped down all the SDGs along with the localization in which 6, 13, 14, and 15 will be primarily focused. So I'll be talking about it later on as well. It just not only plays a main role in maintaining the water quality, but also provide clean water for human use. And it also ensures clean water and sanitation practices, which is very essential for conservation and sustainable use of freshwater ecosystems. Affordable and clean energy, how energy is linked to water is that we have a significant impact on freshwater ecosystem through construction and operation of hydropower and hydroelectric dams, whether it be of a run of the river dam or it is of any other scalability of the project. But besides promoting affordable and clean energy, we should also focus upon the health and productivity. Decent work and economic growth basically focus upon the freshwater ecosystem through development of infrastructure, agriculture, and industry. So it not only promotes sustainable fishing, tourism, and other activities. The industry, innovation, and infrastructure has a significant impact on freshwater ecosystems, and it aims to promote sustainable infrastructure development and innovation and to manage and monitor within freshwater ecosystems. Reduce inequality. So again, focusing on linking up to the women as water manager, it is critical for very marginalized communities such as indigenous people, where people participation is utmost required for equitable allocation of resources, which not just only promote social, but economic and environmental justice to all the people, and it benefits and burdens distributedly to the freshwater ecosystem accessibility. SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. So there are 3 projects which focuses on sustainable cities and communities. One is freshwater management, sediment management, and the inter-partnership with the rivers. So it not just only promotes sustainable urbanization, but the tropical freshwater ecosystem, a better overview, not just by protecting and restoring urban wetlands, but also providing good water consumption to the people. And it basically mimics the green infrastructure and the natural hydrological processes, which ensures protection and restoration of these ecosystems. Responsible consumption is basically, again, it leads to unsustainable fishing, will lead to over exploitation of natural resources and pollution and environmental degradation, which will negatively impact the tropical freshwater ecosystem. SDG 13 focuses upon climate action, and since everybody know about it, how changes in temperature and humidity and other aspects of the weather will impact the water quality and have significant impacts, not just on the riparian communities, but the ecosystem that they are dependent upon. Life below water, like Deepak sir mentioned, it is very important. And it plays a critical part in the overtime marine and freshwater ecosystem. And freshwater underwater ecosystem provides not just the ecosystem services that everybody is dependent upon, but supporting human communities that they rely on. Life on land focuses upon life on land basically focuses upon why life on land has taken into picture, because not only just it protects the terrestrial ecosystem and biodiversity, but since many of the ecosystem falls within the terrestrial ecosystem, like they falls in the transitional zones. So transitional zones basically water, wetlands, riparian lands, peatlands, boggy lands, marshy lands. So they are basically the lands which harbors a lot of biodiversity and has a lot of power for the carbon sequestration. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. SDG 6 focuses on the effective governance and institution and necessity to ensure the ecosystem and are managed sustainably and conflicts over the resources that are avoided. This is the last, and sorry for keeping it very long, but SDG 17 emphasizes on strengthening collaboration and cooperation among various stakeholders. So like this workshop and the UDA summer school that we'll be following, it will be one of the stakeholder partnerships among governments, civil societies, NGOs, various students, college students, and other private stakeholders. So what is SDGs and UDA? In the sphere of underwater domain awareness, SDG pertain to upholding. So these are the aspects which are carried in real-time data-driven regulatory structure, the policy intervention, the acoustic capacity and capability building, which focuses on SDG 6, 13, 14, and 15, and is under the marine spatial planning. Like Shlok already mentioned about the blue economy, the SDG 6, 13, 14, and 15 not only just focuses upon the whole sustainable development, but integrating it with blue economy in terms of tropical freshwater is a holistic and is based on ecosystem-based management approach. So it not only will stakeholder partnership engagement as well. So now we come to MRC and sustainable development. So goal 6 has various targets, like I said, and it has various indicators. So the projects that we focus upon: impact assessment of underwater noise on diver, indus river management, and marine spatial planning. So all these projects fall in the line of implementing and integrating WRM, which is water resource management at all levels. So it basically focuses on transboundary cooperation and integrated water, which will not only to the social but economic aspects as well. The protect and restore of water-related ecosystem will include the marine special planning project, which focuses upon AI and robotics to integrate UDA into tropical. So 6.A and 6.B, as it is already mentioned, so every project will lead to capacity building, the acoustic capability building, and the stakeholder management, so that better opportunities are there for local communities in improving water management. Goal 13 focuses on improving education, awareness, and institutional capacity. So it will promote not only just the raising capacity and capability building, but also climate related planning and management by focusing on global awareness, education programs, and both in school as well as in colleges. Number 14, increase in scientific knowledge, and by 2020 to sustainably manage and protect all the marine and coastal ecosystem, which will include the capacity and capability building life for scientific knowledge by institutional framework and ocean related instruments to implement the international law, and as is mentioned in the sustainable use of ocean, that the future that we want. The life on land is again also included because it ensures the conservation and restoration of sustainable use of terrestrial and inland freshwater ecosystems and their services. So at the end, I would like to say that our approach should not be based upon the ecosystem based as a whole, but also include the ecosystem services. Now focusing upon the three pillars of the MRC, which include the policy intervention, technology intervention, as well as the capacity building. In Economic Survey 2018 to 2019, the Government of India launches policies in direction of achieving SDGs. The two SDGs that we focus upon is Namami Gange and the smart cities. So Namami Gange was a flagship program by the Indian government which had aimed at cleaning and rejuvenating the river Ganga, under which the freshwater management, the sediment management, and the other rivers management projects fall. And it was launched to fulfill the targets of SDG 6, 11, and 14. Second policy was Smart City, which was another initiative which was launched to create 100 smart cities across the country, which will not only include the green and sustainable infrastructure, but will also provide good water linkages and availability of water, and is linked with SDG 6, 9, 11, and 13. Technology intervention include all the projects, science, technology, and innovation, which is an integral element in our national sustainable development. The projects that have been lined, which fulfills the technological instruments, are marine spatial planning, digital tool for seaweed cultivation underwater radiated noise, which basically focuses upon how to channelize this noise, how to look for the noise pollution which occurs underwater, and how to map this noise. Underwater channel model for tropical waters and impact assessment of underwater noise. So lastly is capacity building role in addressing SDGs, which includes rapid training programs, rapid capacity programs, workshop series. Like this workshop series is one of them. It's a launch to quarterlet series in outreach and engagement of various programs, not just for sensitization, but institutionalization of robust skilling ecosystem to drive the UDA framework, which will not only create a better livelihood enhancement, but it will construct a holistic development to harness the water ecosystem sustainably and to create sustainable livelihood impact assessment. And further, we'll be looking for multiple stakeholder partnerships, regional training programs, and UDA summer schools. So MRCE will be launching a UDA summer school in partnership with others stakeholders by probably by the mid of June, and it will address the aspect not just for safe and secure growth, but a sustainable growth in maritime region. So the challenges and the opportunities. So basically the challenges that we face during the localization of SDGs, defining indicators and to measure the outcomes. So, and Gram Panchayat to prioritize actions is the simultaneously opportunity that can be taken to just mitigate the challenge or to just address the challenge. So it's basically a bottoms up approach. Financing SDGs, especially in the range of food security, climate action, like in the projects of shrimp and climate change, includes the river water management treaties like Indus River Water and Brahmaputra management. Monitoring and ownership of the track of progress, localization of SDGs has been given a task to Niti Aayog, and it is acting as a nodal agency. Effective leadership and governance. And lastly, I'll be focusing upon localization of SDG in the sphere of localization and implementation of the SDGs, which has been taken by Niti Aayog by taking early lessons from India. So these are the few states that I have mapped that are working upon the freshwater management, the sediment management, and the freshwater management linking to SDGs. So it has basically three phases, which is identifying institutions and assessing specific mandate to deliver on SDGs. Raising awareness is the second phase, and phase 3 is to bringing on the board, ministry, various stakeholders. The key to achieving all the SDGs is not just to design and implement policy, but through localized efforts to the bottoms up approach, playing in a critical role in this diverse context in India. So these are the few of the state level initiatives. Bihar has taken a 7-initiative program which will focus upon promoting and provisioning of water basic services, which focuses on SDG 6, which further focuses upon the project, which is linked to freshwater management. And Jharkhand has a 3-year action plan, which focuses upon few of the pillars like Johar, Jharkhand opportunities for harnessing rural growth and project. So all these projects are linked to the are MRC projects, which will further lead to the sustainable development, Poshan Abhiyan, and capacity development. The Karnataka has looked upon recharging the overdried bore wells through the state through Bovi tribals under NULM and NRLM mission, which is National Urban Livelihood Mission and National Rural Livelihood Mission, not just to build water resilience, but sustainable water management practices, which falls under SDG 11 and SDG 13. Similarly, Tripura, Punjab, Telangana, Uttarakhand, Delhi, and Kerala has followed up onto the projects which focuses upon the SDGs and soil conservation methods and building climate resilience. So lastly, I would like to say that we just not only plans to protect the air and water and wilderness, but also the wildlife which is in rare fact plan to protect the man. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Selja.
Thanks.
Thank you, Selja. I think it was a very good coverage of the entire spectrum of how we can achieve the sustainable development goals. And I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, certainly. But I think with your work, MRC's focus on SDG becomes a lot more clearer now. So happy with your presentation, and it's an ongoing discussion. I think we'll continue to work, and as other projects mature, you'll be able to find more clearer linkages for yourself as well, right? Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? No questions? Okay. Thank you, Selja.
Thank you,
That
sir.
brings us to the end of the day 2. I'm happy. Thank you, audience. Although it's small, but at least you have stuck to the event even during on a festival day, on a holy day. And more importantly, the team, Divya, Rishikesh, Mehul, to seamlessly make the entire thing happen. So we will close the day for today. And I think one more thing, I mean, what I saw very important in Selja's presentation, and I would like you to connect to that, is what are the takeaways of a workshop like this for the young people? She also presented what the states are doing, what the center is doing, what are the different projects. So this also gives you an idea where the opportunity lies for you. See, I mean, one has to, I mean, when you are looking at something, you have to very clearly understand what are the takeaways. And it requires a bit of thinking and innovation on your part also. So I just thought I'll amplify on that. I mean, different states have got their own initiatives. So you'll have to connect all these things and also find out what is in it for you. If you can't think for yourself, nobody can think for you, right? So please look at it from that perspective also. Every day you will have some of the other presentation, they will find various things, but then you have to very clearly think, and wherever you have a doubt, we are here to answer those questions, right? So please look at it from that perspective also. And at your age, you have to be selfish to know. Because see, finally, if you get a good opportunity, you will be able to contribute. Otherwise, your talent, your knowledge, your skills go nowhere. Grabbing an opportunity is equally important. So please look at it, and we are very happy if we can support you in any way. And let me make it clear, anybody who comes here, please go and talk to them. Even, I mean, the whole idea of meeting physically is that even during lunchtime, tea time, you get some time with them. See, Ambassador Mudgal, Professor Anamika, they have spent 3 days. They've come from very far. Anamika has come all the way from Guwahati. Professor Ambassador Mudgal has come from Delhi. And they are more than happy at this age and stage. They are more than happy if somebody can take advantage of their experience and knowledge. So please feel free to connect to them. But when you connect to them, make sure that you convince them that you are serious. You have yourself put in reasonable effort to make it worthwhile for them to connect to you. That is my only request. But you have full freedom to reach out to anybody, make a conversation, and 3 days is good enough for you to make a connect. If you are attending all sessions, you are asking the right kind of questions, they can, with their experience, they know. Even like Ashwin Shroff sir has come all the way from Bombay for this. He's come back and gone back. Now he's going back. I mean, he's 80 plus. And he has taken the trouble of coming all the way from Bombay to just attend this. And that is the importance they give to something like this. Otherwise, he's a very senior person. I mean, I didn't want to say, Excel Industries is very, very big. They have huge contributions and they have a lot of work also. I mean, at his stage, he has several other commitments, and on a holy day, he comes out, leaves his family and leaves his ecosystem to come and meet us. I mean, that's the importance they give. So, but from our side, we will be very happy if you can take advantage of this and take it forward. Is that okay? So tomorrow morning we meet again at 9:15. If all of you are here, we'll be very happy. Tomorrow again we have a very good lineup of speakers, and tomorrow, in fact, we are going to have Vladimir Rubin from Paris, who will be joining us online. So it's a very, very important part. And before that, Radhika ma'am is going to come and speak. That will be again a very different perspective, maritime history, and how you connect historical perspective to policy making. It's not about knowing history, it's about how do you learn from that and how do you take it forward. And she is remarkable. I mean, let me assure you that. And then you'll hear Prafulji also. Prafulji has a very good analytical perspective on various aspects. So he'll be talking about a very, very important subject called he'll be talking about the maritime ways, right? Okay, thank you. So we close for the day.